Investigation of 7 senior crime intelligence officials, including the head Dumisani Khumalo. The commission is also expected to focus on the Section 27 affidavit submitted by Adams, which became the basis for the investigation into allegations of wrongdoing, including corruption in crime intelligence. Sibahle Mota reports.
Fadil Adams' testimony follows evidence from the investigating Directorate Against Corruption officials who have raised questions about how the investigation into crime intelligence officials was initiated and conducted. Adams, who was scheduled to testify last week, did not do so after submitting his sworn statement and supporting documents at the last minute. The delay prompted a rebuke from Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, who accused Adams of not taking the inquiry seriously.
Meanwhile, the National Prosecuting Authority says it hopes to conclude the formalities of officially withdrawing charges against the 7 crime intelligence officials this week. This follows the National Director of Public Prosecution, Andy Mutibi's decision to review and set aside the charges. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago.
The matter was already in the process of being withdrawn, as the NDPP had already instructed that the matters be withdrawn. It was just a matter of formalizing this issue by going to court and withdraw it officially in court, because the instruction that was given about 2-3 weeks ago, and then now the formalities are about to happen. But what is happening at the moment is that IDEC people are trying to get the lawyers of the affected people to agree to an earlier date, which is sometime this week.
The trial of a woman accused of the murder of a son is expected to resume in the High Court in Johannesburg today. Tiffany Meek allegedly murdered 11-year-old Jaden Lee Meek in Vleerhof, west of Johannesburg, in May last year. The state is expected to call a new key witness. Sipesihle Nhlapo reports.
The case has attracted widespread attention since Jaden Lee's disappearance and subsequent death. The state has been building its case around the events leading up to the boy's disappearance, with the next witness expected to provide further insight into his movement and whereabouts at the time.
Police say 4 firearms, ammunition and various items of paraphernalia were found at the home of a man who was shot dead during a standoff with officers in Robertson in the Western Cape. The South African Police Service says investigators also discovered a journal containing extremist views. The incident unfolded on a farm in the Boerland after the man allegedly opened fire at random on his neighbours. A police officer was wounded during the confrontation. Provincial Deputy Police Commissioner Bongani Makashalala.
I'm not going to get into the details of the channel because it has got a number of names. We don't want to scare people. Some of them are from Western Cape, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and I think there's one from Eastern Cape as well as in KZN. It is the thing that we are going to follow. We are going to engage counterintelligence, because if you read the channel, you can see that he believes in extremism. But we are going to follow that.
And finally, a court in California has heard allegations that technology company Meta intentionally hooked a generation of children on Facebook and Instagram. In a trial that could shape the future of social media, nearly 30 U.S. firms are seeking changes to the platforms. They're also demanding financial penalties amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. Meta has strongly denied the allegations. The BBC's Lily Jamali reports.
During opening statements, California's Deputy Attorney General Megan O'Neill accused Meta of hiding the truth about the potential harms posed by its platforms. She drew a contrast between Meta executive statements reassuring the public on safety and what their internal research showed about just how widespread problems were. Meta's lawyer Paul Schmidt sought to paint the company as an honest broker, which had been transparent about potential issues and had used that internal research to develop tools to protect young users.
Recapping the top story, the National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, is expected to appear before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm sports headlines, rugby, the Springboks receive a major boost ahead of Saturday's all-black test with captain Siya Kolisi and prop Ox in chair closing in on a return. And in soccer, Patrick Vieira appointed the Senegal head coach. We'll have details at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, we start in southern parts of KZN with the closure of the R102 at the Mzumkhulu River Bridge. That road now closed until 5 p.m. Sunday for some bridge jacking works. If you remember a few months ago when they closed the bridge, it was quite heavy at morning and afternoon peak times, with that volume having to use the alternative route out towards the N2. So if you're going to get from the north of Port Shepstone inbound, or from Port Shepstone going northbound, you normally use the R102. Just factor in plenty of time, particularly morning and afternoon rush hours to get through that. Closer to Durban, a stationary vehicle after the Chatsworth exit, so it's up by Cement Factory on the N2 running northbound. Ashburton, Pietermaritzburg in that section of KZN, it looks okay. Pretty clear run. Pretoria N1 South this morning. No sign of any overrunning overnight roadworks around Montana, so that looking good. There is a breakdown on the N1 South to watch for at Olifantsfontein. Watch for some perhaps slowing traffic as you come into that part of Midrand. And Cape Town this morning, pressure on the M7 out of Mitchell's Plain, queuing traffic towards Highlands Drive. That could be a traffic light issue as you leave Mitchell's Plain towards Philippi. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 8 after 6 o'clock. A very good morning to you. You're tuned in to the National Briefing. Welcome to the show as you start off your day. Of course, we are so delighted that you've invited us into your car, into your home, from wherever you are listening to us from this morning. Let me give you a sense of what's coming up on the show today.
This is their opportunity to make sure that there's no students on campus so that they can proceed to their steps of approval of the financial recovery plan. It is very simple. It is not going to happen. No student is going to leave their residences and vacate because it is illogical.
At CPUT, every student in every residence has been given a warning to be out by 4 o'clock this afternoon. All campuses are closed. A building was burnt on Monday night, and students from Tata, Bishu and other areas without taxi fare, let alone a bed for tonight, are asking where exactly they're supposed to go and why they're being forced off campus. We'll take a closer look at the story in the second hour of the show. Of course, if you're affected or you know some of the students there, get in touch with us. Let us know exactly what has been happening. In Parliament, the Police Committee opens its gang violence inquiry. The backdrop, 2,200 soldiers deployed, more than 800 million rand committed, and the acting police minister admitting that the country is not winning. After 7 o'clock, we sit down with a former high-ranking gang leader. We ask the question that police alone cannot answer. What really lures young men into the gangs? What drives the violence that we see in gangs? He'll help us navigate this very complex conversation. And also happening today in Cape Town, judgment in the Chidima Adesina case. What began as a pageant controversy is now a test of the state's power to revoke identity documents, detain and deport. So there are critical matters of policy that this judgment is going to weigh in on. We'll find out what exactly is at stake here coming up just before 7 o'clock. And then 2 days before 20 million South Africans queued to vote. This was in 1994. The last white cabinet discussed an understanding between former President F.W. de Klerk and Nelson Mandela, representing the ANC. On the table was indemnity for politically motivated crimes, all in the interests of national reconciliation. Now, the newly declassified record put before the Khampepe Commission of Inquiry into the TRC has revived the talks, right, of a so-called pact of forgetting. What was traded in those negotiations? And did that pact subsequently lead to the lack of prosecution of those accused for apartheid crimes post-South Africa? It's part of what is at the center of the Khampepe Commission. And so we're going to be looking much closer at that as we unpack the show. As always, we'd love to hear from you. The numbers to dial this morning, 086 000 2032, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, you can send your WhatsApp voice notes to 0614 104 107. Rob is standing by with your traffic. Zai has your sport, and Ntaoleng has your latest market updates.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
Get into real conversations weekdays at 4:30 on SABC2 with me, Penny Libiani, with Ain't Like Let's Connect.
I'm Fenrico Lucas, bringing you some of the most inspiring guests and practical advice.
Every evening, we bring family advice and all your favorite celebrities.
It's a big celebration of local talent from across industries.
Catch Ain't Like Let's Connect weekdays at 4:30 on SABC2 or stream anytime on SABC+.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 13 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's making front page news on the country's dailies. Just a quick look through will tell you that there isn't any consensus on what should be on the front pages today. Everybody has picked very different stories. We'll start off with the business day. Power price rejig to grow the economy. A new policy aiming to protect customers from inefficiency. And the story there reading South Africa overhauling its electricity pricing system to address high tariffs, which have soared more than 6 times the rate of inflation since 2007, hurting industries and eroding households' disposable income. So although electricity supply has improved over the past few years, ending years of rolling blackouts to avoid collapsing the grid, the Electricity and Energy Minister, Khosense Ramokgopa, has repeatedly acknowledged that its cost has become prohibitive. And now they're looking at ways of addressing the cost of electricity. And he says without doing this, it's going to lead to this economy not being able to grow because industries, local industries, will simply not be competitive. So there is a draft report that has been published by NERSA in June that is also looking into the very same matter. On the front page of The Citizen this morning, the big Eskom rip-off is the headline there. Your electricity cost has gone up by a whopping 907% in the past 20 years, from 19 cents per kilowatt in 2007 to over 3 Rand 70 cents per kilowatt. And now all because of corruption, debt, and the costs of uncompleted mega projects, including Medupi. But the electricity minister, Ramokgopa, is vowing to stop the erosion of disposable household income, and he's promising major changes with a new fair pricing power, new power pricing policy that will halt the burden on religious monthly payers carrying the delinquent ones. So we've got the same story there on the front page of the Citizen. They've just packaged it differently to what the Business Day has. The front page of the Sowetan this morning, how G-Wagon got flashy cop arrested. That's what reads on the headline. A Tshwane Metro police officer was bust after a dealership flagged a 1.6 million rand Mercedes G63 purchase, and social media celeb and attorney wife accused of siphoning more than 3 million rand from deceased estate. That's the front page on the Sowetan, and there's a Tshwane Metro police officer, Peter Nonyani, aka Lama Sweet, is what he is known as. And if we go deeper into the story there, the couple is in custody for theft from a deceased estate. So a suspicion of the source of funds used to purchase a 1.65 million rand Mercedes-Benz AMG at a Pretoria dealership. This was in 2024. Is what led to the arrest of this Tshwane Metro police officer, who's 36 years old. He's known as Lama Sweet, or Greater Gagash Municipality, alongside his wife. And Nonyani and his wife was an attorney, Charlotte Tibana, 33. They trended on social media earlier this week as they appeared in the Polokwane Magistrates Court. Their arrest is in connection with the alleged unlawful withdrawal and laundering of funds belonging to two deceased estates. The pair allegedly withdrew more than 3 million rand from the accounts. And the state is alleging, right, that the funds were unlawfully transferred from the trust account of a deceased into an F&B account of the estate of the late Mr. Masha. And on the same day, then there were these transactions totaling up to 1.6 million rand made to a Standard Bank account that was linked with the purchase of this Mercedes-Benz. Imagine, hey, these allegations. How do people sleep at night? Stealing from the dead. Have you no conscience? Absolutely no conscience. So very serious allegations that these two are facing, but you can read more about that in the Sowetan. And of course, all the newspapers have done a roundup of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. Yesterday, the chief evidence leader, Advocate Matthew Shaskelson, revealing details, right? Revealing that the late taxi boss, an alleged Big Five criminal cartel president, Jotham Msibi, may have used businessman Zengumalo to rig a tender in Ekurhuleni in 2023. He also detailed other WhatsApp conversations between Msibi and some of his other associates. And it's really got people talking about how much power and influence, right, the late Msibi wielded not only in the taxi industry but beyond. And also how it links back, right, to the likes of Faninkosi, who's arrested and behind bars, but how they were working to procure intelligence equipment from the Czech Republic. And Faninkosi was using police letterheads to write those letters for equipment that wasn't even going to be used in South Africa. It was going to be used in Swaziland. And you just, some of these things are just unbelievable. So whatever you do, always make sure you catch up on the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry before your day wraps up. Otherwise, you're going to be losing out on so much more. So that's really what you can expect making headlines on the country's newspapers.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
It's 20 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a quick look at your weather. There's a fire danger warning. Extremely high fire danger conditions are expected in places over the Walter Sisulu, Senqu, Inquba Yethu, Inokumgijima, and Emalahleni local municipalities of the Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape, and southwestern parts of both the Free State and Northwest. There are no advisories. Pretoria, the weather's fine, 9 and 27. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. Johannesburg, fine, 8 and 27. Vereeniging, fine, 4 and 25. Mbombela, morning fog patches and drizzle, otherwise partly cloudy, 10 and 23. Polokwane, fine, 7 and 26. Mahikeng, fine, 11 and 27. Vryburg, fine, 7 and 29. Bloemfontein, fine, 7 and 28. Kimberley, fine, 11 and 29. Uppington, fine, 9 and 32. Cape Town, partly cloudy, wind light to moderate southeasterly, 12 and 18. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. George, partly cloudy, wind light to moderate southerly to southwesterly, 9 and 18. Gqeberha, partly cloudy, wind light northerly, becoming moderate to fresh southwesterly in the afternoon, 11 and 25. Kugombo City, partly cloudy, wind light southeasterly, 15 and 27. Durban, partly cloudy with isolated morning showers and rain. Wind moderate to fresh northeasterly, 16 and 25. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. Richards Bay, partly cloudy with isolated morning showers and rain. Wind moderate to fresh northeasterly, 13 and 28. In Pietermaritzburg, morning fog, otherwise partly cloudy, 8 and 29.
What is a nation without its stories? Without its music? Without its artists? Without its streamers? This August, we honor the people who give South Africa its voice. The National Arts and Culture Awards 2026, 21 August, Sun City. Then join millions of South Africans for the SABC1 primetime broadcast on 22 August at 8 p.m. Because when we celebrate creativity, we celebrate South Africa.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
The Global Briefing on SAfm.
You're still tuned in to the National Briefing. It's 23 after 6. So let's get then into our roundup of global affairs. China has opened a new Arctic route to Europe, the Northern Sea Route. It's cutting weeks off the journey and cutting the Suez and the Middle East choke points out of the picture entirely. Dr. Garth Benioff is Senior Lecturer at the Sol Blaki University, joins me now. Garth, good morning. Thanks for your time. So is this now a genuine alternative to the Suez and, Suez Canal and Strait of Hormuz, or is it just one of those seasonal novelties?
Good morning, Kathy, and to the listeners. Yes, it is probably not a seasonal novelty. We look at the sort of polar caps and we say to ourselves, right, fine, for some time now with climate change and global warming, or whatever those factors are, the ice packs are actually thinning in the North Pole. So, I mean, that is a given reality. And that opens up sea lanes for a number of countries, not just China. We're looking at the Scandinavian countries, Russia, Greenland, Canada, and America as well. So, or the United States. So, that's reality. Now, that poses opportunity, let's say. For some, we've seen Donald Trump making a noise for some while now about annexing Greenland, I mean, really, which would mean a confrontation with Denmark and NATO. But however, that does reflect thinking, and it reflects that there's a desire to actually stake claim as such in that area. So that's been going on. That's separate to the choke points of the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and even the Straits of Hormuz. So therefore, for seagoing nations such as China to actually use the northern straits and actually go around the North Pole and by that way cut out the choke points in the Middle East. That's a logical thing to do. And of course then for the Russians and others as well. So that Arctic area is going to become, let's say, and hopefully not a battleground in the sense, but it's certainly going to become a flashpoint of great competitiveness between these powers that actually have land masses bordering on that ocean. Yes, it does seem logical for China to do this, and I'm sure others will climb in as well.
I'm glad you've brought up Russia because it controls the water that this route runs through. Does that make Beijing dependent on Moscow?
Well, there is one, it would in a way, perhaps. But then the Chinese themselves are quite capable of projecting their own power. But that aside, one has seen a sort of a gravitation between Moscow and Beijing towards each other over the last few years, given sort of American actions in the Middle East and also given NATO's actions in the Ukraine. So these things are all interlinked in some way or another. So one is seeing the sort of alignment of interests, call it mutual interests, between Russia and China, and by that extension, proxies such as North Korea and other areas in the world. So would China be dependent on Russia? Probably not in the long run. And would Russia be dependent on China? Probably not either. So there's an alignment of interest that is going to happen there yet, and that will play itself out.
Britain says it will be backing Ukraine 100%, and this is after Moscow warned of consequences over British-made drones that have been used in strikes inside Russian territory. Look, let's take a look at how much of this now is going to be a real escalation, and is it really just up to the Prime Minister here who needs to be firm on this matter?
Well, if we look at Britain, we can say to ourselves confidently that Britain is in a state of flux. I mean, its Labour government under Starmer fell recently and has been replaced by its current incumbent. So there are internal dramas going on within the British political economy. The Ukraine is the fly in the ointment on so many levels. I mean, it brings in Japan, which we'll talk about later. It brings in America, it brings in NATO, and it certainly brings in the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom for some time has actually been using its technologies to back up, along with its allies, to back up the Ukrainians in their defense against the Russian invasion of their territory, and very successfully so. Had the Ukraine not had these technologies, they would in all likelihood have been overrun some time ago. So now we have a war of no end that's happening in the underbelly of Europe and East and Western Europe. The British, by saying we stand 100%, well, that they've been doing for some time anyway, and that's a response to one of Putin's propagandists making certain statements about using weapons of mass destruction on the United Kingdom. So what are the British going to say? That they're backing out? No, of course not. So they would issue such a statement. That makes perfect sense. The question is the rhetoric is exceptionally dangerous. I mean, you've got Russians propagandists saying that they would actually swamp Britain in a tsunami or using nuclear weapons. That talk becomes a very dangerous area because one could say, well, are they actually serious about this? It would seem not. I mean, mutual destruction, should Russia use a weapon of mass destruction on the United Kingdom, well, it would face a retaliatory response. So, but still, very, very, very highly charged environment, and one where the British and its NATO allies are not going to back out from supporting the Ukraine just yet. So this again, like so many other tensions and flashpoints in the world at the moment, is a story in the making. It's certainly not a story nearing conclusion by any stretch of the imagination.
Garth, we're quickly running out of time, but I do want us to talk about Russia summoning Japan's ambassador. And it's after Tokyo condemned President Putin's visit to the Kuril Islands. What is this dispute that has been taking place since 1945?
Well, yes. I mean, since 1945, I mean, in the closing days and hours of the Second World War, the Russians invaded Japanese territory and occupied it. And that was against the Alta Agreement that had already been reached. So, in breach there. 86 years later, the issue still continues. However, again, as mentioned, the flashpoint being Ukraine, the Japanese imposed sanctions on Russia shortly after the invasion of Ukraine. So there's already an underlying economic political issue going on. The motive behind the visit to those islands by Putin, well, who knows? The Japanese protests, as they would do, and now, of course, they're summoned on the red carpet to explain themselves. So this is really, again, another form of saber rattling, which very well points back to the Ukraine issue to start off with.
Dr. Garth Bennyworth, let me thank you for your time, Senior Lecturer at Saul Plaatje University. Think about that, 85 years worth of a conflict, right? One would think maybe with new generations coming up, there might be new approaches. Apparently not. It's 6:30, time for your latest headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, suspended Police Sergeant Fanning Kosi is expected back in the Pretoria North Regional Court this morning. He faces charges including theft, fraud and defeating the ends of justice. The state has combined his two criminal cases. The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, is expected to appear before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. He will face questions about his alleged role in the investigation of 7 senior crime intelligence officials, including the head Dumisani Khumalo. And police say 4 firearms, ammunition and various items of paraphernalia were found at the home of a man who was shot dead during a standoff with officers in Robertson in the Western Cape. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start in the southern parts of KZN with a reminder the R102 Mzunkhulu River Bridge at Port Shepstone now closed for bridge jacking works. Full closure until 5 p.m. Saturday. Will be disruptive around the top end of Port Shepstone this morning. Staying in KZN, fairly standard traffic patterns everywhere else. Pretoria this morning for you, Sefaka Makato, basically between the sort of Mamelodi area and Baviansport. Some very heavy traffic on that section. Looks like there may be an obstruction just west of the sort of junction from Mamelodi heading through to Baviansport. We'll keep an eye on that one for you. Solomon Mshlungu out of Mamelodi down towards the Bronkhorstspruit Road. Still no traffic lights, and that's very slow going. Joburg's N3 jamming between Cement Factory and Van Buren Road as you come up through the roadworks. Cape Town this morning, N1 inbound, slow to Sable Road, the N2 to Mowbray Main, and some backlogging out of Mitchell's Plain again this morning. It's slightly different. M7 under pressure up to Highlands Drive. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 6:33. Zakan, a very good morning to you. So today we're talking about the Springboks, and they've been boosted by the expected return of Siya Kolisi and Ox Nche. Does this mean they've passed their fitness tests? Have they been given the stamp of approval, the box stamp of approval?
Almost, Kathy. Almost. We're there. Tomorrow is a big day, we'll know. And I just want to say that I don't know, it's just amazing what a Siya Kolisi update can do for your mood. I mean, we don't even care about traffic or weather. We just want to know.
Tell us more, Zaikan.
Yes, let me tell you more. We've got good news, and that is the Springbok camp delivering on all fronts. Siya Kolisi, the powerhouse, together with Oxen Chair, are on course to return for Saturday's opening rugby's greatest rivalry test against the All Blacks at Ellis Park. Assistant coach Felix Jones says both players, they've come through training without any major concerns. They remain on track, pending one final session, and that's later this week. Now, the Boks have also analysed New Zealand's tour matches against the Stormers, Sharks and Bulls as they fine-tune their plans for what is going to be an exciting match. And Jones says 2 clear trends have emerged from the All Blacks' performances.
Probably the other big one for them was they were all actually quite happy. They created a lot of opportunity in terms of getting themselves into scoring positions, maybe 10 metres out. They found it, they were frustrated that they couldn't score with their maul. And it's tough when there's someone pulling you or trying to lift a leg or maybe just going off feet for a couple of seconds. So I think there was probably those 2 common themes of what they weren't too happy with.
More soccer we've got with the Premier Soccer League chairman, Dr. Ivan Khoza, has defended Mato Madlala's decade-long tenure as acting CEO, saying her deep understanding of South African football makes her the right person for the role. Khoza says Madlala's experience as chairperson of Lamontville Golden Arrows gives her first-hand insight into the challenges clubs face, while the league's governance structures ensure no single executive can make decisions without consultation. He believes continuity has been the key to the PSL stability over the past 30 years, arguing that protecting the institution is more important than bringing in outsiders who may not understand South African football. More football. Barcelona have completed the signing of Spanish midfielder Rodri from Manchester City in a deal worth around 1.4 billion rand. The 2024 Ballon d'Or winner returns to Spain on a 4-year contract after 7 hugely successful seasons at City. And the former Arsenal captain and France World Cup winner Patrick Vieira has been appointed head coach of Senegal. The 50-year-old replaces Papa Thiaw following the Teranga Lions' last 32 exit at the FIFA World Cup. Now born in Dakar before moving to France as a child, Vieira now returns to lead the country of his birth. And finally, Golf South Africa says years of hard work have finally been recognized after earning a nomination for Federation of the Year at this weekend's South African Sports Awards. The Federation will compete against Cricket South Africa and Tennis South Africa, with President Piet van Schalkwyk admitting golf goes in as an underdog.
It's unreal. You can't believe it. And it's actually very heartwarming to see that all the hard work that we've put in, at least it gets recognized by the sports and arts. So from COVID and everything, we've done exceptionally well and put a lot of hard work in. So Charles, it's very heartwarming to be nominated. Thank you very much.
And that's your sport for now. We'll keep an eye on the leaderboard here on the National Briefing. More at the top of the hour. I am Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
6:37, you're still tuned into the National Briefing. Let's get into our market update. In Ndauleng, good morning. So we're seeing some movements for Canada and the pending tariffs. Donald Trump has now announced a pause on those new tariffs, and it's signaling a deal.
Good morning, Kathy. Well, Ottawa can breathe a sigh of relief. Well, for now, this after, as you mentioned, President Donald Trump put a 3-day pause on new 50% tariffs on Canadian goods, saying the two countries have reached a deal, although Canada has yet to confirm it. The tariffs were due to take effect today and would have affected around $20 billion worth of Canadian imports, putting further pressure on businesses already dealing with high costs and uncertainty. Now, the pause follows weeks of tense negotiations between Washington and Ottawa, with tariffs on Canadian vehicles among the key sticking points. Now, Trump has given few details of the agreement, leaving questions over the pause, over whether the pause will lead to a lasting deal or simply another extension. Now, in other news, the global bond markets have steadied this morning after a sell-off yesterday, which pushed the cost of government borrowing in major economies to some of their highest levels in decades. Now, governments borrow money from investors by selling bonds, and when investors become more concerned about inflation, debt, or geopolitical risks, they demand higher returns for lending, and that makes it more expensive for governments to borrow and can push up borrowing costs across the economy, from businesses taking on debt to households paying mortgages. Now, the bond sell-off also weighed on equity markets. While the pressure has eased, investors remain concerned about the outlook for inflation and government finances. Turning to equity markets, U.S. stocks closed lower overnight, with sentiment really being hit by rising oil prices and renewed concerns around the war with Iran, as well as that sharp sell-off in global bond markets. Now, this saw oil climb back above $90 a barrel, raising fresh concerns about inflation and the outlook for interest rates. Asian markets, in the meantime, following Wall Street lower this morning, with tech shares among the biggest casualties. Here at home, the JSE also ended lower yesterday, with the all-share index down 1.1% as the global risk-off sentiment weighed on local shares. That filtering through to the rand this morning, which is slightly on the back foot at 16.25 to the dollar, 22 to the pound, and 18.82 to the euro. That's your market update this hour. I'll be back just after 7:30 with more market-moving developments.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
It's 6:41, a refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula. So it looks like President Hakainde Hichilema has secured a term, at least for another 5 years.
Refreshing morning, Katie, and Jumbo Africa to the listeners. Indeed, Katie, but remember yesterday I said we have entered that stage of electoral disputes. The opposition member and other members, they are in hiding, Katie. Rumors are that they are still around Lusaka, and they've already raised allegations of military involvement in these elections. Very sad, Katie, that we thought Zambia will sail smoothly without any issues. Here now, Mundubile, Brian, saying that the military involvement in the talent centers. Remember, Katie, this was a former minister in the then presidency of Edgar Lunga, the late. Now, what I picked up also, Katie, from yesterday, SADC they've also flagged that there were violence in 5 provinces. The European Union, they have also flagged, Katie, that there were some challenges in terms of the political activity. They raised the issue of the media freedom in the Zambian elections. We don't know, Katie, what will the SADC Troika and the new chairperson have to accept these outcomes. Like I said, we have entered the stage of electoral disputes in Zambia.
All right, let's move on then and take a look at the latest coming out of Tigray. We've got authorities there accusing the federal government of launching a drone strike near the capital.
That is quite true, Katie. This has been a long-standing war since 2022. Remember, on this show, we've been tracking and tracing the Tshwane Agreement of 2022, which tried to bring both the federal government of Ethiopia in Addis Ababa as well as the Tigray People's Liberation Movement, TPLF. There've been issues, Katie. Now, the latest is the information that says one person was killed in the capital city of Tigray, which is Mekelle, Katie, a very small town. But in this instance, the federal government has not commented in those allegations because he who alleges, Katie, must prove. And it seems TPLF has not bring that evidence to say that indeed that drone came from the federal government.
Yeah, and then also staying with one of our neighboring countries, Malawi, they're planning to ship 500 nurses to Israel. It's a move that has been rejected by some activists that say that it'll lead to a great exodus.
That is quite true, Casey. And also they are saying that that will also be a strain and will also be a stress to the Malawian health sector. And in this instance, the first president trying to say that actually we are following the World Health Organization Global Conduct of Practice when it comes to international recruitment of health personnel. Here, Casey, you are talking about 500 nurses that will be going to Tel Aviv in Israel. Very shocking, Katie, when their president is seek medical treatment in South Africa, but at the same time, there's a brain drain of your medical nurses that are going to Israel. And at the same time, like I said, Malawi is one of the countries that has serious challenges, whether poverty levels, unemployment, but even also the health sector is really limping. But here we see, Katie, brain drain, 500 health workers to Israel.
Yeah, Advocate Mantula, I see you couldn't resist there. You had to add that little sub note to the brief. Yeah, and then let's wrap it up with our historical archive. 19th of August, 1998.
Katie, it's almost 28 years when the TRC released the files that they were saying there was a plot to assassinate the then UN Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld from Sweden. This happened, Katie, from the files that came from the South African Institute of Maritime Research. But it seems there was no clarity about those files, Katie. You remember that UN Secretary General was killed when he was coming from Zambia in 1961. Let's hear the weaknesses, Kate, what I call the hits and misses of the TRC from the former chairperson, Ntate Bishop Tutu.
We should have had a process where, if on the one hand we were able to grant amnesty as we did, that we should on the other hand also have had the right to award reparation, not make recommendations as was the case there. And I would say that that was a major weakness. After we had handed in our report, it took several years. Some of the people had died before they got any of the reparation, and I think that was a weakness.
All right, we do apologize for the poor audio quality there, but much of it, of course, coming out of recordings taken within that period, Advocate. All right, it looks like we've lost Advocate Mandula on the line, but of course, those were part of the documents that were disclosed in the TRC meetings with the South African Institute of Maritime Research, that is SAIM, and it linked M15. This is the United Kingdom Security Services, the Special Operations Executive, and the CIA to Operation Celeste and the alleged mission to kill Hamas Jolt. So that's really the roundup there of our Africa in Focus.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Pretoria. First up, if you leave Mamelodi along the top route there, Sefaka Makato heading out to Bavianspoort, it's quite a queue of traffic just past the sort of Joy in the junction from Mamelodi as you head towards Pretoria. Solomon Mishlangu very slow, queuing up as you come out of Mamelodi Gardens down through Bronkhorstspruit Road all the way down towards the N4. That looks pretty heavy this morning. And Joburg, the Mike 1 Boysons through to Parkdowns heavy, and the crash on the N3 North at Modderfontein Road slowing things up. If you leave Durban, Shellcross, Klaarwater area, very heavy backlogging this morning. There's some really heavy traffic up to Newton Road, and then a stationary truck further up Hunstep and around the M7 highway to change. So all very busy getting through there. Wakesley Road heading north towards the M7 is slow. No traffic lights. M7 at the N2. That's likely to be a bit of a problem as we get through the morning. And busy out of Phoenix, top end and bottom ends of the Phoenix Highway out towards the R102 and Chris Hiney very slow going. Cape Town, no traffic lights confirmed. M7, Jake's Curvell Drive at Highlands Drive, so queuing up out of Mitchell's Plain. And the M1 looking busy this Wednesday as you sit between Belleville and the Sable Road exit to Century City. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
You're still tuned in. It's 6:48. It is the National Briefing, and we'll bring you this very important story. So today, Chidima Adesina will know her fate, and it relates to the matter that has been before the court in Cape Town. Home Affairs says her mother's papers were fraudulently obtained in the 90s, so the identity Adesina was born into is worth nothing, and that she's a prohibited person in South Africa. She, however, is arguing she was born in Johannesburg in 2001. She wasn't alive when any of it happened, and that she has no other home. A judgment was reserved on the 20th of July. Craig Smith is an immigration lawyer. Joins us this morning. Craig, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Firstly, let's just look at what the magistrate is deciding today and what she's not deciding.
Look, just as an aside, I mean, the papers we're talking about is effectively a South African citizenship. So this is not just an immigration status. This is effectively a citizenship status, which she obtained through her mother, who was purportedly a South African citizen, and that's where the fraud took place. What the court will decide today, and this is the Magistrates Court in Cape Town, is whether the magistrate's prepared to issue an order of deportation. What is very important to know is that the Magistrates Court has no power to issue a notice of deportation or an order of deportation. This emanates from the National Directorate of Public Prosecutions, who sent around a directive instructing magistrates to issue an order of deportation if a person's convicted of an immigration-related offence. So the magistrate is not empowered to make that order of deportation, and it will be most likely, in my view, the magistrate will feel obliged not to make the decision insofar as a deportation is concerned.
So then, what are we likely to see happen? Because I think the point that you're making is such an important one. The Western Cape High Court has ruled that magistrates cannot issue immigration detention warrants, and that sits with immigration officers. So, really, what is it that Home Affairs now would want to see happen in this matter? Does it solely then become about the validity of her ID and whether Home Affairs can legally revoke that ID?
What the matter really is about is about a provision in the Immigration Act dealing with the arrest, detention, and deportation of illegal foreigners. Now, remember, Ms. Adesina is technically an illegal foreigner because she's been declared a prohibited person, and that happened when they effectively revoked or deprived her of a South African citizenship, which, in my view, was correctly so. Remember, Ms. Adesina then entered on her South African passport, which should have been deprived and revoked, and that's when Home Affairs declared her to be a prohibited person, which disqualifies her from any status to be in South Africa. However, she managed to find her way back into South Africa, and Home Affairs found her and declared her a prohibited person, disqualifying her from any status. But remember, there's also a minor child of 3.5. So one has to be very careful and sensitive in immediately just arresting her and seeking to deport her. What hasn't happened is they haven't detained her, and that's probably the saving grace there, is because she's got a minor child.
The High Court matter is now being taken under review. This is the one that you've touched on that declared her a prohibited person. What happens if the magistrate rules one way today and the High Court, let's say 3 months down the line, rules another way? Is there, do you think, room for her to then ask for a stay of prosecution on any matter until that review is done?
Well, just remember the High Court's dealing with her citizenship, where she's challenging the decision to deprive her of South African citizenship. So there are two lanes. There's a citizenship matter happening before the High Court, and there's this issue of detention and deportation. Now, remember, that's the immigration matter. Now, a magistrate's court can only rule on the detention. They are an oversight mechanism purely to determine whether the detention was lawful or not, but they can't go further. What happens, though, is immigration are entitled to issue a notice of deportation. Then Ms. Adesina can appeal that internally. So she can, through her attorneys, can write to the minister and say why she disagrees that she should be deported. And if that's then refused, she can go to the High Court and challenge the deportation. As it stands, she is effectively a prohibited person under the Immigration Act. She is here testing the review or the decision of the minister on her citizenship. But as it stands, she has no right to actually be here. However, she has an internal appeal. Everyone has the right to administrative justice. She has the right to appeal that decision to effectively deport her. And if that's turned down by Home Affairs, which will be, that's for certain, she can then take that on review. So she can still find herself being here until such time as the matter, that potential deportation will effectively find its way into the High Court, because I don't believe the magistrate can issue an order of deportation. And even if the magistrate does issue an order of deportation, it will immediately be taken on review. And sadly, I think the magistrate or the state would lose that case, which is unfortunate.
All right. So whichever way you look at it, it seems like it's still quite a legal road for her to travel in ultimately. confirming what kind of status and presence she will enjoy in South Africa, if any. Craig Smith, thank you so much for coming on. He's an immigration lawyer, I think, explaining what is a rather complex matter. So the magistrate then in Cape Town today will make a decision on her deportation. Can she actually be deported under the prevailing circumstances?
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
All right, let's take a look at this story now. 2 days before 20 million South Africans stood in queues, there was a last meeting of the apartheid government, and it was on the 25th of April 1994. At that meeting, F.W. de Klerk and his Justice Minister, Kobi Coetzee, told colleagues that they had reached an understanding with former President Nelson Mandela, and that understanding was around indemnity from prosecution for politically motivated crimes. And it says that these were concluded in the interests of national reconciliation. Those minutes were declassified in February, and they've surfaced at the Kampembe Commission during the cross-examination of Reverend Frank Chikane. Bond Nyoka is an attorney and legal expert, joins us now. Mr. Nyoka, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Of course, there's been this long prevailing argument about deals done behind closed doors, that there's never really been full disclosure, full honesty about what was traded at the onset of this democracy. What do these latest minutes then reveal to us?
These latest developments mean one thing: they demonstrate the structural weakness of negotiating on behalf of a group and not getting a mandate. Or if you don't get a mandate, you must at least get a ratification for that. This is a clear example of that. Those that negotiated were negotiating without a mandate. They should have received a ratification. Now that we're going in national dialogue, we need all the skeletons to tumble out of the closet of human rights abuses or what was negotiated in CODESA or outside CODESA. Personally, I was involved in the DRC. I represented victims of human rights violations. This revelation is both shocking and depressing because it makes a mockery of the DRC process, which was meant to do two things: to reconcile the victims and the perpetrators by restoring justice and dignity to the victims, as well as affording an opportunity to the human rights violators in coming out openly, making a full disclosure of their actions, and showing, secondly, that they were politically orientated, not criminally orientated. In that way, the quest was for national unity and reconciliation, not to go the other way of a Nuremberg type of trials like Germany or revenge attack. The spirit underlying was unity. But on the other hand, there was a lot of things that happened in February 1990. Mandela and the exiles, etc., political parties were unbanned. Within 2 weeks, 2 months, there was the Grotesque minute to talk about talks, you know. So there was no time. Everything was rushed. However, within 3 years during the CODESA, why was this thing not tabled to all the other parties that were constituent groups in CODESA for 3 years, from 1990 to 1993? Why was not the case? Why was it only restricted to few individuals, the ANC or the National Party? Since the National Party is no more, the ANC must account for this. Did they know about the secret deal struck by Mandela and a few of them? So that we're transparent. Yeah.
To the extent that it happened just 48 hours before the elections, and we also know what the prevailing climate in the country was at the time, Mr. Nyoka. If we take it in its context, are we to believe that this was something that had been long on the agenda, or that in fact it became an ultimatum that had the potential of scuppering the entire democratic project?
I think that was the case. It was a cut up the sleeve of the National Party, because the ANC was also not clean. It had the Square Commission of 1992 and the Motsunyana Commission of 1994 that revealed abuse against activists, the MK combatants. The ANC, the National Party had spy agents within the ANC. The whole thing would have been blown up, the elections, by a revelation. So it was holding it back as a gun against the head of the ANC at the very last moments. It explains why it was done on the eve of elections. And Mandela had no choice but to agree to that. However, that was a parallel agreement that was not transparent, where the DRC process, which was a mockery, made the entire issue of national reconciliation a big illusion. I'm so disappointed. Thank you.
All right, Bond Nyoka, attorney and legal expert, as you heard there, he represented some of the victims in the TRC. It's 7 o'clock, time for your latest news update. Good morning, Anne.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Thanks, Kathy. In our top stories, suspended officer Fanny Nkosi returns to court and Fadil Adams to testify before Matlanga Commission. Good morning. Suspended Police Sergeant Fanny Nkosi is expected back in the Pretoria North Regional Court this morning. Nkosi was attached to the Organised Crime Unit, was suspended in March this year. He was arrested after an SAPS task team searched his home in Pretoria North. He's facing charges of theft, fraud and defeating the ends of justice. Spiwe Mkize reports.
Police say they found several firearms, police ammunition, cash and official police dockets at Nkosi's home. He faces several charges linked to these items, as well as a separate case in Limpopo, where he is accused of taking marijuana from police custody. At his previous court appearance, the two cases were formally brought together. Nkosi remains in custody after his bail application was denied, and the High Court later dismissed his appeal against the decision.
The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, is expected to appear before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. He will face questions about his alleged role in the investigation of 7 senior crime intelligence officials, including the head, Dumisani Khumalo. The commission is also expected to focus on the Section 27 affidavit submitted by Adams, which became the basis for the investigation into allegations of wrongdoing, including corruption in crime intelligence. Sibatle Mota reports.
Fadil Adams' testimony follows evidence from the investigating Directorate Against Corruption officials who have raised questions about how the investigation into crime intelligence officials was initiated and conducted. Adams, who was scheduled to testify last week, did not do so after submitting his sworn statement and supporting documents at the last minute. The delay prompted a rebuke from Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, who accused Adams of not taking the inquiry seriously.
Meanwhile, the National Prosecuting Authority says it hopes to conclude the formalities of officially withdrawing charges against the 7 crime intelligence officials this week. This follows the National Director of Public Prosecution, Andy Mutibi's decision to review and set aside the charges. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago.
The matter was already in the process of being withdrawn, as the NDPP had already instructed that the matters be withdrawn. It was just a matter of formalizing this issue by going to court and withdraw it officially in court, because the instruction that was given about 2-3 weeks ago, and then now the formalities are about to happen. But what is happening at the moment is that IDEC people are trying to get the lawyers of the affected people to agree to an earlier date, which is sometime this week.
Police say 4 firearms, ammunition and various items of paraphernalia were found at the home of a man who was shot dead during a standoff with officers in Robertson in the Western Cape. The South African Police Service says investigators also discovered a journal containing extremist views. The incident unfolded on a farm in the Boerland after the man allegedly opened fire at random on his neighbours. A police officer was wounded during the confrontation. Provincial Deputy Police Commissioner Bongani Makashalala.
I'm not going to get into the details of the channel because it has got a number of names. We don't want to scare people. Some of them are from Western Cape, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and I think there's one from Eastern Cape as well as in KZN. It is the thing that we are going to follow. We are going to engage counterintelligence, because if you read the channel, you can see that he believes in extremism. But we are going to follow that.
And finally, an Australian woman who killed 3 relatives has begun an appeal against a murder conviction. Erin Patterson had fed the relatives a meal laced with poisonous mushrooms. She was sentenced to life in prison. Patterson's lawyer says she did not receive a fair trial last year. The BBC's Cathy Watson has more.
7 grounds of appeal relate to pieces of evidence, for example, some cell phone evidence that link her to an area of woodland where she was accused of foraging for the death cap mushrooms. That evidence, say her team, was not relevant and it was a miscarriage of justice, as well as some messages between her and online friends were revealed during the trial, giving an insight into her feelings towards her in-laws and her estranged husband. They're also taking to task the fact that some evidence wasn't allowed in court, again relating to mushrooms, that would have shown her having an innocent and long-standing history of foraging for mushrooms. They say that should have been allowed in.
Recapping the top story, suspended police sergeant Fanning Kosi is expected back in the Pretoria North Regional Court this morning. He faces charges including theft, fraud and defeating the ends of justice. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
You wouldn't pay premium coffee prices for a regular cup of coffee, so why overpay to insure your older car? Outsurance Essential Car Insurance covers older cars for much less. 68-year-old John pays only 391 Rand a month. For his 2014 Chevrolet Sonic, gets claims paid in cash and chooses his own panel beater. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SFM sports headlines, rugby, we have the All Blacks and the Box gearing up for a bruising scrum battle come Saturday. And we also bring you news from Serena Williams and Venus Williams. They're back on court. The details around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg Entry northern depression this morning got queues from Elan through to Van Buren through the normal roadworks, and then a crash further up the other side of Galuli's up at Modderfontein Road, so the run passing Edenvale very slow this morning. Mike One Boyson's up to Oxford Road in the Parktown area. That's super bad early this Wednesday morning. And a reminder, if you're coming out of Pretoria's Mamelodi area on the top routes, Whakamakato towards Bavianspoort, there's an unusual backlog going on there. Durban Huntstepman Highway from Klaarwater all the way through towards the M7 is heavy today. Normally a queue at Wiltshire, but this morning extending queues beyond that up towards a stationary or jackknife truck on Huntstepman at the M7 on-ramp, and that's very slow. Wakesley Road coming up from Salia towards the M7, very busy conditions there this morning. And Cape Town Baden-Powell Drive running along the coast towards Muizenberg, slower than normal, quite a heavy backlog from Strandfontein. Crash on the R300 going north at Stock Road, slowing up through Mitchell's Plain, and locally no lights. M7 Highlands Drive causing delays that side of Mitchell's Plain as well. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 7:09. A very good morning to you. You're tuned into the National Briefing. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 a.m. Coming up in this hour at CPUT, the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, every student and every residence must be empty by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Campuses closed, a building burnt, and now sitting with students who say they don't have taxi fare to go home. They're worried about where they'll sleep tonight. We'll speak to the university and its students. And then inside the life of a gang, a former high-ranking leader tells us what draws young boys in and what does it take to get them out. It's as Parliament begins its Solutions Summit into gangsterism in the country. And then in the reality check, Terry Oakley-Smith continues unpacking the National Reconciliation Project. What do we need to do to get reconciliation right? As always, we'd love to hear from you. The numbers to dial in for our studio line 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. Rob has your traffic, Zai has your sport, and Daoleng your latest market update.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
It's 11 after 7 o'clock. You're tuned into the national briefing. So just this past weekend, 30 people were killed in the Western Cape. Young men shot dead in Westbury as well. And we keep describing this violence that we are seeing as a policing crisis. But gangs recruit through needs that we know police are unable to meet. They recruit through belonging, protection, income, status. Welcome Witboy is a South African human rights activist, inspirational speaker, and now the founder and director of Bright Spark Foundation SA. Welcome, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Good morning to the listeners and good morning to you too. Thank you for having me.
You've really been able to turn your life around. It's been a long way since you were leading a gang, and I want you to take us a little bit into the gang world today to help us understand this rise of violence that we are seeing and the penetration of gangs that we are seeing in our society. Firstly, when you see it, what do you make of it all?
You know, the sad part of this is that we've been talking about this since the beginning of time. You know, our boys are really not at the forefront of, engaging. They are not in a position where we sometimes think that our boys need help. So we spend so much time offering girls the support that they need. We advocate for women's rights. We advocate for allowing girls to be seen in society. But what we do is that we just put our boys in the back burner. And many of the boys grow up in households where there's no fathers. They don't have direction. They don't have that mentor, the person that can guide them, lead them. We also know that a high percentage of homes are single-headed households where only parents, like mothers, are raising children. So you can imagine that boy struggling with his own identity, struggling with who he is. And that is a fertile ground for gangs to recruit. Because here's a boy that does not know who he is. Here's a boy that's struggling with his own identity. And they come in and says, listen, let's give you identity. Let's show you who you are. Let us teach you what it is to be a man. And that is the first phase of how many boys get involved in gangs. Before it's about, money, before it's about taking care and all of that. But that first phase is just that emotional, need to a sense of belonging.
What is it about that sense of belonging that we have not come to fully understand or even appreciate as a society? And I like what you said, acknowledging the fact that in South Africa, the statistics bear this out, that we're living in households that are led by women. Mm-hmm. And perhaps often there's a lack of understanding that women might not have about what their boy children are actually going through.
And I can only speak for myself because that's my case. I mean, growing up in a household where I had a mum, but my father was completely unavailable. He used to go out early in the morning, go and work. I used to see him at 6 o'clock when he comes back from work, and by that time I have to sleep because the next day is school. So there was this disconnect between my father and myself. Even today, I don't play soccer because we've never had an opportunity to play ball. So I don't understand the logic between 11 men chasing a ball. So it's those basic things, and being made fun of and teased as a boy because there's something missing in you as a boy.
Let's talk about the recruitment. How does the recruitment happen, and what is it really that families, guardians, teachers, leaders in communities need to understand about that process?
It's if a parent or parents are completely involved in the children's life, then you will know your child's friends, you will know where your child goes to in the morning, you'll know where your child is in the afternoon. It's that type of engaging, and also I'm not saying be your child's friend, I'm saying have an understanding of your child's surrounding, because once you don't have an understanding of your child's surrounding, it is easy for your child to be recruited. I mean, we have situations where principals would choose to let kids stand outside the school grounds because they came late. But that is a breeding ground for recruitment, because gangsters know that if this child is not going to be allowed into the school because they came late, he's going to recruit them the minute the principal says, go back home and come back the next day. So parents are not at home. That child is alone at home. So it becomes an opportunity for them to headhunt. So it's always these things of show your availability as a parent, understand and know what's going on in your child's life, so that you can avoid your child saying, but mom, I'm also part of a gang.
What is the offer that is made to young people that makes joining gangs so viable for many young people in our country?
It's funny that you asked that question, because I'm thinking when we had the situation of Nandipa and Thabo Bester, and the world was just literally not even interested in the crimes that they've committed, but rather more interested in the outfits that they were wearing to court. Bester would come with Armani, would come with Versace, would come with Gucci, and the public would just say, wow, look at his shirt, look at this, and people were wowed by that. So young people are also easily impressionable. They are easily impressed by bling. They are easily impressed by nice things. And most gangs, you'll see most gang members drive around in flashy cars. They wear expensive clothes. And these are the hook, line, and sinkers that many of these gangsters use to say, look at me. I have everything. Education is not the answer. Being in a gang is the answer, because it's easy come. So these kids are hooked on easy come, things that they can reach easily, and they are not motivated to work hard at achieving what they want in life.
So what is it that we need to understand about values and how we inculcate values in young girls, in young boys from an early age, that even if it's that bling life that's on offer, one is actually able to turn it down and walk away? Because if I'm listening to you carefully, the first promise is not necessarily the threat of the violence or the crime that you're going to be committing. It's look at what you gain.
Yeah, and I think when you use the term values, that is something that's inculcated in every household. And I think if that is inculcated in a household, then it gives the child an opportunity to say, but my mom or my dad taught me, or my uncles or my sisters showed me that this is not the way. I'm not going to choose this thing. It's the same with school. If they are taught in school, if they are made aware of the dangers of joining gangs, consistently told that don't choose the easy path. But the example that I always make is if the traffic officer stops a father and the child is in the car, and the father gives the traffic officer 100 rand, that child sees that and thinks that because if my dad can pay to get away, so can I. And it starts with us as parents to show our kids that we don't always have to bribe our way out of situations. We need to take accountability and say, you know what, officer, I know I was speeding, I'm wrong.
The killings in our communities are becoming more senseless. And yet when you look at households, there's still ever so, trapped and burdened by unemployment, by poverty. So I don't know that the gang life is necessarily yielding the return economically for these young people. Why is it that in spite of that being the case, we are still seeing these escalating levels of violence connected to it?
You know, if you put people in a certain community for many, many years, you know, the Cape Flats, how homes in the Western Cape are structured. I mean, it's flats. People on top of each other, people next to each other. There's hardly any space to move. It brings a lot of frustration. And imagine there's no space to move in that community. And then at the same time, it's high unemployment. So now everybody's in each other's faces. So we get men sitting on corners drinking most of the time instead of going out and looking for work, because when they do, there's no jobs because they're not qualified enough. There's a whole lot of reasons as to why people can get involved in gangs. But one of the most important things that I always say, and what drew me to gangs, was the fact that it was that sense of belonging, being able to provide and take care of my family, and not being seen as a failure as a man. And that is what mostly happens. Is like some men will be told that if you can't provide for your family, you are a failure. And no man wants to walk around knowing and thinking and feeling like a failure.
What got you out, and what are the lessons that we can learn from your story to get others out of gangs?
What got me out was, like I said, sitting in a prison cell, realizing that I followed friends. I was naive, I was stupid, I didn't know who I was. And then joining the gang was one of my biggest mistakes that I could ever have made. But what I realized is that when I was sitting there, I thought to myself, if I were to be a father one day, what kind of father am I going to be? How am I going to, how am I going to motivate, inspire my own daughter, my own sons to be people of integrity if I myself takes, kills, destroys other people's lives? And it was at that moment that I decided I needed to make a different change. I needed to make a different decision. And that's when I decided to get out of the gangs.
As we conclude, most people who form part of gangs are afraid of leaving because often that decision it has cost others their lives. There seems to be a very high premium attached to that decision. How can we make it easy as a society for young people to leave gangs?
So as the director of Bright Spark Foundation SA, and us working with young people, mentoring them, helping them, we work with young boys and girls caught in gangs. And obviously we can't do that on our own. So we need the support of the community. We need the support of the parents. We need them to tell us and not to live in denial, because the biggest challenge that we have as an organization is when we come into a home and we want to help this boy, the mother or the father says, but my child is not involved, until they get that knock on the door to say that we are here to arrest your child, and they get shocked themselves. So it is working with SAPS. We've got amazing programs that we are rolling out, the Junior Commissioners Program that helps young people identify and also help them at a young age to fight crime. We've got programs like Sister Support Sister, Boys to Men, that even gives boys an opportunity to say, how do I rise beyond my circumstances to become a man of integrity that can work and operate and serve the community from a place of love? These are the programs that we have on offer as Bright Spark Foundation. And I think that's one of the things that we do is we really engage with communities and says that we need all of you to help us. It's not just an SAPS problem. It's a community problem. And we all need to fight this together.
Welcome, Witbooi. Let me thank you for your time. The current founder and director of Bright Spark Foundation South Africa. As you can hear, he made it out of the gangs. He used to lead a gang, and these are some of the insights that we can take from his story. But if we go back to why the intervention of the SANDF, the police, is not working, perhaps it starts with what he's saying, that this needs all of the community, from the very parents that live with young boys in their homes, to be part of the solution.
Smart business decisions save money. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's JC from Blonde Hair Studio.
I was with my previous insurer for many years before switching over to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm really happy with the premium I'm paying now, and switching was definitely one of the best decisions for my business.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Every nation leaves something behind. A song, a poem, a painting, a performance, a story. This is ours. Join us as we honor the creators shaping South Africa's future at the National Arts and Culture Awards 2026. Friday, 21 August, Sun City. Then watch the primetime broadcast on SABC 1, Saturday, 22 August at 8 p.m. NACA 2026. Celebrating our nation's creative excellence.
Electricity theft and network vandalism doesn't just damage power lines, they leave communities without electricity. Eskom remains committed to improving network reliability and a sustainable electricity future. Smart meters reduce energy losses, improves network performance, and helps to eradicate load reduction. Say yes to smart meters and help build a safe and reliable electricity network. Eskom, redefining for a better future.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
25 after 7. Let's take a look at this story now. A group, or rather students from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology marched to Parliament yesterday, where they handed over a memorandum of demands to a representative from the Higher Education Portfolio Committee. It forms part of ongoing student concerns regarding, among others, next year's financial recovery plan and issues with student accommodation. Lauren Kansley, a spokesperson for the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Lauren, good morning to you. You've issued an ultimatum to your students. You've told them they need to be off campus by 4 o'clock today. The students have responded. They say that's not happening. Why are you shutting down the institution?
Yeah, unfortunately, it is extraordinary times at this moment. And I can say that it is happening. Students have already been leaving since yesterday. So I think what the emergency evacuation has given, the general student body is the permission to leave. The situation within residences is currently untenable and unsafe, actually. So we announced the decision to shut campuses, including all residences, because the university is currently in its highest crisis alert level. And so we really need to avoid a potential loss of life, and hence this decision being taken.
What's happening in the residences that's made them so unsafe?
So I think that when people see the mobilization of students, you just assume it's a unanimous sort of cohort of students. But actually the removal of students, and particularly young women from residences, is incredibly violent. We had to rush one student to hospital. She was having an asthma attack because they use the fire extinguishers under the door to get you out of the room. Women are hiding in their cupboards. They're petrified. So in female-only residences, you'll have masked men roaming the residences, bashing on the doors, forcing you out. And even, young women in classes, we've had reports where, lecturers have had to stand up for the women in the classrooms because masked men will invade the classroom space. And we have, as you know, young women in South Africa are going through a lot. Many of them have been assaulted previously. This is enormously triggering for them.
Let's talk about this 2017 financial clearance requirement, because the dispute seems to be centering around it. What does it change for students who owe the university money? What is this dispute really about?
Yeah, so there's a lot of conversation and chatter around this financial recovery plan, which is really a red herring, because CPUT is one of 26 universities in South Africa. 24 of them charge a minimum initial payment. We are one of only 2 who doesn't. We always charged a minimum payment in the beginning of the year, which I think many of your listeners would be aware of. If you want to go and study further or so on, you'd pay a registration fee at the beginning of the year. And so we were investigating reintroducing this payment. And the key word here is investigating. We were only having a discussion about should we bring back this minimum initial payment, because we all know that the NSFAS grants come in quite late. And so we need to keep the doors of learning open, the lights on the residences up to the standard in which they are demanding in this list of demands that they're handing over to Parliament. So CPUT currently has a debt burden of 2.1 billion, and that's because students do not pay outstanding debt. So this is just one measure that we were investigating, and it was probably never actually going to even affect the majority of undergrad students, because it was only going to affect self-funded students. If you are NSFAS funded, that's paid anyways.
So why do you think the discussion has caused this reaction?
Because any indication that any amount that they'd have to pay is going to elicit this type of response. And I think that the response is absolutely out of sync with the conversation that was being had. We cannot have a situation. We had a female staff member in ICU for almost a week because a brick was thrown at her head. So we cannot have the untenable state of violence and the culture of violence on campus because we're simply having a conversation about reintroducing a minimum initial payment.
How much of the financial situation that the institution finds itself in is also as a result of the dysfunctionality that we've seen at the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS?
Look, most CPUT students are NSFAS funded. I think that a large portion of the dysfunctionality in terms of finances is that we also have to redirect money constantly to refix the same infrastructure. This week we had a building go up in flames in an arson attack that is home to the emergency medical care students. So those are the future paramedics of this country, and we know we desperately need them. The damage is low ball figure estimated at R1 million. We've needed to fix that building before, and we cannot go through, annually refixing buildings for the third and fourth time. Well, we're probably looking at close to R2 million in damage at the moment.
All right, we're going to leave it there for now. A little later in the hour, we'll be speaking then to the president of the SRC from CPUT. That there, however, is the spokesperson, Lauren Kansley, of the institution. Let me hand you over to Enmus on the news desk. It's 7:31.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, more than 50 illegal structures have been destroyed in a fire at a hijacked building in Germiston, Ekurhuleni. Suspended Police Sergeant Fanning Nkosi is expected back in the Pretoria North Regional Court this morning. He faces charges including theft, fraud and defeating the ends of justice. And the National Prosecuting Authority says it's treating matters involving crime intelligence and the suspended National Police Commissioner Fanny Masemola as urgent. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning update coming in from Pretoria. That backlog between Mamelodi and Baviansport on SAfmRadio is actually a crash. That's what's causing the delay. It's as you on-ramp from Mamelodi onto SAfmRadio and head towards Pretoria side. That's where the crash is. That's where the delay is. Carsfontein and Solomon Mashlangu all very busy again. Some faulty traffic lights and roadworks down that side of Pretoria. Joburg's M1 North, some queues out of Soweto this morning up to Gordon Road. Then Beyers Naudé to Rivonia quite slow. N3 under pressure from Germiston right through to about Modderfontein Road this morning. And if you're coming on or off the Ekurhuleni side, roadworks N17 both eastbound and westbound between sort of Wadeville and Boksburg. So slow conditions out there. Durban, the Hunstedman Highway leaving Shellcross and Clavite are very heavy on your way up into Pinetown this morning. Jackknife truck on the ramp to the M7, so motorists seem to be going through that. Staying on Hunstedman up to Underwood Staples and having to go up towards the M13. That's really slow going. Crash coming out of Durban on the N3 just before Spaghetti Junction. Junction starting to pile things up. M4 from Umhlanga heading down to Blue Lagoon. Very busy on the Ruth First this morning, as bad as it has been for a while. And then Cape Town, N1 with a crash before the N7 highway. That's slow coming through from Belleville. R300's under a bit of pressure up towards the Old Paarl Road exit. And a crash on the R300 eastbound at Mitchell's Plain Stock Road, causing delays heading away from the Mitchell's Plain area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning to you. 7:34. So the Springbok assistant coach Felix Jones is now also weighing in on the upcoming, what shall we call it? We need a nice fancy word.
Not the greatest rivalry, right?
New word, new phrase. Maybe some of our listeners can chip in here. Yeah. But the point is that he's talking about it too.
Yes, Kathy. The All Blacks have been studying the Boks. The Boks have been studying the All Blacks. And I think at this point, we really do need another name than the greatest rivalry. So let's find out what's really going down inside the Bok camp. They say they've identified 2 key areas they must get right if they are to beat New Zealand. Jones says South Africa, they've studied the All Blacks' victories, and that was over the Stormers, the Sharks and the Bulls, identifying the breakdown and driving Maul as the 2 major battlegrounds.
Probably the other big one for them was they were all actually quite happy. They created a lot of opportunity in terms of getting themselves into scoring positions, maybe 10 metres out. They found it, they were frustrated that they couldn't score with their maul. And it's tough when there's someone pulling you or trying to lift a leg or maybe just going off feet for a couple of seconds. So I think there was probably those 2 common themes of what they weren't too happy with.
More rugby. This time we have the Springbok scrum half. Grant Williams says family bragging rights are one of the things ahead of this series. And Williams revealing that several members of his family support the All Blacks but insists his focus remains on helping the Springboks if he's selected when Rassie Erasmus names his matchday squad come tomorrow.
If I get the honour to play on Saturday, it's always good for me to put the team first. I won't be focused on my position. Obviously, I'll study him, but if I get the opportunity, then my job is to make sure the team goes forward. I think if Kobus, Scrappies or Herschel get the opportunity, they'll do the same.
Let's go to other news in sport and the Proteas batter Tasman Britt saying she's turned the pain of South Africa's T20 World Cup semi-final exit into motivation. Britt's admitting she spent time analysing what she could have done differently, but says her focus is now on the upcoming Caribbean Premier League and the Proteas home series against India in December. And finally, Serena and Venus Williams says it simply felt right to be back on the doubles court together. The sisters reunited for the first time in 4 years at the Cincinnati Open, delighting a packed crowd. Despite a narrow defeat, Serena says the result mattered less than sharing the moment with her sister and the fans once again.
Yeah, I thought it was fun. I thought it was special. I thought it was good. We kicked off a little rust in the middle of the match and just, we're starting to feel it, and it was really fun. It was really cool to be able to do this again.
I think the approach is definitely the same, the process and the method, and I think that I take a lot of joy, and perhaps Serena too, in the process.
All right, Serena serving the final word on the National Briefing Sport. We'll have more at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
You're still tuned in to the National Briefing. Let's get the latest from the markets. It's 7:38 and Ndauleng, good morning to you. We're seeing business confidence rising. However, a recovery in South Africa still remaining fragile.
That's right, Kathy. This is according to the South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry's Morale Index, which improved last month, rising nearly 2 points to 125.4, helped by stronger vehicle sales, higher export volumes, and lower energy prices. The index is also almost 9 points higher than a year ago. But Saki says the outlook remains vulnerable, particularly to the ongoing war between the US and Iran, which continues to disrupt trade and push up transport and energy costs. Now, higher inflation and weaker precious metal prices are also weighing on sentiment. Other data points to a fragile recovery, with manufacturing still under pressure despite some improvement in new orders and business activity. In other news, the government is proposing a major overhaul of how electricity prices are set. The Ministry of Electricity is promising greater competition and more transparency in what consumers pay. Now, the proposed changes would allow households and businesses to buy power from alternative suppliers while preventing electricity distributors from simply passing the costs of unpaid bills and inefficiencies onto paying customers. The energy regulator would also have to publish a 10-year electricity price forecast, giving consumers and businesses more certainty over future costs. The government says the reforms are aimed at bringing down the high cost of electricity, although they do not guarantee an immediate reduction in household bills. Now, the proposals go out for public comment this Friday. In market action, it's a big day with investors looking ahead to two key data points. In the US, all eyes are on minutes from the Federal Reserve's July meeting for clues on the debate around inflation, growth, and the path for interest rates. Now, that comes as oil remains above $90 a barrel amid the ongoing US-Iran standoff, keeping those inflation fears alive. Asian markets are mostly lower this morning, while US futures are pointing to a weaker open, setting up a cautious start for the JSE at 9 a.m. Now, here at home, July inflation data is due at 10 a.m. with expectations for a slight easing, although economists see that as temporary. Now, ahead of that print, the rand is on the back foot at 16.25 to the dollar, 22 to the pound, and 18.82 to the euro. Now, as investors are watching for those prints, which really give us a sense of where inflation is heading, as well as the cost of living, agriculture sits right at the heart of that. And at 8:30 a.m., Kathy will unpack why transforming the agri-sector matters now more than ever, not just for farmers, but for the broader economy. That's coming up in the next hour.
Moving to a bigger office space can be expensive. Thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. Plus, I get My Business Assist, which helps me with marketing, legal, and admin services. Saving money while growing my business is a great win for me.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your monthly premiums. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Yo, listen, casual day, yo. One beat, one drum, hear the sound. Let the rhythm move around. Beat is one, rhythm matters. Sticker on, bring your beats. Friday, 4 September, hit the streets. Join the cause, it's casual day. .co.za, beat is one.
This is a SABC supported initiative.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
It's 7:43. You're tuned into the National Briefing, and it's time for our reality check now. Our contributor for this week, Terry Oakley-Smith, and she's going with the theme of the National Reconciliation Project. And she started us off earlier on this week, setting a foundation for the conversation. And really, we've been building, Terry, on that, what does reconciliation look like? It's a two-way project. It requires honesty, right, from all sides that are involved in it. But it also needs us to reach across the invisible lines, the invisible divides, to understand the other better. And this project of the Rainbow Nation, do we still believe in the Rainbow Nation? That's where you left things with us yesterday. Where do you pick it up from today?
You know, Kathy, I had so many messages, I don't know how people found me, about white privilege, that I wanted to say a couple of words about that, because I think it's so important in terms of understanding reconciliation. And then I want to go on and talk about the importance of honesty. Because I think most people, when they think about white privilege, think that it has to do with being rich, being well off. And certainly if you look at South Africa, no white people live in the dire poverty that so many African people do. So clearly that's true. But that's not actually white privilege. White privilege, it means that your skin color is not the reason for your difficulties. For example, if you want to go and rent a flat, Kathy, you and I both go to the same place to rent a flat. I'm more likely to get it than you because of my skin color. So white privilege is really the absence of inconvenience, just in terms of the way everything works in South Africa. The assumption that I will be better able to pay, the assumption that I'm more honest than you. That's what white privilege is. The education I have had, which you might not have had, where you live, the number of people you have to support. All of those are things that relate to white privilege. So you can be poor as a white person, which is probably unlikely, but you will still have the privilege that your skin color gives you, because you will not have the inconvenience that having black skin will always give you, no matter how rich you are. But I hope that helps those people who were asking me. But just to talk a bit about the courage to be honest, Kathy, because you said honesty is next, and honesty it's probably the most underrated ingredient in reconciliation because it's the most uncomfortable one. It's much easier to talk about the big things, unity, forgiveness, moving forward, than to actually sit down with somebody and give a very clear account of what happened and who did what to whom. But that is exactly what our Truth and Reconciliation Commission demanded. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission made this literal, in fact, because we didn't offer amnesty for the crime itself. So you may have murdered somebody, you may have tortured somebody, you may have stolen something from somebody, but you weren't offered amnesty for that. It was offered for full disclosure. So the perpetrators of apartheid-era violence, on both sides, remember, could avoid prosecution only if they told the complete truth about what they'd done, in public, under oath. And you may well remember seeing on television people sitting in halls, the Truth Commission officials sitting up on a stage, and people telling their stories. Later on, Archbishop Tutu, who, as you know, chaired the commission, wrote a book about this. And his book was called No Future Without Forgiveness. And I wonder if that's not what's still troubling us today. No future without forgiveness. But it's worth noticing, even in that title of that book, forgiveness is downstream of something else, because you can't forgive what hasn't been named. And that took such a lot of courage, Kathy. I remember seeing people weeping, old ladies absolutely overcome with grief. And it took courage too from perpetrators to have to admit on record to torturing people or killing people And those were things that they might have chosen to take to the grave and to never talk about. So it took great courage from the families to sit in a room and hear those confessions. Sometimes they were hearing for the very first time how their loved one had died, who had killed him or her, how he or she was tortured. And actually it took courage from all of us as a country to run this process publicly. I don't know if you remember, it was on television. So rather than deciding not to look at it too closely, we actually had it in our faces if we turned our TVs on. And I think that's what made our reconciliation, as far as it has gone, which is not far enough, actually better. But the honest complication, and I think this is what we're struggling with now. You know, there's a commission going on at the moment looking at why have no reparations been paid to the victims of apartheid and those mentioned in the Truth Commission. I think that truth without repentance is possible. So one got the impression very often that people did tell very clearly what they'd done, and you would hear a full account of a killing or a torturing. And still those people who were the family, the victims, the family usually, did not get any material redress for what was taken from them. So the courage to be honest, and it took a lot of courage, turned out to be necessary, but I don't believe it's sufficient on its own. Acknowledgement had to be followed by something else. Reparations, there was talk of a wealth tax, which never happened, a tax on whites, which never happened. Because if you think of my description of white privilege, we all benefited during apartheid. It wasn't about how rich we became. We benefited because of the color of our skin. So acknowledgement had to be followed by something else. And South Africa is still working out with the commission sitting what that something else looks like. And now we're 3 decades later. Now, when we think about this as individuals, everyday life is really not nearly as dramatic, but it can be just as demanding. To be honest about your own position in this national story. It's a different kind of courage. It's quiet, but it's still real. It might mean me, a white South African, being honest about what apartheid actually gave my family versus what perhaps I'd like to believe I earned through my sweat. It might mean being honest about a prejudice you still carry, despite wanting to think you don't. It might mean a family naming something that happened rather than just putting it aside for another generation. None of that requires a truth commission or even a camera. It just requires deciding that an accurate account of things matters more than a comfortable one, which exactly is what the Truth Commission was trying to do at a national scale. And it certainly gave us truth, but we're still waiting for the reconciliation.
Sure, Terry, thank you. Thank you so much for that contribution. An accurate account of things matters more than a comfortable one. And, listening to you, Terry, and your explanation of white privilege, it just invokes the conversation that is often had in this country, where you'll have many white people who'll say, but I never supported apartheid, so why must I today suffer the consequences, of what my forefathers did? And tearing that explanation, I think, really hits the nail on the head. It's that by virtue of the color of your skin, you were privileged. Can you acknowledge what that privilege meant then and even what it means today? Thank you for that contribution. We'll continue to have the conversation. The numbers to dial 086 000 2032. I'll be bringing in your calls 086 000 2032 on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Joburg. A new crash in on the N3 North at Modderfontein. Traffic all the way back to Germiston from Cement Factory all the way up through Edenvale. Behind that N12 and R24 routes heavily back into Galilee to get into that N3 North as well. N1 South, bit of pressure, a couple of breakdowns. One by New Road, another as you come down through Allendale. So 2 queues to work through there on the M1 going southbound. And the earlier crash on Sefaka Makato leaving Mamelodi out towards Babayansport area seems to be cleared up and that traffic moving again this morning. Now down in Durban, Hunt-Stepman Highway, for those coming out of Shallcross and Clavart area. Stationary jackknife truck around the M7 on-ramp. That's just forcing traffic to bypass that ramp, go up to the Underwood Stapleton and up through towards the M13. So from Shallcross to Pinetown, using that route, it's a heavy one this morning. Queuing both ways into Spaghetti Junction, north from the M7, south from Mageni Road, and the M4 between Blue Lagoon and Mshanga, quite slow both ways at the minute. Cape Town, crash N1 inbound, off-ramp to the N7 highway. That's all going to be congested. R300 has that crash going out of Mitchell's Plain at Stock Road, which has now been cleared. Good news, that is out of the way. And the R300 further up between Cales River and Brackenfell, under pressure up towards the Old Powell Road Bridge area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Here's the thing about insurance. You only find out how good it is when it's time to claim. With Outsurance, you've got that peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints. Isn't it time you switch to the insurer where you always get something out? Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
All right, let me get straight into your calls. Then I'm going to ask everybody, please, let's get straight to the point. In Boksburg, Mandla, good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Casey, and to your team. About the TRC, there are two things that always tend to, I think, interfere with the conversation, if you ask me. Firstly, the benefit of hindsight tends to detract from the noble intention behind decisions taken, including those of granting indemnity, amnesty to people that make full disclosures. For me, the conversation should always be prefaced on what the overall intention was. And if you use the person of President Mandela as an example, you'll see that whatever decisions he took leading up to the elections are no different and can therefore not be categorized as expediency, because even at a personal level, he made these choices of sacrificing desire for revenge, retribution, and all of these other things, just so that we give the nation a chance at rebuilding.
Okay.
What becomes the problem for me is that it's the failings of leadership to see through some of the ideals that the TRC process should have made us realize.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Mandla, thanks for calling in. Rayleigh, you're in Johannesburg. Good morning. Good morning, Rayleigh.
Good morning, Heidi.
Yes.
Good, Kathy. Let me go to the point. I want to start with the national security, the first before the true reconciliation. Reconciliation is very important for the one nation peace. But we have I'm thinking about South Africa, what can happen in future. We need to protect our land and the water territory from the external invasion. If the nation is divided internally, it is easy to be exposed for the external enemies. You know how many external enemies we got for South Africa. What I'm saying, our government must stiff up the security measure and they must have a sophisticated weapons of protecting the all the territory of the land and the water. Okay, because now, for example, they attack the nation with missile from the stars. They attack by jet. They attack by the drone. We are in a very 21st century sophisticated system. One thing bothering me in South Africa, now kept independent, where is the good training of the military in the sovereign state to get independent of the Cape Town to take away from South Africa? Our government must wake up and be vigilant and no security training, whether private or government land or any farm, without the consent of the national government.
Okay, really, we're going to leave it there with you. Billy Masha, you're in Skukune. Good morning.
Good morning, Ceci. I'm interested in what SAFmRadio has actually entered into with the March and March. It is for the benefit of South Africans in general and blacks in particular who live in rural areas. In terms of spatial planning and land use management, there is a provision for that because failure for the municipalities to provide services, there need to be an intervention. And therefore, the agreement between SAFmRadio and March and March is welcome because the people in the rural areas are left to fend for themselves with something called traditional councils, which have appointed people without any relevant skills or any expertise of leadership.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see, Billy Masha, what exactly comes out of this meeting and this committee that SAFmRadio and March have agreed now to build amongst themselves. It's 8 o'clock, time for the latest news update.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, Germiston hijacked building fire destroys illegal structures and suspended officer Faninkosi returns to court. Good morning. More than 50 illegal structures have been destroyed in a fire at a hijacked building in Germiston, Ekurhuleni. Emergency services personnel say residents who don't have electricity are reported to have been using alternative sources of energy for heating. One firefighter was slightly injured and taken to hospital. Suspended Police Sergeant Faninkosi is expected back in the Pretoria North Regional Court this morning. Nkosi, who was attached to the Organised Crime Unit, was suspended in March this year. He was arrested after an SAPS task team searched his home in Pretoria North. He's facing charges of theft, fraud and defeating the ends of justice. Spuem Kize reports.
Police say they found several firearms, police ammunition, cash and official police dockets at Nkosi's home. He faces several charges linked to these items, as well as a separate case in Limpopo, where he is accused of taking marijuana from police custody. At his previous court appearance, the two cases were formally brought together. Nkosi remains in custody after his bail application was denied, and the High Court later dismissed his appeal against the decision.
The National Prosecuting Authority says it's treating matters involving crime intelligence and the suspended National Police Commissioner, Fani Masemola, as urgent. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago spoke to the media on the sidelines of the authority's briefing of Parliament.
Those matters are many. We are reviewing, we indicated that we are going to look at all the cases as part of the reset of IDEC, and therefore we are talking more than 40 cases. But at the moment, the matters of crime intelligence are the ones that are being reviewed as we speak, including the one of the National Commissioner, Masemola. Those ones we are busy with as we speak, and then we will then look at all the others in the 6 months that we've set ourselves, the other remaining cases.
Former Statistician General Dr. Padi Leohotla says he believes the Eastern Cape has the potential to be an economic powerhouse. His statement comes as the Eastern Cape records South Africa's highest official unemployment rate. The recently released quarterly labour force survey revealed unemployment in the province increased to 75% from over 44%. Speaking at the Provincial Economic Stakeholder Session in Kukompo City yesterday, Padi explained the main causes of the high unemployment rate.
There are major constraints for Eastern Cape to create jobs. The first one is it's been a out-migration province that supported South Africa's growth all the time, from the mines, be it gold, be it diamonds, be it rail, be it in politics, be it in motor manufacturing inland. So most of the time it has exported its own people from the province outward. So it has not been able to retain any value in the Eastern Cape, so to say. When it comes to agriculture, they've also lost that opportunity to actually produce food for the people.
And finally, a California court has heard arguments in a case against technology giant Meta, with the company rejecting claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to make children addicted to social media. Meta's lawyers told the court that social media addiction does not exist, although they acknowledge that some young users have had negative experiences on the platforms. Nearly 30 U.S. states are seeking changes to Meta's platforms and financial penalties worth hundreds of billions of dollars. The trial could have major implications for the future regulation of social media. Jennifer Davenport is the Attorney General of the state of New Jersey.
A $1 trillion tech company like Meta is risking our kids' mental health and physical safety. Our data and our children's data are being fed into their addictive algorithms to help further increase their profits. And they've lied to us about the safety of their platforms, including how they exploit the vulnerabilities of young children and teens. Nothing is more important than our kids' well-being.
Recapping the top story, more than 50 illegal structures have been destroyed in a fire at a hijacked building in Germiston, Ekurhuleni. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Deciding to ignore the GPS may cost you a longer commute, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. With Outsurance, 37-year-old Lerato saves a mind-blowing 599 Rand a month on a 2026 Kia Sonet. Switch to Outsurance today. You could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer. Grant Kekana insisting Mamelodi Sundowns are still the team every club wants to beat as they head into action tonight. And in rugby, the Springbok captain Siya Kolisi and the powerhouse prop Ox and Chair are on course to return for Saturday's opening rugby's greatest rivalry test against the All Blacks. We'll have details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Coming in Pretoria, again heavy on Eskia and Pathlele Drive. There's a crash between Van der Hof and Marabastad, and that's causing a big delay on Eskia and Pathlele, backing you up on the mighty Mopani Highway to get in. Moot Street coming in past Putco, and Van der Hof coming down towards Eskia and Pathlele. It's all very heavy that side of Pretoria for city-bound traffic this morning. N4, the Emelafeni Highway between Watermeer Street and the N1. There's some queuing pressure there heading up into Pretoria as well. Crash on Joburg's N3 North at Modderfontein Road. Delay still from Germiston all the way out through Galulis and in through that Edenvale area. And a breakdown at Allendale means a delay again getting off the N1 and N3 routes through the Buccleuch to change for a turn into the Midrand area. Durban highways are busy today. The M2 going north, just queuing between Kwamashu and Gateway. The M4 from Slunga down to Blue Lagoon, heavier than normal. N2 jam-packed between McGinnis Road and Spaghetti Junction going south. And even the Southern Freeway queuing up through Umbilo towards Durban city centre and the Esplanade exit. Cape Town very heavy in the southern suburbs, particularly the main road, Claremont through to Newlands. Belmont Road heading towards the main road through Rondebosch, that's jam-packed. And if you're leaving Athlone, Klipfontein Road very heavy through Cybrand Park across in towards Mowbray. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 8:09. You're tuned in to the National Briefing. A very good morning to you and a warm welcome, especially if you've just stepped in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 a.m. Coming up in this moment, in this hour rather, and it really is one of those conversations I want us to lock in on, right? 1 in every 24 girls aged 15 to 19 in this country gave birth last year. 1 in every 24 girls aged 15 to 19 gave birth in this country. And of those statistics, only 1 in 3 of them ever goes back to school. The Commission for Gender Equality is describing it as a national scourge, and we'll speak to the Commission and a researcher who will help us unpack who is failing these children and what needs to be done. We'll then also end off the show here on Built in Mzansi with a humanoid robot made in South Africa. It hears you in isiZulu and answers you in isiZulu, and it also follows if you switch to Sepedi halfway through the sentence. So it's been embedded and encoded with the official languages in the country. We'll take a look at that to end off the show. Before that, as always, we'll make time for your calls, your voice notes. The number to dial for the studio line 086 000 2032, 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
There's been no electricity for a week because my neighbours overloaded the transformer with their illegal connection. My daughter can't study at night because my neighbour blew our transformer by bridging his meter. My neighbours have been buying electricity from illegal vendors and using it carelessly. We live amongst them and allow them to vandalise vital electricity infrastructure. We need to stop that. Report illegal connections to Eskom on 0800 112722 or the SAPS. Save your transformer. Save lives.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time to lace up for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30 August. The race covers the beautiful tour of the city, combining urban streets, scenic coastal roads, and stunning beachfront stretches with views of the Indian Ocean. Catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race, brought to you by SABC Sports.
The National Briefing on SAFM.
It's 8:12. Let's get into our briefing focus today, looking at child and adolescent pregnancy. So, according to the National Department of Health 2024-25 statistics on child and adolescent pregnancy, 1 in every 24 girls aged 15 to 19 gave birth in the financial year. And behind that, of course, are children, emphasis on children whose education, health, safety, and futures have been fundamentally altered by giving birth to children. The Commission for Gender Equality has been holding a national imbizo and is also putting the spotlight on the problem. The Commission pointing to a much wider web of poverty, gender inequality, harmful gender norms, and coercive relationships that are leading and contributing to this problem. Dr. Nonzuzo Mpogazi is a postdoctoral research fellow at the Center for Research in Health Systems at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Joins me this morning. Dr. Nonzuzo, good morning.
Morning, Kaz. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well, thank you. Sahimam Samai is a commissioner at the Commission for Gender Equality. Sahimam, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to the listeners, and once again also to the doctor. It's nice to be on a platform again.
All right, I'm going to ask that we try and call you back. The connection to you is not great, but in the meantime, I'll start with Dr. Nonzuzo. Looking at these figures, it is clear that we are dealing with what I would say is a national crisis. Anybody aged between 15 and 19 is a child themselves. How is it that we have so many of our country's children giving birth to children?
It is a national crisis, and the response has to be of treating it as a crisis. So with the research that I have conducted in urban KwaZulu-Natal, in a township in KwaZulu-Natal, and a rural area in the Eastern Cape, the voices that I am hearing the students share, sharing their lived experiences, is that they know that some of the decisions that they are making are not what they would ideally like to aspire towards, but there needs to be a conversation, there needs to be engagement. The family, for example, in this kind of crisis cannot be a space where children are not safe enough, children, adolescents are not safe enough to share their feelings and what they are going through. When we look at school, the school has done an enormous amount of work in terms of having subjects such as life orientation, comprehensive sexual education, which tries to equip adolescents with the skill set to be able to maneuver and navigate their lived experiences in terms of sexual reproductive health. And this just needs to come to the front. So what we were presenting on the individual was creating a care society. And the main point that I'm trying to make is that care is a national responsibility. We all need to respond to this crisis. It cannot be seen as something that only happens in the private space. It's about moral boundaries. It's about ethics. Because, as you said, how is it that children are having children? We need to look at the fact that we have statutory rape in South Africa, so there's clearly attention that is needed, legal attention that is needed to deal with perpetrators who are violating children and taking advantage of vulnerable children. So with this national crisis, we need to realize that we all need to step in as stakeholders. There's the concept of care receivers and care givers. In this crisis, all of us as stakeholders are the caregivers, and the people who are the care receivers are the children, the adolescents who are the most vulnerable in society. And we need to respond to this call. The numbers are telling us that, adolescents are at a dire place in terms of their sexual reproductive health, and the research that is being conducted is giving voices to the adolescents and what they are feeling, where they stand, and we need to have an ear, we need to listen in order to be able to respond.
Nonzuzo, you've covered quite a wide range of matters, and I want to come to the element of criminality and abuse, right? Because that is often where the debate seems to land for many people. You've got some that have a view that says, young people are reckless, they're careless in our generation, etc., etc. And therefore, a lot more needs to be done to get these young people to behave better, right? So it's because they are rebellious, whatever the case might be. And then there's the aspect that you're bringing, which speaks to criminality at its core, but it's about the coercion, it's about the abuse and unequal power that often where young people often find themselves in a position where they're really not in control of what is happening to them. In your research, does it give us a better understanding of how much either of these factors is driving the high rate of pregnancies among teenagers?
Thank you for that question, because what adolescents are saying is that we have to acknowledge the high statistics of unemployment in South Africa and the vastness of low-income areas in South Africa, and the fact that many adolescents are existing in precarious circumstances trying to survive. So I'll use an example of an adolescent who I spoke to in the Eastern Cape, who shared that in a relationship with a man who's 15 years older than me, she was 14, and it's a way of surviving. It's the only way that I can ensure that me and my siblings, because this was a child-headed household, and then she was sharing that this is how me and my siblings can ensure that we have a meal to eat at night and wake up the next day and be able to reproduce ourselves, to go to school and get on with our lives. So it's a way of survival. And it's unfortunate that there are adults who take advantage of this, who prey on vulnerable young girls. So I think that saying that adolescents in this day and age are reckless, they don't listen, they misbehave, is not sufficient. There's a structural, systemic injustice, systemic inequality which exists in South Africa. We have a history of colonization, apartheid, and all of this factors into the lived realities of certain people in South Africa, and that is something that we can't ignore. And it applies to adolescent pregnancy as well. Pointing it to solely their behavior and them not listening is just not sufficient. It's a bigger problem. And we also need to question, why is it that we have adults who think that it is okay to be in a sexual relationship with an adolescent, with a child? So this conversation has to come to the forefront. It has to be treated as a crisis, and we all need to act as stakeholders, as families, as government, as researchers, and we all need to raise the flag in terms of this increasing number of teenage pregnancies in South Africa.
All right, we're going to continue with this conversation shortly. I'm joined by Dr. Nonzuzo Mbokazi and Commissioner SAfmRadio Samai. Will continue shortly.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfM Radio.
It's 23 after 8 o'clock. We are continuing our focus this morning on child and adolescent pregnancy. Let me bring in Commissioner at the Commission for Gender Equality, Siham Samai. Siham, good morning again.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me properly.
Yes, the line is much better. One of the things that you've said is that as a society, we must shift our framework from asking what is wrong with her when we see a young person who is pregnant to really then asking what failed her. And Dr. Nonzuzo has really explained how teen and adolescent pregnancy is really sitting at the nexus of the failures in our society. And there's no denying that, is there?
Yes. Thank you for that. I'm going to also speak to what the learned doctor has spoken about. There's a distinction that I think is extremely important in the conversation, which also came out in the dialogue. We have to be careful about language of reckless young people, reckless young women. Young people do make choices. Young people have sexuality, and there are circumstances where adolescents engage in consensual sexual relations. And this is the distinction. But that is not the whole teenage pregnancy story, and we all know that. We must use a narrative. We shouldn't use a narrative about young people being reckless and then obscure criminality, with that particular conduct. We need to be able to speak to that which is around the issue of non-consent. We need to be able to look at the issue of consent, and we need to be able to look at was there coercion, was there exploitation, was there significant age, which is what the learned doctor has spoken about. So the Commission is not saying that every adolescent pregnancy is a criminal matter. We are saying that we have to distinguish between consensual sexual activity and pregnancy arising from coercion, exploitation, abuse, as well as unlawful sexual relations. And where there is criminality, we must call out on it, and we must ensure that the perpetrators are held accountable.
Commissioner Siham, sorry to come in there, just on that point. With previous data points, it's been very difficult to distinguish, right, which of the two factors could well be driving the pregnancy rate, whether it's consensual sex amongst teens or, with other people, or whether we're looking at the latter, right, where really we're talking about criminal activity. The Department of Basic Education, of course, then also, brought in the legislation to compel teachers who were, aware of these matters, including of pregnancies, to report it to them. And I don't know to what extent that has made a difference as yet, and the adoption rate. But would you say that we have data points now that are able to help us speak more confidently about the nature of the problem we need to be addressing, whether it's a criminality issue or whether we're looking at something else?
Yes. I think that was critical. It's very important. If we looked at the data, there are now, for example, a bit of disaggregated data, in particularly around those under 14, 10 to 14, as well as 15 to 18, because it's very particular, and it also draws, issues of either criminality, etc., etc. But there are case law that deals with all of that. I think what was critical in this dialogue was that the issue that we are talking about here is about coerced. It is about non-consensual. And we need to be able to identify that. It was also acknowledged that consent is what they call intersectional. It's with a girl from the rural areas and those from the urban areas might fundamentally, experience, the teenage pregnancy differently. because of the lack of education, because of access, etc. And those type of intersectional challenges we must take into account when we look at gendered form of responses. That was very, very clear in this particular dialogue. And how, when we looked at the numbers, even though the numbers were coming down, the problem was that the numbers remained, it was too high. Because the teenage, it's not teenage pregnancy, it is rape. It's statutory rape for under 14-year-olds who has any form of sex with a person which is more than 2 years, for example, that particular child's age. So it was very clear, and also that we must have a coordinated approach. The problem of teen pregnancies is not just a health problem or a justice problem or a family problem. It is a societal problem, and we need to be able to look at it from that perspective.
Dr. Nonzuzo, what is the elephant in the room here? What are we not talking about as a society on this particular matter?
I think that what we're not talking about as a society are cultural norms. I'd like to draw on that because I think that culture has a strong impact or influence in terms of this relationship with sexual reproductive health that adolescents seem to have. So we need to look, for example, in the context of KZN, and I will draw from this context because this is where I've done a lot of work, and there's a concept of uthwala and ukukhethwa, and just to quickly explain these, with ukuthwala, it means to loosely carry, but it's basically marriage by abduction, forced marriage by abduction, which some adolescents have found themselves in KwaZulu-Natal and Zwelithini, which is outside of Pinetown. And adolescents in this context have spoke about how it was a traumatic experience for her, and it also led to her dropping out of school because she shortly fell pregnant and then had to take on the responsibilities of being a mother, of being a forced bride or wife. So I think that we need to rope in cultural customs, cultural norms and values, and we sometimes don't hold to account in terms of what is legal and what is not legal. So traditional leaders need to come to the forefront of this conversation.
Dr. Nonzuzo Mbokazi, we're going to have to leave it there. Siham Samai with the Commission for Gender Equality. This is really a conversation that should make all of us think, what are we going to be doing differently? Because surely we owe these young people a better present and certainly a better future. It's just after 8:30. Here are your latest headlines.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, police say they've arrested a high-profile suspect in connection with a recent shooting in Westbury in Johannesburg. 4 people were killed after unknown suspects fired inside a flat on Saturday. Public Protector Advocate Koleka Kaleka has raised concern about challenges NSFAS-funded students are facing. She says the challenges include differences in allowance amounts between institutions. And more than 50 illegal structures have been destroyed in a fire at a hijacked building in Germiston, Ekurhuleni. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, Midrand first up, still very busy through Buccleuch interchange. An earlier breakdown at Allendale's be clear, but it's just left a backlog N3 North and N1 North heading up into Buccleuch for connections to the N1 to get through to Midrand. Another crash this morning, N3 North at Modderfontein. I think it's about the third collision that we've had there, so slow getting up through Galulis into Edenvale, and still a lot of pressure through Crown interchange, N1 North, M2 West into the interchange, very slow. If you're leaving Durban's Mhlanga area this morning on the M4, that's still reasonably busy to Virginia Airport. Crash on the N2 south after Umhlanga. That's causing a delay coming down towards the Komashu Highway exit. And there's just been quite a big crash scene on Cape Town's N2 at Muway. It's on the outbound side, but there's an inbound backlog as well. So in front of Khayelitsha, traffic currently standing still. N1 into town, Plattekloof Hill to the city centre is busy. And the N7 Goodwood through Bosmansdam Road, still very slow go as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
You're still tuned into the national briefing. It's 8:33. So, Zai, we have Grant Kekana. He's insisting that Mamelodi Sundowns are still the team every club wants to beat.
That's right, Kathy. They may not have the trophy in the cabinet when it comes to this season, but they're clearly keeping the confidence and they're polishing it. You can feel it. They are definitely looking forward to a match tonight. They'll take on Maruma Gallants, and Grant Khan already saying, you know what, we want to have this in the bag. They may have surrendered to Orlando Pirates last season, but he insists that everything still revolves around Sundowns and says the club wants to make a statement when they host Maruma Gallants at Loftus Versfeld tonight. Kickoff at 7:30 p.m. Let's go to SAFA Vice President Linda Zwane says those serving as deputy presidents must understand their responsibilities and resist allowing personal ambition to overshadow the role. Zwane, who has backed Danny Jordan for another term as SAFA president, says a vice president's job is to support the vision of the president, not compete with it.
My task was, you must oversee national teams, you must oversee technical, you must oversee competition, you must oversee schools. I was doing that. I have never come to a point where I will want to contest the president at any given stage. So the essence of everything for any leader and for any person who's going to become a VP must understand that you are given a responsibility to be a vice president. Stay in your lane, work, that's it.
On to rugby, the Springbok captain Siya Kolisi and powerhouse prop Oxen Chair are on course to return for Saturday as opening rugby's greatest rivalry test against the All Blacks at Ellis Park. Assistant coach Felix Jones says both players have come through training without any major concerns. They remain on track pending one final session later this week. Now, their return will be a massive boost for the world champions, with Kolisi's leadership and in Chair's dominance at scrum time expected to play a key role. Now, despite reports that Saturday's opening Springboks All Blacks test at Ellis Park is sold out, tickets are once again available, priced between 850 Rand and 4,000 Rand. Now, the high ticket prices have been a recurring talking point throughout the tour. The Stormers' clash with the All Blacks in Cape Town drew over 40,000 spectators, while the Sharks attracted fewer than 15,000 fans in Durban. The Bulls' meeting at Loftus was watched by just over 30,000 fans. The second test in Cape Town is sold out, but tickets still available for the final South African test at FNB Stadium at 5th of September, with prices ranging for up to 4,000 rands. And finally, tennis. The world number one Aryna Sabalenka proving why she's the top female tennis player in the world. She hammered China's Wang Jinyu 6-1, 6-3 to reach the tournament fourth round of the Cincinnati Masters. Sabalenka says focus was key in her serve.
I think the key today was that I was just really focusing point by point. Maybe, of course, when you win games on your serve a bit easier than usual, gives you a bit more confidence to go after your shots on the return games. And then it just feels so good, and then you're able to focus on each point and play free and enjoy it. But I think the real key was that I was really focused in at each point.
All right, we're going to hand the racket to John Gericke, serving up more sport at around 12:30. For the national briefing, I'm Zai Khan.
Do you ever call you like to sell? But don't trust your uncle or your pal. Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
Mzansi, every win matters. Airtime and data to stay connected. 10,000 Rand to help with essentials, or even 100,000 Rand that could change the whole family story. Watch Skim Sam at 7:30 p.m. A new time slot for Uzalo at 8 p.m. and Generations The Legacy at 8:30 p.m. every weekday. Most importantly, spot the daily show code on screen. WhatsApp it to 076 288 7863 for your chance to win. It's 90 days of winning and 90 minutes of drama on SABC1. T's and C's apply. Visit sabc1.co.za.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
All right, it's 8:38 and this interview is proudly brought to you by F&B Business. It's our F&B Business interview for Wednesday. Today we're looking at why transformation in agriculture matters now more than ever. And it's as South Africa continues to commemorate Women's Month, there is a growing recognition that meaningful transformation in agriculture is essential to the sector's long-term sustainability, competitiveness and contribution to economic growth. It does, however, remain a critical driver of food security, employment and rural development. But many women face barriers in accessing finance, markets, technology, land and skills and development. Zanele Mabelane is Product Portfolio Head for F&B Commercial Agriculture. Joins us this morning. Zanele, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to your listeners, and thank you for having me on.
Zanele, would you say that there's been progress in as far as advancing women's participation in agriculture? And I mean here specifically creating pathways that not only enable women to participate in, but to own, lead and scale their own agricultural businesses.
Yes, absolutely. We've seen meaningful progress over the past decade, wherein policies and programs have been introduced to improve gender and racial equality amongst farmers. Plus, we've seen a lot of women participate in the agricultural value chain. However, women still remain underrepresented in commercial farming. According to Stats SA, of the approximate 40,000 commercial units in South Africa, only 20% are owned by women. So this is despite South Africa's population being majority female. What we find is a larger representation of females in the subsistence to small-scale farming, as well as informal settings. But it's encouraging to see different players in the sector work together to remove these barriers that exist in graduating female farmers. So now the focus is moving just beyond inclusion to ensuring women can scale their business, compete effectively, and participate fully in commercial agriculture.
Let's take a look at what some of these barriers for women are, especially when it comes then to scaling their business.
So some of the barriers and the main barriers that we find in the sector is actually formal market access and access to finance. And the reason is with formal markets, businesses are required to deliver the right quality and the right quantity consistently. So these are requirements that are really difficult for small-scale farmers to meet due to maybe their farming practices are not on par. And challenges with this market access influence also or affect access to finance as well, because farmers need to evidence historical performance and that the business itself is sustainable in order to access that funding. But we've seen a lot of innovation that's coming through in the system to try and address this gap. And one of the things that has been quite effective is just the business and the technical support that they provide to these businesses to ensure that they can just address those fundamental or foundational challenges so that they can grow and be able to give commercial finance institutions as well as formal markets what is required. Commodity organizations and other players have also played quite a meaningful role in ensuring that this gap is also closed.
Zanele, sometimes it can be somewhat of a catch-22 for agripreneurs. On the one hand, they're expected to scale, as you're saying, and be able to meet demands of the market at a particular level. And yet, in order to do that, they need capital. But then the capital providers will say, well, where's your takeoff agreement? Show us your markets before we can put any more money into your business. What role do banks such as FNB actually play then in enabling transformation in the sector and addressing these everyday realities that not only agripreneurs but entrepreneurs are facing?
Yeah, so banks play quite a critical role because they provide that access to financial, to finance, as you've said. And what we find is that those barriers also exist and prevent us then from providing that finance. So what we do to help unlock some of those barriers and finding opportunities is we foster strategic partnerships with government, commodity organizations, and industry at large to create an ecosystem of support just to improve some of the fundamentals of each and every business so they can help them with financial support in terms of putting together their financial statements, looking at the technical part of farming and the likes. And this assists us in creating a holistic support in order for the financial institution to then be able to provide that necessary finance.
Lastly, Zanele, let's talk about the partnerships or even programs that you've implemented to support women in agriculture as FNB.
So one example of a successful partnership we've had is with the Citrus Growers Association as well as the Jobs Fund. And the success of this partnership was because it provided pathways and support to increase the profitability of the business, support balance sheet growth, as well as some collateral support and also some networking amongst the farmers. So that was quite successful. And we're trying to use that basis to create more partnerships and value propositions for our farmers. Currently within FNB, we've got a benefit for our existing client base where it's majority female owned or majority female led business. So we're able to provide some sort of pricing benefit on any new agricultural term loan. Of course, this comes with a certain criteria which the farmers have to meet. And we are looking to augment this with support from our partners, particularly commodity organizations, so that we can create that holistic support. But in essence, it's not just about farming for us. It's about building a profitable and sustainable business.
Zanele Mabelani, we're going to leave it there. Product portfolio head for FNB Commercial Agriculture. And this interview has been proudly brought to you by FNB Business.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, let me bring in your calls now. I'm going to head off to Durban. Is it Remy? Remy Govender, good morning.
Hi, Kathy. Good morning. Yes, it's Remy. Thanks for taking my call, Kathy. It was a very interesting discussion earlier on around apartheid and the learnings from that in your interview with the lady. I didn't catch her name.
Terry Oakley Smith.
Yeah, Terry. Okay, well done, Terry. Very transparent and very vulnerable discussions that she is presenting with you. But what I was really taken aback by your quote in your closing remarks about an accurate account of the truth is worth more than ... And I missed the last portion. And I feel that quotation is so apt in today's day-to-day living. And I was wondering whether you can re-quote that so I can capture them.
Absolutely, Remy. And I took it from Terry and the contribution that she made today. She said, an accurate account matters more than a comfortable one. And how true is that, right, for our society in so many ways? An accurate account matters more than a comfortable account. All right, Remy, I hope I've sorted you out on that one. Keith, you're in the Free State. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to SAFM listeners.
Kathy, I just want to comment on small-scale farmers and where we are. I've been a small-scale farmer, and I've been able to grow into a commercial farmer, and should I say, a proudly black farmer.
Congratulations, Keith. That's not an easy feat. Well done to you.
Absolutely. But Kathy, I've been through all the teething problems of, and what we say to government is, we're not talking about small scale. Generally, is usually unprofitable and unsustainable. So what we need to do is, we need to talk about sustainable businesses. And those small scale can be profitable if you are doing the right commodity on that piece of land. Because we as black farmers depend on three things. We depend on land from land reform, we depend on support from institutions like the banks and so on, as well as Department of Agriculture, and then we're also dependent on water from DWS. So at the end of the day, without these three components, we cannot, as black farmers, go into commercial sector. So as commercial farmers. So my contribution is that targeted support to black farmers in every area, holistic support that will bring them to a point of commercialization. Thanks, Kathy. That's my contribution.
Thank you for that, Keith, out in the Free State. And it's very difficult, right, for many farmers to do what Keith has done, which is reach commercial status. But there's so much else that goes into the conversation, as Zanele explained to us a little earlier.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Wow, Kate, it's for the first time I hear a white person acknowledging things that happen to a black person. But yeah, please tell her that I really acknowledge her honesty, everything that she said. At least probably it will make us feel better as the black people, that there is someone there who knows that things that happened long time ago, they were wrong. There's someone there, white person, who knows that wherever we stay, as now in the squatter camps, in the what, where we stay as black people, the way we are staying packed like fishes in the fridge or whatever, it's not because we wanted. It is because of the privilege that they had as the white people. Sharp.
Morning, this is Kathy. Morning, SAFM listeners. I just want to respond and affirm what your speaker was saying there about whiteness and white privilege. I know as a white South African man that I have the privilege just through my skin of not having to actually engage with my race unless I choose to. And for a lot of people of color, South Africans of various colors, it's not a choice. Their skin color still very much dictates their daily lived experience of the country. Whereas as a white person, I can avoid it if I choose. If it makes me uncomfortable, I can ignore it. And that's definitely part of the privilege that I carry. This is Ewok, Durban.
Hi, Telani Gumere here. How are you, Kathy? Oh, man, what a breath of fresh air from your contributor there, Terry. About identifying white privilege as such a very bizarre thing in our country. So it's very appreciative, more especially, I think perhaps she's right. And then it just astonished you how as black people will throw ourselves to AfriForum and all of that and seeking for solution in that way. So it's very interesting. Thank you so much, Kathy.
All right, those are just some of the voice notes you've been sending through. Mulite, you'll be her final caller this morning. You're in Tlokweni. Good morning.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. Thanks for taking my call. Kathy, mine is a service delivery issue that that concerns a structure, this Apollo structure. It's been standing there for 14 years now. It's not being activated. We've been speaking to the councillor, Ward 21 in Pomolon section, to activate the Apollo light. To date, we simply are speaking to a brick wall. Nothing gets done. We really would like to see some changes in relation to that.
Okay, Mulite, here's what we'll do. I'm going to put you through to our producers, because this sounds like the kind of story that we could also take a look at in our Municipal Watch feature out in Cloakwane. So we'll pause it there for now, and you can give them more details of what else is happening in the community. Certainly, the ward councillor is supposed to be a lot more responsive than what you have been receiving. All right, let's take your latest or your final traffic update on the national briefing.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We started Pretoria with an update on the N4. The crash is actually on Pretoria Street at N Street, but it's effectively the N4. So if you're driving into Pretoria, approaching Hatfield, big queues this morning on that N4 from as far back as Watermeyer Street. Breakdown, M1 South between Olifants and New Road, so that's slowly coming from SAmRadio. Big crash on the N14, Pretoria bound, approaching the Diepslit area. You may well be taken off the highway, the 114, and then sort of coming back on at the 115, at the 511. So just there's a queue on the highway and a queue on that off-ramp section as well. A lot of pressure into Buccleuch this morning. N3 up from Alex, M1 from Fourways. Those highways busy into Buccleuch and then all the way up towards Allendale. There's also a crash between Bayers Nordia and Malabongwe on the N1 North, and the Mike 1 still solid from Boysons all the way through towards Parktown, Oxford Road side. This morning, over in Durban, a couple of crash scenes. One on the N2 South after Inunda Road, one on the N2 North after Spaghetti Junction. So queues both ways, north and southbound on that section of the N2 highway. And then Cape Town, Khayelitsha is heavy at the moment, standing traffic on the N2 inbound and outbound approaching Meway, and that's due to a crash involving a small truck that has overturned. Lane restrictions on both sides. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
It's 8:55. Let's get into our Built in Mzansi segment, and today we're featuring a South African who has built a humanoid AI robot, and listen to this, it listens and responds in all of South Africa's 11 official languages. Mzwandile Zulu is a computer scientist and chief technology officer of Creative Minds Technologies AI. Mzwandile, good morning to you.
Hello, how are you, ma'am?
I'm well, thank you. So we're still struggling with AI and data points that fully appreciate our context, the nuances, let's say, of being South African, let alone 11 official languages. So how did you get it right with this humanoid?
Well, we had to create a data set on our own. So if you can go to my Twitter, there is a part where we ask people to contribute their voices and their text to train artificial intelligence to speak in SA accent.
And when you are training it to speak and understand these languages, what do you really need in order for it to get it right? Because that's really the big thing, right? That it has to get the tone of the language right, the inflections of the language right.
So then some other information, we cannot disclose it yet, but we use API keys to train the data set, and then we clone the voices that we get from artificial intelligence. When people record their voices, then we clone the asset.
You made South Africans part of this project. I imagine it makes it even more exciting and even more worthwhile for you.
You're saying?
I was saying that it must be so much for ordinary South Africans to also be part of this project with you.
Yes, they are happy, and I'm happy that they are happy. So we will try to open a lot of opportunities as well. So I'm happy about it.
What are you hoping that this robot is going to be able to do, Mzwandile? Why is this so important?
There's a lot of things that we've seen in South Africa. Like, let's say you are going to buy to any shop and then you meet someone who doesn't know how to speak your own language, and then there's a lot of frustration, and this robot will break that barrier as well. And then we buy a lot of things in USA and or in China to build our robots. So if we build those tools here in South Africa, then our technology and data science students will be free and get jobs.
Which language did you find was the hardest for the robot to pick up on?
It was isiTsonga, isiVenda, and also Siswati with isiNdebele as well.
And is there any particular reason why?
Yes, it is because the data, even people when we say, can you please contribute your language, they don't. More isiVenda and isiTsonga.
I see. So you basically struggled with getting people, to help create the content that helps to teach the robot these languages.
Yes, ma'am. We really struggle, but it's not the end of the world. We're still going to work. The robot will speak all of the languages fluent. We promise you that. So
what do you have for the future? I mean, when you see the technology you've developed, where do you think we're going to find these robots? I mean, I'm thinking public centers, clinics, hospitals, anywhere where people are interacting and engaging with each other, maybe even at the counters with cashiers.
Yes, that's the most inspiring part. The future of this thing is for us to implement it in all digital platforms to help, because like people who live in the rural areas, they are comfortable with their own language. So imagine if the robot interacts with that language, everything will be perfect.
Mzwandile, how did you get here? I mean, where did this idea come from?
Oh, it started when I was reading a book about Fuse Magwaza, the first South African who wrote a book in isiZulu. Then that thing motivated me that if someone can do this, how about we do something big as well? We train AI to communicate with SA languages and make SA proud as well.
What would you say to a matric pupil, maybe somewhere in Umlazi today, good at maths, but they've never met anybody who builds robots? They don't see it as a possibility in their world.
I would say they just have to study anything related to science. They will get a particular partnership in every field in AI, because it revolves in physics and also in mathematics. So if they stick on it, research, get it well, even if they did not apply for computer programs, they will still get a job, because AI revolves in those subjects.
Mzwandile Zulu, computer scientist and chief technology officer of Creative Minds Technologies AI, the kind of solutions that we need for the future. It's 9 o'clock, and Musa, over to you. After that, the Daily Discourse.
Thanks, Kathy. In our top stories, suspect arrested in connection with Westbury gang violence, and Germiston hijack building fire destroys illegal structures. Good morning. Police say they've arrested a high-profile suspect in connection with a recent shooting in Westbury in Johannesburg. 4 people were killed after unknown suspects fired inside a flat on Saturday. One victim, a school learner, was wounded in the suspected gang-related incident. Johannesburg Metro Police Department spokesperson Kolani Fihla says the man was arrested yesterday.
In a significant breakthrough against gang-related violence, officers from the Johannesburg Metropolitan Police Department Tactical Response Unit arrested a high-profile male suspect in Lenasia South on Tuesday afternoon, 18 August 2026. While on high-visibility patrols, the TRU officers received credible information regarding a suspect linked to recent gang violence, specifically a tragic shooting incident in Westbury over the past weekend that resulted in 4 fatalities. Upon arrival, officers apprehended the suspect, who was found in possession of an illegal revolver with its serial number filed off.
Public Protector Advocate Kuleka Kaleka has raised concern about challenges NSFAS-funded students are facing. She says the challenges include differences in allowance amounts between institutions. Advocate Kaleka briefed the media in Pretoria yesterday on preliminary findings of an investigation into NSFAS.
There are poor living conditions, unsafe accommodations for students. There are evictions that students are experiencing that are caused by the delayed payments. There are unequal allowance amounts across institutions, and there is, in general, a lack of effective coordination between NSFAS, institutions, and accommodation providers.
More than 50 legal structures have been destroyed in a fire at a hijacked building in Germiston, Ekurhuleni. Emergency services personnel say residents who don't have electricity are reported to have been using alternative sources of energy for heating. One firefighter was slightly injured and taken to hospital. Researchers at Stellenbosch University say there is an urgent need to establish strategies to combat the impact of cyberbullying on teenagers. The university's Professor Daniel Leroux and Artifex South Africa's Cameron Twiddle found cyberbullying affected teenagers' emotional well-being, including academic performance. They explored the prevalence and patterns of cyberbullying behavior among teenagers in South Africa and examined differences across demographics and social media use. Twiddle says most cyberbullying occurs on TikTok, Instagram, and Snapchat.
As far as social media platforms are concerned, TikTok was the platform where teenagers most often reported experiencing different forms of cyberbullying, including threats, insults, rumors, embarrassing or hurtful messages, having secrets shared without permission, and inappropriate photos and or videos being shared. Because online experiences, emotions, and academic achievements are all interconnected, they need to be understood together to create effective prevention and support strategies that can address cyberbullying amongst teenagers in South Africa.
And finally, a California court has heard arguments in a case against technology giant Meta, with the company rejecting claims that Facebook and Instagram were designed to make children addicted to social media. Meta's lawyers told the court that social media addiction does not exist, although they acknowledge some young users have had negative experiences on the platforms. Nearly 30 U.S. states are seeking changes to Meta's platforms. The trial could have major implications for the future regulation of social media. Jennifer Davenport is the Attorney General of the state of New Jersey.
A trillion-dollar tech company like Meta is risking our kids' mental health and physical safety. Our data and our children's data are being fed into their addictive algorithms to help further increase their profits. And they've lied to us about the safety of their platforms, including how they exploit the vulnerabilities of young children and teens. Nothing is more important than our kids' well-being.
Recapping the top story, police say they've arrested a high-profile suspect in connection with the recent shooting in Westbury in Johannesburg. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Drivers, that smoke ahead is not just smoke. It's a wall, thick, blinding and deadly. Never drive into felt fire smoke crossing the highway. You won't see stopped vehicles until it's too late. Pull over, turn on your hazards, wait it out. One decision can save lives, including yours. See and be seen this winter. Brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time to lace up for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30 August. The race covers the beautiful tour of the city, combining urban streets, scenic coastal roads, and stunning beachfront stretches with views of the Indian Ocean. Catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race, brought to you by SABC Sports.
Hey,
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9. Good morning and welcome. This is the Daily Discourse. Great to be with you on this Wednesday edition of the program. I'm Joanne Joseph. The team is with you. Melissa and Gineo, we're producing the show and taking your calls. Tuto is on sound. Remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814. Go to our website and listen live there. And you can also listen live on the SABC Plus app. So you are welcome to do that if you especially if you're on the move. It's a very good way of staying in touch with what is happening in the country and the world. We're also video streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcast onto our website. You can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. So remember what those contacts are. The studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107, and that is the way that we speak to you. Love to hear from you. As always, we start the show with an open line, so share your thoughts on what is happening this morning, what's on your mind this morning, and let me just tell you about what's on the menu today. So we're starting off with some feedback. We understand that we're going to have a little bit of feedback on 50 Tsikama learners who were said to have been without transport, and we're going to catch up with Unathi Bingxose. He's the Eastern Cape Transport spokesperson, and he's going to let us know exactly what is happening in terms of whether the students who were unable to get to school and back in that area, whom we spoke about a couple of weeks ago, have been sorted out in terms of transport. We said we'd follow up with him. He said there should be a solution in the pipeline by the 14th. In fact, not in the pipeline, but activated by the 14th of August. That was last week. We gave him a few days' grace. We'll catch up with him today to find out what's happening there. And then, have you thought of how AI can help to fight corruption? Well, Alta has been thinking about that and speaking about it publicly. So we're going to connect with Wayne Duvenage, the CEO of Alta, to find out how exactly AI can help the investigators, particularly who deal with these sorts of corruption investigations. And then later on after 10 o'clock, and I want you to participate in this one, please, because the Electricity Minister, Kgosientsho Ramakgopa, has come out with, Cabinet essentially has approved certain specs in regard to the revised electricity tariffs. And you know that the minister has been saying that he's been trying for a while to lower these tariffs and just make them more transparent in general. So he spoke to the media yesterday afternoon, and then on Friday he's going to be holding a kind of public sort of briefing where he asks for public comment on this. So we're going to get you a bit of analysis. Tsepo Khadima is going to join us to give us a sense of what he thinks works in regard to what the minister has put in place and what he thinks may be problematic. But I want you to ask all the questions that you would like to in that half hour. And then a little bit later on, it looks like there may be some good news for South Africa on the horizon in terms of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. You remember that the US was a bit upset with us and consequently wanted to exclude us from those negotiations. For now, it doesn't look like we've been excluded, and it looks as though there might be a 2-year extension on the AGOA agreement. So we're going to find out a little bit more about that later on with Wandile Sihlobo, who's dealing with the agriculture aspect in particular. And then, do you know it's World Humanitarian Day today? And we We are so often in contact with people who are helping people on the ground in any way. So these are aid workers of one kind or another. And we often pay a lot of attention to the people they help, but we don't often pay attention to what they do and how their lives are sometimes endangered, or how they're put in difficult situations when the areas in which they're working, when the people with whom they're working are being targeted, and they too are targeted. So we're going to speak to the Red Cross about that and just spare a thought for those aid workers on this World Humanitarian Day. The Finance Corner is on at 11 o'clock as always, and Brian Hirsch is going to talk about drawing up a budget and the importance of that. I don't know if you have done that, if you do that regularly every month. I think it really is an essential thing to let you know where your money is going, because you may think you have a good hold on it, but sometimes you suddenly realize, oh gosh, I've been spending a little more money on this or that than I expected to this month, and that is what has put me into a situation of difficulty. So if you want to find out how you draw up that budget and exactly how you make it work for you, get ready to speak to Brian Hirsch a bit later on in the show. And then, of course, as always, we end the show with our book reading. 9:13, let me just take some of your calls right now. Loid in Giani is on the line to us. Loid, good morning to you.
Good morning, JJ. My sister, I'm talking to you this morning being a very worried citizen of the country.
Yes.
I just finished reading an article by a lady called Marianne Menton from Daily Maverick.
Oh, yes.
Yes, wherein she was pointing out that there are a lot of failures by the National Prosecuting Authority.
Mm-hmm.
Despite the soon-to-be withdrawn charges of the crime intelligence top officers, there are several cases, there are high-profile cases which were subjected to what is called nolle prosequi, withdrawn due to insufficient evidence.
Right.
For instance, the Nelson Mandela funeral-related corruption in the Eastern Cape, 14 dockets have been withdrawn. Most COVID-19 related dockets, they remain unresolved or withdrawn.
Right.
You know, the country, my dear sister, remains distant from winning the battle against corruption. And Advocate Mutivi, together with his deputies, as well as the provincial deputies, must get their act together. Otherwise, we won't be winning this battle. My final point, that MPA's key function is to prosecute any criminality without fear, favor, and prejudice. So it is incumbent to our NDPP, Advocate Mutivi, to resolve his house from the main offices in immigrant downwards to the provinces, because we cannot be going ahead like this as a country wherein people are committing fraud, corruption, all manner of things, but they remain unprosecuted, my sister JJ.
Loid, that's a lovely call to kick us off this morning. Thank you so much for making us aware of that. I actually hadn't seen that article, but I opened it up as you were speaking, and you're quite right. There's so many cases there that are simply not being prosecuted. And, I dealt with a case actually on my other show, Case in Point, where a case had not been prosecuted for 10 years, and eventually after it was actually a rape case. It was a child rape case, which makes it even worse to my mind. But this teenager had been raped by a neighbor, and that case sat in the court for a full 10 years before a really young, dynamic prosecutor came along, Advocate Kakatiba, and she took on this case, and she said, hey, why is this case just sitting here? This is a winnable case. Why has it been taken off the roll? And it was re-enrolled, and then she fought that case, and she won. The child is now in her 20s, but it's been so important to her to have this justice, right? And sometimes all you need is one prosecutor and the medical professionals who can work with her to ensure that that this case can be concluded. And there was a successful conclusion there. I think that that offender received 4 life sentences. So I hear what you're saying, Loid. We're going to try and follow up on that tomorrow because it's an important one. Thank you. Charlie in Koffiefontein is on the line to us. Morning, Charlie. You want to talk about outsourcing?
Yes, good morning, Joanne and the team.
Joanne, I called you a couple of weeks back and I went to about our government outsourcing their responsibilities to the private sector. Now you would know that the government has partnered with banks that for people who want to do the applications for their smart ID cards, right? And those banks, usually the four major banks like FNB and whatnot, they did not charge people extra. They charged them the same 140 for them to do their IDs at the banks.
Yes.
Now enter Capitec. Capitec charges 150, 10 rand extra. So now my question is, the responsibilities or the duties that the Home Affairs should be doing, they have outsourced it to Capitec, FNB, and all these major banks because they say they have the infrastructure, they are going to reduce the lines and whatnot, instead of them improving their services and going into communities where there are no offices of Home Affairs, or maybe have mobile trucks going there. They are outsourcing them to the banks. The bank started off with not charging the people anything. They charge them 140. Capitec entered the frame. Capitec is charging 10 rand extra. Now you ask yourself, how long is it going to be before those other four major banks are also going to increase their asking fee?
Yeah, that's
fee?
possible. That's possible.
Yes.
But tell me, Charlie, to be fair to the banks, right? That this is not their core business. It's just a service that they're offering in addition to their usual financial services offering. Should they not be making a little bit of money on it? Should they not be? I don't know if Home Affairs in fact pays rent within their branches, but is it not within their rights as a commercial organisation to add a little bit on so that they can make a little bit of a profit on that?
Point goes back to exactly what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
They should not even have been in the picture in the first place because it's not their responsibility.
It's not. But Charlie, we're operating in a country where Home Affairs has not been able to carry the function out properly. So this is what happens. The private sector tends to step in when it sees an opportunity, when it sees that government can't deliver a service. And this would apply to security, it would apply to education, it would apply to health and many other things. Isn't that just what happens when government is not able to deliver? And if a private organisation is offering its services, shouldn't it be able to make a profit on that if people choose in a democratic country, instead of going to Home Affairs, to do it at a bank?
Joanne, I don't think you basically, of course, the banks are allowed to charge whatever they want because they are not philanthropists, they are not doing anything for free, they are there to make money.
Yes.
My point is that we as South Africans, we are not angry enough at this government that we have.
And I think I agree with you on that.
Yes, because services like this should not even be privatized.
No, you're right.
Because we have a government for a reason. So we cannot have a government that at the end of the day, this government is going to outsource some of the responsibilities to the private sector. When we have a government, their duties, when we have a government, they should make sure what they are responsible for is that they're doing their job 100%, so that the private sector don't get a chance to come in and capitalize on their incompetency.
Charlie, while I hear you, I think we need to make a distinction here. It's not the banks that are actually providing the service themselves. They're providing a space for Home Affairs to do its work there. And why I say that is because when you go to the banks, there's a sort of Home Affairs area that they are allocated where they do it. So it's not as though whichever bank is concerned is providing the service itself. It's providing a space where Home Affairs engages with the customers and with the citizens who are looking for papers. So I think there is a minor distinction there, and I think we must be clear on that. But I hear what you're saying in general about the outsourcing of services. Thank you for that call. We'll take a short break now, and we'll chat more when we come back.
Every message tells a story.
As I wish one of the foremost informative, impartial, objective radio station, happy 90th birthday. SAfm has carried the work for the Commission to all corners of the country. This is Jabu Baloyi, spokesperson for the Commission for Gender Equality.
Every wish reminds us why SAfm is more than just a radio station.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9:22, continuing to take your calls at this hour. Steve from Limpopo is on the line to us. Steve, good morning to you.
Good morning, how are you, ma'am?
I'm so well, thanks. And tell me, Steve, I believe you want to talk about alcohol and its effects on communities.
Yes. You know, for me, it's a very deep issue because my father used to drink a lot. And when my father is drunk, we know that we're not going to sleep.
Steve, are you still there? Have we lost you? Oh dear, okay, the lines have blown up, quite literally. Sorry about that, Steve. We are going to just reboot and we will come back to you and we can have a conversation in just a short while. But Steve, I think starting to introduce an important issue about alcohol and how it affects the lives of communities. I think we've seen evidence of that in our own communities. People who really had a wonderful a chance at life, had great potential, and threw that away because of alcohol abuse. And, you know, funny enough, my husband and I were talking about this the other day and about how when you're living in a country where certain drugs are legalized and others are not, how a population is influenced in a way to misunderstand the effects of that drug. The fact that we can sit and enjoy a glass of wine or have a beer at a braai, whatever the case may be, and alcohol is so available for us, to us as South Africans, as it is in many other countries. I don't think we realize the effects of that on us because it's been so normalized. And consequently, we don't think of it as the drug that it is, right? And I'm not saying that people should not be allowed to drink, but I'm not sure if people are aware of the dangers of alcohol if it is abused on the same level that we know of with other drugs. We've been aware, for example, of the dangers of marijuana usage, right? Because it used to be a drug and now it's been legalized. But because it's gone through that transition, we've been made aware of it. With alcohol, that's less so. Many of us have simply grown up in a society where it is freely available. All right, so I want to take some of your voice messages at this hour, and one of you throwing forward to what is happening at the Madlanga Commission today.
Morning to SAFM family. Today is the 19th. It's Mr. Fadil Adams' day in the hot seat after lunch. You know what happens? Slaughterhouse. And then I'm just laughing at social media. The ad hoc committee report, the people just all say they must keep their report to themselves. It's just making me laugh that the comments that have been passed on this issue. It's Robert KZN Motu. Thanks.
Robert, thanks for that reminder. You're quite right. He's going to be on the stand from 9:30 this morning. We'll be keeping tabs on what is going on there. And then one of you talking about hijacked buildings in Johannesburg needing government action. This is absolutely true. In fact, when interviewing the mayor, Dada Morero, a few weeks ago, he mentioned just how difficult it is to get into those buildings and to ensure that people are cleared out safely, and that it's the city's responsibility as it stands, according to the courts, because there are court judgments to that effect. They've made it the responsibility of the city to actually move those residents to different areas, right, and make sure that they are relocated safely, and the city to then find them a place to stay. But having said that, the city actually doesn't have the resources. Dada Morero made it clear to me that that's not part of the city's responsibility, but the courts have made it their responsibility. All right, it looks like our lines are back, and I think, Steve, you are back with us. Apologies for that technical glitch, Steve. Please continue with what you were saying about alcohol and its effects on our communities.
Yes, I was saying we have a lot of alcohol outlets, especially here in the rural area. I'm in Limpopo, in Mampakat, in Tsamin. We have a lot of alcohol than help centers where we can find social workers and stuff. We don't find them here, but there's plenty of places to alcohol. And alcohol is killing us. You know, if I were to tell you, my mother passed on because she had a lot of stress. My father was being abusive, getting drunk all the time, and she passed on in January. And we were left with our father. Our father kept on drinking, and he'll drink and make the volume out and listen to music even in the middle of the night and tell us that he missed our mother. At that time this year, my sister's doing matric. Up until 3 months ago, he left. He was drunk. He said, I'm going to look for a job, and he never came back. And still today, at the end that is that people say they see him around Mamelodi. I know he listens to the radio. And we stayed without a father. I'm 23 years old. And I've got 2 sisters who I'm looking for. And our father, since he left. Last week, Friday, we were evicted from a house. Now we're sleeping at train station, petrol station, because our father chose alcohol more than us. So that's why I'm saying this thing of alcohol is killing us. Like, you would have, as a brother, sometimes when we're sleeping at train station, I have this mind of saying, let me jump in front of the train. Maybe, my sister will survive on funeral policies and stuff. But with the grace of God, I don't do it, but I have a lot of suicidal thoughts. And I just wish my father can come back and be responsible for us and our sisters, because I'm now on the street with 2 girls. The one who's doing matric, her books, her clothes is locked inside the house there where our father was renting, and now we're chased out. So I want to say alcohol is very bad. And I wish if our father is listening, because I know he listens to the radio, or if anyone knows that, I will say his name, Franz Ngoweni, if you're out there, Papa, we need you. We need you, please. And I can also leave the number for anyone who knows Franz Ngoweni from Limpopo, who can contact me, because we need our father. We can't be on the street with 2 little girls like this. It's dangerous. My sister nearly got raped on Sunday because she went out and begged, and a man told her that nothing comes for free. You are a woman now. So it's either I give you money, then you give me something in return. So we need our father. It's too much stress for me as a young man that I become a father, a brother, and a mother to these girls. If there's anyone out there who can find Mr. Ngowen or who knows him, can tell him please to contact me, or anyone can call me on number 061.
Okay, let's not give your number out on air. If listeners are able to help you, we will give them your number, Steve. Firstly, Steve, I'm so sorry for what you're going through, and I feel like I'm on the verge of crying now, because your story really breaks my heart. It really, really breaks my heart. I'm so sorry for what you and your sisters are going through. Steve, can I start by putting you in contact with SADAG, right? They help a lot of people. They run a 24-hour suicide crisis helpline. And maybe you just need somebody to hear you out now, right? So I'm gonna put you back to Melissa, and we're going to put you in contact with SADAG. And because I think you need someone to talk to first of all, and perhaps you can take it from that point onwards, and they can advise you who to speak to about what kind of other help you are able to get as a family. Okay, and if any of our listeners out there think that there is something that you may be able to do to help Steve and his family, they've been abandoned by their father, their 2 young sisters on the streets. They're supposed to be doing matric, and you can well understand what a difficult situation in which they find themselves. This is not an easy climate in which we're living. We spoke about that on air yesterday. And a lot of people are struggling. And Steve, thank you for coming to us and trusting us with your story. And we're going to try and just see if anybody out there happens to know your father, or if we can get you help of any other kind. But first of all, let's just start off with the Suicide Crisis Helpline, right? This is the SADAG helpline, the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. Their helpline number is 0800 567 567, 0800 567 567. You can also send a WhatsApp message to 087 163 2030, 087 163 2030. That brings us to 9:30 on the Daily Discourse. Let's connect with Anne Musa for your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, is expected to start testifying before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry shortly. He will face questions about his alleged role in the investigation of 7 senior crime intelligence officials, including the head Dumisani Khumalo. Police say the high-profile suspect they've arrested in connection with the recent shooting in Westbury in Johannesburg is facing charges including the possession of an illegal firearm. And the DA student organization says it's concerned that institutions of higher learning are being run like a business. The organization's comment comes after the Cape Peninsula University of Technology shut down all its campuses and ordered the evacuation of student residents following arson attack on its Bellville campus. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Young people have always had the power to shape society. For my generation, it's not only about remembering the students of 1976, but also about recognizing that young voices matter and can drive change.
Angola faced a long civil war that lasted decades. A nation divided, people tested. But today, the story has changed. Peace rebuilt, cities rising, a future reclaimed.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9:32 on the Daily Discourse, and still reeling from that call from Steve, such a sad call in which he spoke about his family's predicament now that his father has succumbed to alcohol abuse and has left the family, and the children really find themselves in a very difficult situation right now. And one of you says, in response to what I had to say about alcohol use, I agree with her that alcohol has become so normalized in our society that we sometimes forget that it is a drug, because we see people drinking at social gatherings, family celebrations, and even on television. It can create the impression that alcohol is harmless as long as it is legal and socially accepted. But I also think we need to be careful not to put alcohol and other drugs into completely separate categories simply because society treats them differently. Any substance can have serious consequences when it is misused. Alcohol abuse can affect a person's health, relationships, finances, behavior, and decision making. It can also affect families and communities. For me, the most important issue is education and responsible usage. People should understand both the short-term and long-term consequences of excessive drinking. At the same time, we should avoid judging everyone who drinks, because responsible drinking and alcohol abuse are not the same thing. So I think a point is important, because something is legal, socially accepted, and easily available. That does not automatically mean it is harmless. We need to have honest conversations about alcohol in the same way we have conversations about other drugs, says Mpumelelo Nobatlula in Cape Town. And Mpumelelo, thank you very much for that message. It was a very long one, but I felt it was important to read out the whole message, because I think it brought beautiful balance to the conversation about how many people will just have one social drink or two. They will not exceed the alcohol driving limit, for example, and they will be in complete control of their senses, as they go about their business. But then you've got other people who don't know that line and who cross it often, and they're actually a very small percentage of our population. I remember doing an interview on this during COVID when the alcohol ban came into being, and people were really angry about the fact that alcohol had been banned during that time. To cut a very long story short, essentially, the research that I did actually showed that only a small proportion of South Africans actually drink in the first place, and a proportion of those drink to get drunk. So it's not that many people in the greater scheme of things, but the people who do it really do endanger themselves and the lives of those around them. All right, so let me take you back to this discussion we had on the program a couple of weeks ago. Essentially, one of our listeners in the Tsitsikamma area of the Eastern Cape flagged something with us. He said his child was going to school where they'd not had access to scholar transport, right? And he said it had happened at the beginning of the year, or since the beginning of the year, and the children intermittently had transport. Sometimes they had it and sometimes they didn't. And then we followed that up with a conversation. We spoke to Unati Benkrose, the Eastern Cape Transport spokesperson, who said to us, no, a service provider had died the month before, which was in July, and consequently there had been an interruption. There were also 2 months earlier in the year when the service providers had not been paid, and so they'd stopped providing their services for that period of time. But they were trying to look for a replacement for the person who had died so that they could find other drivers who could help these children. And he said by the 14th of August, which was last week, they would have a solution to the problem. So we thought, let us check in again with Mr. Benkrose to find out exactly what has been done to help these children. Remember, they go to a high school, so some of them are in matric, grade 11, these really tough years when you don't want to be missing out on school. And that is why we are following this up, because we need to know that our children's education is not being compromised by side issues like a lack of transport. So let's bring into the conversation Unati Benkrose, the Eastern Cape Transport spokesperson. Good morning to you, Mr. Benkrose. Thank you very much for your time once again on the Daily Discourse. Please tell us you have some good news to report back on the reinstatement of the scholar transport.
Morning, Jane. Morning to the listeners. Yes, we are pleased to announce that we were able to find a service provider who was able to step in for the one who unfortunately passed on. Like we had earlier said, we were struggling to get a local one within the Langkloof local municipality.
Mhm.
We've had to cast our net wider, and we got one from the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro who was willing to make the sacrifice to go and ferry those learners. He was contracted last week already and was able to resume with his duties starting from Monday this week. That is on the 17th, sorry.
That's wonderful to hear, Mr. Minklose, and thank you for following up on that as you promised us a couple of weeks ago. I want to ask you, does this mean now that all the children who are attending this particular school are taken care of in terms of scholar transport? They all are being transported to school in the morning and back in the afternoon without any hitches as of Monday?
Certainly that is the case for those who aren't qualifying for scholar transport. Remember, we are dependent on our colleagues at Education to give us the database of those who are deserving of scholar transport.
Mhm.
And according to that database, we are catering for every learner that is qualifying for scholar transport. It is worth going back to the question that you asked on our previous interview, where there was a suggestion that maybe we can utilize those operators who were already in the database.
Yes.
And I've made time to go to that area and see it for myself. It was clear that that would have been nearly impossible because those learners have to travel over 40 kilometers from their homes to the nearest available school.
Okay.
So it means that they have to travel over approximately an hour to get to school, which raises questions of, issues of accessibility to school. So that is one of the major things that made it impossible for us to utilize those who are available and instead push harder to get a replacement operator to take up that job. I know it's difficult to comprehend for people who are in urban areas that there will be learners who have to travel that long to get to the nearest school. However, that is the situation that we're faced with in some parts of the province.
No, well, thank you for explaining that to us so well, Mr. Minklose, and thank you for following following up on all possible options to try to find the correct solution for these children. And yes, I think it's really important for government to be displaying this level of agility in response to some of the problems that people are experiencing in the more remote areas, as you say. And thank you very much for this update. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Sharon.
Thank you. Unathi Binklose, the Eastern Cape Transport spokesperson, bringing us that good news this morning that the children attending that high school in the Tsitsikamma area are now organised in terms of transport.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
9:41 on the Daily Discourse, taking some of your voice notes at this hour. And just on the back of that SAfm promo, let's listen to this question we have about our rebranding as a station.
Hi guys, I have been so intrigued by the SAfm 90 years conversation, specifically because I'm always wondering whether a rebrand means renewal. And in the case of a former an apartheid legacy station, did it not become a brand new thing at the event of democracy in 1994. Did SAFM not become a brand new thing? I understand that it was rebranded and renewed. Doesn't that then necessarily mean that it is not 90 years? I don't know. Are we splitting hairs?
It's a good question. It's a good question. Look, there are some things that have remained the same, and there are some things that haven't. Right. So certainly the spirit and the purpose of the station has changed radically. The serving the democratic mandate in a constitutional democracy is an entirely different kettle of fish to working during the time of apartheid, when many of the existing stations of that time that were linked to the government were actually apartheid mouthpieces. But like it or not, that is part of our history, right? And we remain conscious of the difficult past that we've inherited, but the future that we need to rebuild in different ways. And we have already begun rebuilding in the last 30 years. So, I mean, I suppose it's up for debate, isn't it, in certain ways? Some people would say, no, it's an entirely new station. Some people would say, no, this is the same station that has an entirely new face. We wouldn't also be the first organization that has rebranded, right? Some organizations, the essence of which has remained the same, have decided they're simply going to give themselves a new name, for example, and they move on with the work of that organization, but they manage that work differently. They manage the public face of that organization differently. And that's exactly what I think has happened here with SAFM. So it continues to serve the nation. Our transmitters remain all over the country. We reach hundreds of thousands of people in different parts of the country, as Radio South Africa did. It's just that right now our mandate remains or has become quite different in terms of how we serve the nation and hopefully build the social cohesion in our society and contribute as a cornerstone of democracy. One of you is commenting on how long it's going to take, rather, to get IDAC right.
Good morning, Joanne. It's going to take almost around 25 years from now to make NPA and IDEC functional. The reason is majority of the people who are working in this NPA and IDEC were employed around after 2007 Polokwane conference of the ANC. So they got mandate that no ANC members gonna be persecuted because it amounted to, according to Zuma, bullying their members. So we're still going to have 25 years to resolve this issue of IDEC and NPA.
I hope it's not going to take 25 years, and it need not take 25 years. I mean, I thought Andy Motibi was a little bit ambitious when he said there's going to be a turnaround in 6 months. But even so, I believe they can actually begin the investigations and so on into people and the lifestyle audits and everything else that has been promised within the next 6 months. I think it's going to take 2 to 3 years, personally, but that's just my estimation based on the kind of turnarounds that other organizations have had to effect within that time. You know, they hopefully, I don't know how they plan to do it, but usually you bring change management experts in and you attempt to turn the organization around. I mean, just think of it. It has been done before. It was done with SARS for argument's sake. Edward Kisweta turned that organization around after Tom Moyane's governance there, which really put the organization in a very compromising position, and he turned that around over a period of years, and he did it very well, and he increased their revenue collection and so forth. So it is possible if you have a strong leader at the top and the will to do that. I don't think it needs to take 25 years. All right, 9:45 on the Daily Discourse. And have you ever thought about the role AI could play in fighting corruption? Well, I hadn't until Newsday recently ran a piece making the connection. It quoted the Organization on Doing Tax Abuse as saying that artificial intelligence has revolutionized its fight for transparency. Let's find out how. Outer CEO Wayne Duvenage joins us now. Good morning to you, Mr. Duvenage, and thanks for your time on the Daily Discourse. In what ways are you finding AI useful in tackling corruption?
Good morning, Jan, and to your listeners. Yeah, look, without a doubt, we should be using AI. AI and tools that we have, digital tools that are available to society today and to governments are very, very powerful. So if you set up platforms, and we've seen these platforms, by the way, that can extract data in the open source environment and through government's own, if they wanted to really utilize it and get involved in extracting their own information, it can put this into a system that tracks every single tender in this country. And once you start getting the tender information as it is going out or as it is being put together, tenders are being advertised, you can start monitoring and measuring how many tenders are cancelled, and this is a big issue, and reissued, how many tenders are extended, and so many other things that give red flags to the tender process. And then once the tender companies are known to the system, who's got through the first stage, you can start mapping that to those companies and directors who have previously been found wanting, and they're already listed in the Treasury's Restricted Supplier Database. There's so much you can do, but the biggest thing that we're talking about when I was at that conference, Joan, is that transparency is the enemy of corruption. And I quote this example quite often. In the Eastern Cape, there was a preparatory school, 4.8 million rand paid for 9 pit latrines and 2 urinals and a little bit of work done in a couple of classrooms. And had the community in that area known about that tender as it was going down before the money was paid, I can assure you they would not have allowed that to happen. They would be visiting the offices of the mayor, of the town city management, and preventing that type. That is corruption. That is gross overpriced manipulation of tenders. And we need to make this information more available to communities around the country. And AI and the platforms that we've seen can do this, and it can start flagging those companies that should not be receiving tenders.
Well, you have some excellent investigators on your team, but there's only so much information a human being can process at a time. Do you imagine this will start to speed up your investigations?
Yeah, absolutely. But what we're actually advocating for here is can you imagine a team? Doesn't have to be a massive team, other than getting the volunteers in every municipality around the country. There are many community watchdogs and organizations and media houses and local media present in literally every town around the country. Every municipality is 257 of them. Can you imagine that we have a website that details this information and provides it to those watchdogs, to those communities, and train them on how to extract the information, how to use it responsibly, and how to raise concerns to the authorities in those towns as these deals are going down? If we could get that right through the training and through a network of overseers and trainers and using this platform, which is being provided at extremely low cost, if we could get this done and funded, we would raise the level of active citizenry to get in the way of corruption. And as we know, local government, there is so much corruption taking place, and we've got to get into a space of preventative process as opposed to trying to catch the money or chase the money afterwards. Because once the money's paid, those companies are gone. They've stolen the money, and it's very difficult to get it back.
If you are telling us that this is a cost-effective option and it sounds fairly accessible, I would imagine that government organs, especially those investigating units that are working so hard on these cases, would be able to use this technology to good effect. Do you know if they're eager to do so?
No, they're not eager to do so. And this is a preventative process. So, organizations like Andy, and he's doing a good job, by the way, the NPA, listening to your earlier talk. I think he is turning it around quite quickly. But those organizations always are dealing with the facts after the matter. So they have to go and chase and find the people, get the evidence, prosecute, and try and get money back through the AFU and others. What we're talking about here is getting Treasury to make sure that the e-tender portal is used, and we can show them, by the way, we can show them every municipality who's not using the e-tender portal, and they have to use it. Treasury has powers to tell municipalities, if you don't use it, then we're going to sanction you in certain ways. So if this information and this platform is known by Treasury, it's available to them, and they don't want to use it, then you've got to start asking yourself the question, why not? Why do you not want to use technology and all this information that's out there and available to you, working with civil society that can help and empower communities around the country to keep tabs on the corruption that's taking place? If you don't want to do that as Treasury, then I would say you are very remiss in your role and responsibility to help this country get on top of corruption. So it's really sad, and I know that they've been engaged with, but they're not reaching out. They're not reaching out to civil society. They read our articles, but there's a reluctance, and one has to ask why.
Thank you very much for speaking to us, Wayne Duvenage, CEO of the organisation Undoing Tax Abuse. I wasn't aware of this kind of technology, but it seems to me to be completely common sense, to be able to use technology like this if it is indeed accessible and it's cost effective. I'm not quite sure why Treasury would not want to use it. Are they worried about security breaches or the like? I mean, there are all sorts of things that come with AI, but perhaps you want to comment on that. Have you, somebody working in a field where you are doing due diligence, where you are, perhaps involved in procurement at your company or a private organisation, a civil society organisation, have you tried out any of this technology? How does the software work? Is it effective? Has it enabled you to get to the answers you need before you, whereas a process before that would have taken a lot longer? I'm keen to hear from you. Give me a call on 086 000 2032. Listening to more of your voice notes as we head towards the top of the hour. One of you wants to hear from the Labour Minister.
Good morning, my sister and your producer and all the listeners of SAFM. My sister, I'd like to talk regarding to, can you please invite the Minister of Labour so that must be able to answer the question. I think a lot of people, they need those answers because, for instance, here in Western Cape, most of people, they work under agent, but you can find those agents they rob the people regarding to, they don't deduct maybe the provident fine is only UIF, and then there is no other thing. And also you find maybe you are working at the company more than 5 years, but you are still working as a temporal. So I want to understand the law of this country. It's good if someone is working more than 5 years, but is still under contract. Thank you. That is my concerns here from Cape Town.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Please go onto our website, and under the heading podcasts, you'll see the Daily Discourse appears there, and you can go back to an interview that we actually did on that in regard to contracts and that kind of thing. I'm just trying to think of who we interviewed on that. I'll be reminded in a moment, and I'll tell you to look out for that. But please do listen to that, because a lot of interesting information came out. Actually, it was with a professor. I think it was Professor Van Eck, if I'm not mistaken. And he explained to us very carefully about the rights of workers, particularly freelancers, independent contractors, and so forth. And it really is, if you want to get to the heart of what the issue is and how companies should be aware of how they go about employing people, that's a really good interview to listen to. Right, I'll take a call from Innocent in Durban. Innocent, good morning. I believe you want to talk about deteriorating schools.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm so well, thanks, Innocent. Tell me what's on your mind.
I'm a parent and also SGB member of a school called Bele Primary School, which is based in Durban.
I know it.
Yeah, the challenge is the school is attained 154 years.
Sure.
The admin block is up and down. If you go, the roofs are falling, the ceiling, the trusses are as thin as a stick of matches, some of them. And the other side, in the principal's office, has already fallen down. The tiles are moving out. We tried to contact the department. They send some people, they just say this is an urgent matter, that's it, they go. We try to call and say whatever we can try, but this is my 40th call on SAFM, and I'm just checking if there is anybody we can speak to, or SAFM try to get somebody from the department to explain what is the situation. Because they are waiting for a disaster, then people, they will say, no, this is an urgent matter after somebody, either school children or the admin people who are working in the office someone might be injured or killed.
All right. I think you're raising an important issue here, Innocent. And of course, I didn't realize the school was 154 years old. I used to drive past that school on the way to school in the morning. and I didn't realize it was quite such an old school, but I can quite understand why those buildings may not be in the shape that they ought to be in. So let us try to contact the KwaZulu-Natal Education Department for you and see what we can get going there. But certainly our children should not be learning in circumstances that are unsafe, and nor should our teachers and admin staff be put at risk by buildings that are unsafe. Thank you for flagging that with us, Innocent. Quick one from you, Bonakele. Good morning.
Thank you very much for taking this call, man. Look, I'm calling regarding the issue of title deeds in the Enoch Mkijima municipality in the Eastern Cape, the town of Queenstown. Man. People have been waiting for this title deed since 2024. So I just need to check as who can come in and assist these people, because they've been complaining. Someone phoned to say they've been waiting since 2024. Title deed, you understand? So who can actually intervene in this this issue, man? People have been waiting for this.
Okay, Bonakele, yes. I'm going to put you back to Melissa right now, and let's just see, please give her more details. Give her the details of the area you're talking about, sort of how many people are affected in that area, and you know what action has been taken to get the title deeds, who actually has been addressed on this issue. Presumably it's the Human Settlements Department, I'm guessing, but maybe it's not. So please just give her the details of that, and perhaps we can look into that for you if if the situation warrants it. Thank you very much for that call. Okay, and one of you is also commenting on the issue of alcohol abuse.
Good day, SAFM team. I know that I'm just by this young man needing his father so that he could take full responsibility for his siblings. Yeah, alcohol is such a very, very serious problem in this country. Even myself, my dad just chose alcohol more than anything. But lucky for me, I was raised by two powerful women, my late grandmother and my current mother, of which I will ever be grateful. Thank you for the show, PK in the south of Johannesburg.
PK, thank you, and thank you for sharing that with us. And what a difficult thing it is to navigate life without a father. I think, especially if you're a boy. I mean, I was listening to Kathy's conversation this morning with someone who used to be the member of a gang, or actually the leader of a gang, and had turned his life around and was now helping youngsters who were very susceptible to being lured into gangs. And one of the things he said was, he spoke about the issue of absent fathers and what an effect that has on boys, and the fact that mothers do their best, but they can't do everything that a father does, and both parents should be there and should be present. And so I think we need to think very carefully about our alcohol usage. I mean, yes, social drinking is one thing, but when it becomes a destructive force in your life and an addiction, it is time to seek help. 10 o'clock on the Daily Discourse, and Musa has your latest news bulletin.
In our top stories, Fadil Adams explains silence on Madlanga Commission emails, and US suspends planned tariffs on Canadian goods. Good morning. We start with breaking news. President Cyril Ramaphosa has objected to proposed impeachment committee evidence leader, Advocate Thandazani Madonsela. We'll have details in our next bulletin. The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, is testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. He's facing questions about his alleged role in the investigation of 7 senior crime intelligence officials, including the head, Dumisani Khumalo. Adams submitted an affidavit accusing the officials of corruption and misuse of Secret Service funds. The affidavit triggered the IDAC investigations, which the Commission has been scrutinizing. Adams was at pains to explain why he did not respond to the Commission's emails.
What I said was I observed an email asking 3 questions. However, I expected more questions, therefore I did not respond to it. But I've had, and I put places on record, and you can summons the IT guys from Parliament here if you want to. that I have had numerous issues with my laptop. And though this is not an excuse, I'm just trying to explain to you the situation I was in. I'm still in with this laptop.
Police say the high-profile suspect they've arrested in connection with the recent shooting in Westbury in Johannesburg is facing charges including the possession of an illegal firearm. 4 people were killed after unknown suspects fired inside a flat on Saturday. One victim, a school learner, was wounded in the suspected gang-related incident. Johannesburg Metro Police Department spokesperson Xolani Fihla.
During preliminary questioning, the suspect led officers to a second location in the same street where a submachine gun and live ammunition were pointed out and seized. The suspect was immediately placed under arrest and detained at Lenasia South SAPS. He faces charges related to the possession of unlicensed firearms and prohibited weapons, with further investigation underway regarding his involvement in the deadly Westbury shootings.
The DA student organisation DASO says it's concerned that institutions of higher learning are being run like a business. The organisation's comments follow a decision by the Cape Peninsula University of Technology to shut down all its campuses and evacuate student residences after an arson attack at its Bellville campus. The move comes amid growing tensions over proposed financial clearance and registration requirements for next year. The student organization's federal chairperson, Gilbert Monanyana.
The similar situation, what's happening in Lovedale in Tivot College in the Eastern Cape, where there's been high tensions raising between management, where students cannot receive their marks. And I think it is high time that the president himself needs to overlook what must be done with the current minister, because clearly he is losing the plot. He put an administrator, which is unlawful. The court said it was very unlawful. Why would he do that? So there's a significant number of issues that are happening here, and I think it is high time the president needs to sit down and put a new minister.
The public protector advocate Kuleka Kaleka has found that NSFAS has only recovered 2 billion rand of the 5.1 billion rand it has spent on undeserving students. The Special Investigating Unit made the finding after investigating the scheme. The Chief Operations Officer in the Public Protector's Office, Advocate Nelisiwe Nkabinde, says the University of the Free State has recorded the highest recovery. She briefed the media alongside Kaleka in Pretoria yesterday.
The top 5 institutions where they've made recoveries include the University of the Free State with above 500 million rand that has been recovered, followed by the University of Witwatersrand with more than 450 million rand that has been recovered, and the University of Pretoria.
And finally, the United States has suspended planned 50% tariffs on some Canadian imports that were due to take effect today. US President Donald Trump says a deal had been reached. He also says the measures will be paused for 3 days, subject to documents being finalized. The BBC's Peter Hyatt reports.
Mr. Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney have spoken twice in the past few days, and this announcement came less than 2 hours before the tariffs were due to come into force. They would have affected about $20 billion worth of trade a year, covering products such as cars, wine, cement and ice hockey sticks. Mr. Carney said there was still important work to be done. Mr. Trump has also suggested a huge pipeline project carrying oil from Canada may be revived. The Keystone XL project was abandoned 5 years ago by the Biden administration.
Recapping the top story with breaking news at this hour, President Cyril Ramaphosa has objected to proposed impeachment committee evidence leader, Advocate Thandazani Madonsela. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
From yesterday's headlines to tomorrow's questions, 90 years of conversation.
This is Omar Badsha from South African History Online. I would like to use this occasion to wish you all the best for your birthday celebration. And thank you and the team for the sterling work you do of keeping us informed of the events of the day.
This is Andy Scott, former administrator for Sport for People with Disabilities, just wishing SAFM the very happiest 90th birthday. Hope it's a good one.
South Africa has changed. SAFM has evolved. The conversation continues. SAFM. SAFM.
At the current rate that unemployment is increasing, and parallel to that, we have more and more graduates also graduating, but we have no way to fit the graduates. We have no way, you know why? Because the focus is on school and graduating, but there isn't, especially in the business sector, there isn't any growth and there isn't any injection from the government to say, hey, you know, let's other expand sectors so that we can handle the capacity.
The Central African Republic gained independence in 1960, a country rich in resources yet deeply affected by instability. Agriculture and mining support the economy, but decades of conflict, political unrest, and humanitarian crisis have shaped daily life.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in our second hour on the programme. I'm Joanne Joseph, and of course we're having lots of conversations all over the place. I am chatting to some of the analysts and some of the newsmakers in the big stories of the day, and of course we're also talking to you, and it's really important that you stay in contact with us to make sure you are heard on the Daily Discourse, because you drive our show in so many ways. Our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. You can send us a voice note if you prefer. You can also send a text, and I'll try my best to read out as many of those as possible. So coming up in the next hour, we're going to be talking to energy analyst Tsepo Khadima. And I think this is an important one for you to participate in, because you may have questions about what the Electricity Minister, Kgosientsho Ramakgopo, foresees as part of his new efforts to revise the tariffs, make them more transparent, ensure that they don't cost what they have been costing. Can you believe that they have gone up by 97% since 2007? 97%. So in the last 19 years, we've seen this massive increase in tariffs. And I think NERSA held those off seemingly as much as it could, but it's come back to bite us all at one go, really, in the last few years. So let's have that conversation to see what he's planning to put in place and whether it's workable. We were actually going to speak to the minister today, but he wasn't available to speak to us. So we're going to tackle this with an analyst, and I'd love your participation in that conversation. And then a little bit later on, we're talking about AGOA being extended possibly by 2 years. We're going to ask Wandile Sihlobo, the presidential envoy on agriculture and land, exactly what he thinks about what the possibilities are there. And we're also commemorating World Humanitarian Day, talking to the Red Cross about what humanitarian workers are experiencing on the ground and how they deserve to be protected by the governments of those countries, civil society, and everyone else involved. All right, 10 past 10, as promised. You remember that Electricity Minister Kgosientsho Ramakgopo held that media briefing on the country's revised electricity pricing policy yesterday, and he addressed the media before opening the policy up to public comment this coming Friday. Electricity prices, as I said, have risen by 97% in the last 19 years. That's pushed inflation up by a whopping 150% in the last few years. It really is quite alarming. The minister says he's trying to reverse those effects. So let's speak to energy analyst Tsepo Khadima to put us in the picture as to exactly what the minister is planning to do about this. Good morning to you, Mr. Khadima, and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. So let me just start with exactly what government has on the cards here in terms of its aims in regard to the revised policy. What exactly is going to change as it stands?
Good morning, Joanne, as well as to the listeners. Look, the revised pricing policy, as read yesterday by the minister, is not going to actually make positive changes. And positive changes, I mean lower electricity tariffs. If anything, is going to exacerbate the electricity consumer migration. To date, we have seen ESCOM has lost more than 7,000 megawatts of electricity demand ordinarily it should have been supplying. And that number is going to increase in the next 2 years. I project that we will see that it will come to about 13,000 megawatts of electricity that will have migrated off grid because the prices are going to remain high. So the mantra by the minister that transparency will then ensure that there is um, lower prices. I mean, it's just unfounded to say the least. But what is even more concerning is the fact that the minister appears to be completely oblivious to the fact that the so-called negotiated pricing agreements are unconstitutional. And I'm surprised that he wants to continue with that track of policy implementation of negotiated pricing agreements. Negotiated pricing agreements are unconstitutional as they discriminate users of electricity, and with electricity being an essential public good, therefore, already having been confirmed by the courts, no less, that it is an enabler to constitutional rights enshrined in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, it means that you can't have a situation where you discriminate unconstitutionally. Poorer households or ordinary people are paying well over 5 rand a kilowatt hour of electricity, and then you can gift multinational corporations a 62 cents a kilowatt hour tariff. I have been for a number of years now calling for a standardized uniform tariff, and I have computed a number or a figure of 87 cents a kilowatt hour. And that's really what I stand by. And I'm willing that the minister and his advisors and everybody else should engage in a debate as to the feasibility of 87 cents a kilowatt hour. And they will not be able to hold course on that debate because the minister has himself admitted that actually ESCOM can supply electricity at 62 cents a kilowatt hour.
All right, so you've said a lot there, and I think what you've said is really important. I want to break this down. First of all, let's just start with the affluent users being discriminated against, or members of the public being discriminated against. And I want to start with this. I mean, the idea is to cushion the blow to the lower income earning groups as much as possible. We know that other more affluent groups, the middle class, is under particular economic pressure right now as well. And many of them are finding it difficult to cope with these tariffs themselves. Do you think there's an inherent problem in that in that outlook, in the fact that the minister is saying, firstly, because you are more affluent, you can afford to pay more? I mean, many people would argue that makes complete sense to them.
No, it doesn't make sense because it is unconstitutional. ESCOM is a state-owned entity. Any so-called independent power producer, by the declaration of the courts, such a so-called independent power producer becomes a quasi-organ of state because they are providing an essential public good, which gives rise and promotes the Chapter 2 constitutional rights, so enshrined. So it is unconstitutional to say, well, more affluent users should pay more. I would be surprised if there is actually not a court action to reverse this policy provision of discrimination. But the minister also doesn't appear to be aware that some of his pronouncements are going to accelerate the demise of the very ESCOM, which he believes that can be able to give relief to the indigent households of increasing the free basic electricity to almost 300 kilowatt hours a month from the current 50 kilowatt hours a month. Now, ESCOM, the auditors of ESCOM, no less, have already placed on two consecutive financial years, have placed a going concern status of ESCOM into question, that unless there is continued bailouts from National Treasury, ESCOM is not a going concern. The municipal debt has skyrocketed, and instead of the minister making a move to ensure that municipalities actually have got no business whatsoever in charging for electricity that they never produced, but if anything, in his transparency mantra, he's got a line item there that there will be a municipal charge. To what good end? Because it all adds to the cost, and hence electricity tariffs have increased by a whopping 907% in the last 10 years, according to the minister.
So I think you're mentioning something important here, which is how government arrives at the tariff that it sets, right? And I think you've spoken about this. The practice has a kind of knock-on effect where municipalities are not able to collect the money properly because they're just no good at revenue collection when it comes to electricity. They then owe ESCOM money. ESCOM, in turn, raises its tariffs to counter the loss of income, which then creates a vicious circle. I mean, can't government intervene, first of all, to either ensure that municipal revenue collection increases somehow, or as economists like you are suggesting, you take electricity revenue collection out of the hands of municipalities altogether?
Yes, I think the minister would have done well to have now really intervened, brought a stop to these constitutional violations, as I have alluded to. And secondly, to ensure that everything is based and premised on ESCOM generation. Today, ESCOM generation sits with more than 7,000 megawatts of surplus power that it has got no customer to sell to. And that should then have been used as a basis upon which you are able to bring the cost down so that you can increase universal access. South Africa today, economically, we are suffering because the electricity consumption per capita has continued to decline. We need electricity consumption per capita per year to increase to 3.8 megawatt hours instead of 2.6 megawatt hours. For ordinary people, obviously, they're not so much interested in the electricity consumption per capita per year. What they are interested in is the lowest price of electricity, and ESCOM has got the capacity because the basic primary generation cost of electricity is 32 cents. Anything above 32 cents is based on rampant corruption, fraud, and looting. And that is the problem that actually the minister would have done well to ensure that he brings an end. I think previously, over the last 2 years, I've highlighted the fact that ESCOM was incurring well in excess of 100 billion rand a year in fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which in turn leads to this higher cost. And hence they can speak of concepts like, which are very absurd and abstract, like cost reflective tariff. When the cost is already known, there would be no basis whatsoever if Section 217 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa was to be adhered to, that ESCOM or ESCOM, the National Transmission Company of South Africa, would never have to be forced to purchase electricity from the so-called independent power producers at now a tariff or a cost of in excess of 2.48 rand a kilowatt hour, when ESCOM can produce the same kilowatt hour at 32 cents. At 32 cents. It just doesn't make sense. But what is concerning is that the minister can actually go, and face the public of South Africa or the citizens and actually attempt to justify why they must pay more for electricity under the guise of say, well, we need to introduce competition. Well, any competition that is supplying electricity above 32 cents a kilowatt hour, it is no competition. It is actually an instrument for looting and pillaging.
We're going to continue the conversation in a moment. Tsepo Khadima, their energy analyst, speaking to us. Send us your messages and we'll take your calls in a moment.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Before there was the SAFM You Know Today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid,
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAFM emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAFM looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Joanne, a quick question to your guest there. How much does it cost ESCOM to produce 1 kilowatt of electricity? Secondly, why is everybody ignoring the fact that people are not paying? Because if you have an unemployment crisis of this magnitude in the country, 3%, and you have a poverty, 60% of our population live below poverty lines, who's going to pay? That's where the question lies. What are the biggest cost drivers at ESCOM? Thank you, Zimpo from Free.
Thank you very much for that. Let's try and get an answer to that from Tsepo Khadima, energy analyst. Tsepo, you have already given us, I think, is it the 32 cents per kilowatt hour that ESCOM actually, that costs ESCOM to, that it costs ESCOM to generate power. But a good question there about what if people do not have the money for electricity, what do we do in terms of revenue collection?
Well, you sit with the situation you currently have, where municipalities are said to be owing in excess of 119 billion rand. But also I hasten to add that 119 billion rand figure is doubtful, because ESCOM by now should have ordinarily embarked on steps to ensure that the entire metering system in the country is calibrated in accordance with the international standard and the national standard. Because most of the billing is based on guesswork, is not based on actual accurate metering of the electrons that are electricity used by users. So you find that people in South Africa are settled with bills that they cannot explain, neither can ESCOM explain. And I think from a policy perspective, the minister should have actually been focusing his attention towards ensuring that there is efficiency in the operations of ESCOM, to ensure that it brings to an end the rampant looting and corruption. And as I say, I assert that anything above 32 cents a kilowatt hour to generate electricity, ESCOM currently purports that from its baseload coal fleet of power stations, it costed 56 cents a kilowatt hour. That figure is exaggerated. It is overstated. And when you take into account that ESCOM has been forced by the politicians who don't know the difference between a megawatt and a megawatt hour, but yet they have abused their positions of power by forcing ESCOM to have to buy electricity at a higher cost, whereby a blended cost from the so-called independent power producers is well over R2.48 a kilowatt hour. And those are the fundamentals. Those are the things that the minister should actually have been tackling to ensure that ultimately electricity should come lower at 87 cents a kilowatt hour to every consumer of electricity, regardless of what they use the electricity for. There would be affordability and the economy would be able to grow, because you can attract investments in the so-called energy intensive user industries, which include, by the way, the new AI economy of data centers, because the excess power that Eskom has, it should have been able to then be used. But in order to compete even in the space of the AI economy, you need an 87 cents a kilowatt hour tariff. But more interestingly, as I say, I underscore the point, the minister himself, he admits that actually at 62 cents, Eskom would still be a going concern, would still be viable, which in turn tells us that they do have the capacity to control the cost of electricity. They do have the knowledge to be able to abandon all of these very absurd policies of wanting to buy intermittent power, put it on the grid, when it has been proven that it is 100% redundant. Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, no less, recently came out with a report that globally, the amount of intermittent electricity that is put on the grid and therefore 100% curtailed, meaning just dumped, it is in excess of 20 billion US dollars. That is more than the entire revenue, annual revenue of Eskom, of electricity that is dumped. Why? Because we now know the laws of physics are not yet making it possible for us to be able to do what these people are trying to do. Now, why would the minister go be pushing policies such as those, including that of saying the National Transmission Company of South Africa, which will be the TSO, the transmission system operator, must be taken out of Eskom when its value is 3.1 trillion rand. They undervalue it to 85 billion rand, between 85 billion rand and 110 billion rand, so that once it is taken out of Eskom, they will recognize the true value and then go and borrow in excess of 440 billion rand to build a transmission line that nobody needs, because South Africa's transmission line network today has got a capacity for 54,000 megawatts, and the demand is not even more than 30,000 megawatts. So what we need to be focusing on is how do we use the existing assets to get to the 50,000 megawatts of power with a reserve to be able to supply to the country. That way we will be able to grow our economy, but we have to do so at a cost competitive scale. And a cost competitive scale, as I make mention, if you benchmark with India, with Turkey, with China, the cost competitive scale is 87 cents a kilowatt hour South African.
Very interesting indeed. Mr. Khadima, would you mind please just staying on after our headlines, because we've got a lot more comments and questions for you. Would that be all right?
That's in order. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. 10:30 it is, and that means we get your latest news headlines right now, after which we'll connect again with Seppo Khadima.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. On the news headlines, I am Ondela Mbana. Parliament's Impeachment Committee has confirmed receiving a letter from President Cyril Ramaphosa in which he's raised objections with its recommended evidence leader. The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament Fadil Adams has started to testify before the Madlenga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria, and many Cape Peninsula University of Technology students are heeding the call to vacate the institution's residences. This follows days of students' protests linked to dissatisfaction over CPUT's financial recovery plan and concerns around student funding. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
South Africa became a democratic nation in 1994. The end of apartheid marked the beginning of a new era built on freedom and constitutional democracy.
The people that died for us on the many marches that they had, especially the ones on June 16, were from students who had dreams that were bigger than themselves. They strived for more and they saw a future that was much bigger than them.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10:32 on the Daily Discourse, and energy analyst Tsepo Khadima has kindly offered to stay on a little longer to take your questions and your calls. Pumlile in Cape Town is on the line to us. Pumlile, good morning.
Good morning, Joanne. I'd like to comment and just raise two questions to Tsepo. The first comment is that I have listened to the minister yesterday. I'm not currently sure on which station it was, but he had mentioned a few things in terms of why the price is currently being affected and how it's being affected. And there was a number of things, some of which it was the cost of transmitting electricity from where it is to this furthest location, installing transformers and people that will be employed to actually administer that and administration of all of that. Now,
quick one, Pumlile. We're slightly out of time. Yeah.
So the first question is that the price that he's talking about, the 32 cents per megawatt or per kilowatt, is it a price that he's talking about in terms of it being produced in Mpumalanga, or is it the cost at the end point as furthest as it can reach? Because we need to talk about those, because that's the one. The second one is that, is he aware that he's talking about, I think, 54,000 megawatts? The minister had alluded to the fact that our transmission lines are losing 30% of the electricity that is transmitted. So which the municipalities are being built for that, and now they are incurring those costs to the
consumer,
to the end,
passing that on.
Yeah,
I think these are. Yeah,
that's what is also inflating the prices. I just want you to comment on those two.
Great questions. Thank you, Pumlile. Your response to that, Mr. Khadima?
Yes, I made a submission in 2015 to the then Minister of Energy, the now Minister of Finance, as well as the now Minister of Energy, Gwede Mantashe, to the fact that the transmission losses were unsustainably high, that there was an urgent need for investment in the transmission network. And of course, that advice was completely ignored. So the fact that today the transmission losses are at 30%, I mean, it's not surprising. But the question becomes, what constrained them from having remedied this problem when it was first formally presented in 2015? Because we knew that that's going to be the case. But also, as to where the electricity is produced from, it doesn't matter. The network of the country has got the capacity to be able to supply that volume of electricity. What the minister is saying in this guise.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Khadima, to interrupt you there. I just want clarity on that point that you've made. Are you saying that the transmission network exists in order to get that electricity to the furthest reaches of our country?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
In fact, we have achieved near universal access of electricity, and that is as stipulated in the ESCOM Conversion Act of 2001.
All right.
South Africa has achieved near universal access, and more importantly, the current demand in the country following the migration of customers off grid because of high tariffs is now less than 30,000 megawatts. It should have been 44,000 megawatts and looking to increase it to 50,000 megawatts, still leaving a margin. So those are the things that have not been done. It is therefore puzzling that the minister can want to go and construct a new transmission line to connect electricity, which in any event is 100% redundant. This is just a fact of physics. It's not based on preference of anything. It's just a law of physics. And the 440 billion rand would better be spent on ensuring that the transmission losses are reduced on the existing network with carrying capacity of 54,000 megawatts, and over and above that, ensure that that 440 billion rand is further invested in the last mile, in the distribution, because it's good to hear that he says that they've almost eradicated what they call the reduction. Instead of load shedding, but they talk about reduction.
Yes.
Now, all of that is as a result of the lack of investment in the network, including in the last mile, which is the distribution network that connects to your home, that connects to your place of work. Those are the things that they should be focusing on. But more importantly, the 32 cents that I'm making is the primary cost of generation of electricity from base load costs, and anybody who cannot compete with 32 cents, Eskom has got no duty or obligation to have to buy that electricity, because to buy it will be in contravention of Section 217 of the Constitution of the Republic. The minister ought to know this. The minister is duty bound by the oath he has taken to ensure that he can't force the state-owned company, whether it's Eskom or even the National Transmission Company of South Africa, to have to be settled with these onerous power purchase agreements where it costs well over 248 cents a kilowatt hour. Hence, we now sit with a situation whereby certain persons in the country, or rather certain class of citizens, are paying more than 5 rand a kilowatt hour, and then the others are paying 62 cents a kilowatt hour. It is astounding that that can even be justified under any means. We need a standardized uniform tariff in order for the economy to grow, in order for jobs to be created, and in order for the people's dignity not to be impaired any further. Because Gauteng has got 2.5 million people, according to the Premier, who don't have access to electricity. It is a calamity.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Tsepo Khadima, energy analyst. I'm afraid we don't have the time to take any more questions. We've completely run out of time. But Ronnie from Durban, I hope that answers your question. You've asked for views on the following proposal and your opinion on the possible way forward. And you've asked, should there be a standardized flat rate electricity charge that is reasonable and affordable for all citizens, ensuring fairness and consistency? And Tsepo Khadima is telling us that to his mind is 87 cents. It allows Eskom quite a margin there if it costs them 62 cents to produce that 1 kilowatt hour of electricity. And they've got a little bit of surplus left over there. But it's also in line with the international tariffs in other developing countries like India and Turkey. That brings us almost to 10:40 on the Daily Discourse. Let's take a break.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
It's 5 o'clock on Wednesday, the 1st of March, and this is SAfm 104 to 107.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael. A very, very happy 100th birthday to you. This is Radio Today, phoning you. You tell us about yourself a little bit, when you came to South Africa and what you did.
Well, I arrived in South Africa in the early days.
And the time just coming up to 7 minutes to 6 South African time, which is 3 hours 53 Greenwich Mean Time.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
All right, 10:41 it is on the Daily Discourse, and we are going to fit in two conversations in the next few minutes. One of our biggest fears around the deteriorating relationship between the Trump regime in the United States and South Africa was that we were going to be excluded from the extension of the African Growth and Opportunity Act that's been really important for our continent's trade with the US. And, of course, our country's trade deals with them too, by extension. Now, there's been some good news. Nothing's confirmed yet, but at this stage it seems that South Africa may not be excluded from the AGOA extension after all. Let's find out what's possibly on the cards from Chief Economist at the Agricultural Business Chamber of South Africa, Wandile Sihlobo. Good morning, Mr. Sihlobo. Thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. We know AGOA benefits a number of sectors in South Africa, including industrial goods, the motoring sector, the chemical sector and others, but please just remind us of the importance of this AGOA agreement to our agricultural sector.
Joanne, I am down with this terrible flu, but I couldn't miss this conversation with you this morning. And I'll tell you, for the farming sector, the United States in general is an important trading partner for the South African farming sector. If you think of it in a monetary perspective, that market is about 4% of what South Africa sends out to the world. That's about just over $500 million. We send out to the world over $15 billion a year. And to some people, Joanne, they may look at that and say, what is this headache that farmers are talking about? Only 4%. Why can't you just sell to China or elsewhere? And the key thing that we always emphasize is that there are particular few sectors, citrus, table grapes, raisins, wine, are some of those that benefit a lot on that access to the U.S. market. And of course, it is a high-paying one. So it's in that perspective that even in the conversation about AGOA, we had always looked this issue on. But I will be quick, Joanne, to remind South Africans that AGOA is not a trade agreement per se, but it is a preferential access that we are given by the U.S. It's a unilateral approach, the U.S. extending it to the African countries, just like what we got from China at the beginning of May, where they came up with the China-Africa partnership agreement for shared prosperity. The aspiration from South Africa then is that now that we are an upper middle income country, we have to graduate to some form of a free trade agreement. But I think us coming closer to the likelihood of having it renewed, one, improves on the sentiment side because others were saying we will be kicked out as a country. Two, it begins to still offer us a 3% discount because without AGOA, you would take the tariff space in the U.S., which is 12.5%, and add what we call the most favored nations rate tariffs, which are around 3 to 3.5%, and you would have made the farming sector slightly uncompetitive compared to others that have a trade agreement. So that's the perspective and the background at which we look at this from, Joy.
Right. If AGOA is indeed renewed, Mr. Sihlobo, how long will the extension last?
We anticipate that if it is renewed, we will probably go to 2028, and at that time, we suspect that even as South Africa, we would have made material progress in as far as thinking about how do we move to a much more predictable approach in as far as the trade agreement. And that, Joanna, is not the conversation that will start today. I mean, you will remember that back in 2014, there was that conversation when it was a renewal period again of the AGOA that South Africa must graduate. And the likes of Kenya, for example, jumped, which is why now we talk of a Kenya-US free trade agreement. And also back in the early 2000s, when Morocco and the others established, South Africa was also initiating this conversation. So our very hope is that we will then pivot towards that by 2028, we would have made a material progress on what's the path forward.
How long will it be before we know the final outcome of these AGOA negotiations?
We should be able to know it before the year end. There's now just one or two few steps, and then it goes to the president for signing off. But our sense from what we are hearing from people on the ground and the processes that we've seen unfolding, we are very optimistic as the farming sector that perhaps we will get the renewal for another couple of years.
Right, let's hold thumbs that it does actually come true. Wandile Sihlobo, South Africa's presidential envoy on agriculture and land, and do get well soon.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
10:47 on the Daily Discourse, and today is World Humanitarian Day. And the International Committee of the Red Cross wants greater protection of humanitarian workers and increased respect for international humanitarian law. The world is ridden with dissension and violence right now, ranging from wars to other humanitarian disasters. This means millions of people need assistance around the globe, and the people who extend the hand are humanitarian workers, although this often comes at a cost to them. Let's bring into the conversation head of the ICRC Regional Delegation for Southern Africa, Jean-Nicolas Paquet-Rouleau. Mr. Paquet-Rouleau, good morning, and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. I imagine that many of your workers are caught up in hostile environments as we speak. Please give us an overview of what they're likely experiencing on the ground in the many different contexts globally.
Good morning, Mrs. Joseph, and thank you so much for having me on your show. Indeed, today is World Humanitarian Day, and it comes at a time when the number of conflicts that are raging across the world are on increase. And the ICRC estimates that there are a little over 130 conflicts currently happening in the world, which is an increase of 2 since in the last 15 years. And we've all seen them from our screens and the radios and the TV, and the international humanitarian law is being increasingly interpreted in very permissive ways, if not completely ignored at times. And where we're really concerning for us, and that's why the theme of this year for the ICRC of World Humanitarian Day is the protection of humanitarian workers, is that just to give you a few statistics, in some of the big conflicts and across the world, in the first half of 2026, 12 Red Cross and Red Crescent volunteers and staff have been killed in violence related to their work and to their job. And if we take a bit the longer term and the perspective that we're seeing from 2023 to today, it's almost 100 Red Cross and Red Crescent volunteers and staff that have died or been killed while serving their communities. And in total, that's over 1,000 humanitarian workers across the world. Now, what that means is that whenever a humanitarian worker is being harassed, wounded, blocked, or in the worst cases, killed or prevented from doing its job, it's thousands and sometimes millions of community members that are unable to receive the kind of assistance and protection that they're expecting, that they desperately need. And for this, you can just imagine, even on this continent, in places like Sudan or in places like the DRC, and that's not to talk about other important conflicts that are happening in the world. So there's really a reason now to use this day and to promote the fact that humanitarian workers need to not only be recognized for their courage and for their humanity, but also protected to allow them to reach the communities that are increasingly in dire need because of the conflicts that are happening around the world.
I mean, as you said, international law dictates that humanitarian workers be respected as they go about their duties, and that's often not the case in many situations. How do you respond to these situations where you find your workers' rights are being disrespected?
I mean, it starts with respecting international humanitarian law at the beginning. That's an obligation that states have all convened together on the ashes of World War II to say that never again what had been witnessed in the first half of the 20th century should take place. And so today, if you look at the Geneva Conventions and the body of international humanitarian law and further treaties, states must facilitate humanitarian work. It's not just a question of allowing it, it's to facilitate it, because there's this recognition that humanitarian workers, relief agencies and so on are actually bringing assistance and protection to communities, and it's their obligation to facilitate that, to protect those who are providing assistance, and that extends to hospitals and doctors and all members of society that are working in favor of their communities. Now, what we are seeing is that today, with militarization on the rise, with a discourse that is increasingly belligerent, that the quickest way to military wins often means interpreting IHL in a permissive way, or it means completely abandoning the idea that international humanitarian law should apply in conflicts. And that's what we're really worried about, and that's what we're seeing around here. And so our call to all states, not just the legal advisors who of course know international humanitarian law very well, but it's also to make it a political priority, to have states look at other states and call out when there are violations and make international humanitarian law the protection, yes, of humanitarian workers, but of communities, of those affected, of those who are not looking to be part of conflict and are not participating in it, to be spared, to be protected, and not to be involved and have to live with separation, displacement, death, mourning, prisons. Things that we are seeing are numbers that are all on the rise. And I spoke about Sudan, it's 12 million IDPs today. That's a lot of people who have had to be uprooted from their homes and are looking for safety and are looking for food and ways to sustain their lives. And if in addition humanitarian workers aren't able to reach them, then you're doubling the suffering.
You know, in many cases, the reason that your humanitarian workers are being put at risk is because you're making this appeal to people who are breaking humanitarian law anyway with their actions, right? They're not necessarily people who believe in human rights. They're people who feel they have the right to engage in violence against other groups or to displace those groups. I mean, how do you deal with the reality that there are no consequences when you lose workers' lives on the ground?
It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing, and it happens. And I've now been working with the ICRC for 16 years, and I will tell you, I've had many close calls, and I've seen colleagues. I've lost colleagues, but I've also, seen what it is for a prisoner who you say you're going to visit again, and you can't anymore, and the desperation that sets in some of the darkest jails in this world. It is clearly important that we continue the debate, that we do what we are doing today, that we bring it up on the 19th of August, that we remind that state leaders, politicians, that international humanitarian law is the lowest common denominator to protect our human dignity. And if we sink below that, we go back to a time where we swore we would never go again. And what happens when you do that is that not only you are preparing for what you can do unto others, but you are somehow also putting your own population at risk. I think that's an element that is often forgotten. Disrespecting IHL, violating IHL, going around it will ultimately mean that the other party, your adversary, will do the same. And that will have consequences on your own population. And as politicians, you will need to answer for that. And I think that's a message we're trying to also pass along when we're talking about protection of humanitarian workers, but more importantly, when we're talking about reminding of the importance of international humanitarian law as a body of law that ultimately protects our shared humanity.
The only thing is, Mr. Pagerlo, I get the sense that you're making an appeal to people, for whom it will entirely fall on deaf ears. Shouldn't global bodies like the United Nations be intervening to ensure the safety of humanitarian workers in these conflict zones?
I think intervening takes many forms. You have those who are proposing to also have bigger defenses and armed escorts and so on and so forth. The problem is that in many of those conflicts and the places where the ICRC is working, to be able to preserve neutrality and to remain at equidistance between Group A and Group B, you cannot take on additional protective measures and weapons and so on, because you will be assimilated to exactly the problems that those communities are facing. So I think the important thing remains to be able to seize the world as it is today and to remind that those treaties, those obligations were there to prevent additional suffering of the population. One of the things the ICRC has partnered with 6 states today in the world, which is to launch the Global Initiative on International Humanitarian Law, which aims at galvanizing political commitment for international humanitarian law. This will culminate in a summit of heads of states, and the objective that we have is to recall the importance of humanitarian law at a time that we find ourselves today, where conflicts are on the rise, where suffering is on the rise, and where political negotiations and statements do too little to remind of the consequences that this is having on the communities that are undergoing those violences.
Well, thank you for reminding us of the important role that humanitarian workers play in bringing this kind of aid and much-needed succor to the people who are caught up in these difficult situations. Head of the ICRC Regional Delegation for Southern Africa, Jean-Nicolas Paquet-Rouleau.
Thank you very much for having me, and good day to you.
Thank you. All right, that leaves us with 2 minutes before the news bulletin. And let me just play one of your voice notes here. This is in regard to the conversation we had a moment ago, a little while ago actually, with the energy analyst Tsepo Khadima on the issue of electricity tariffs.
Hi, Joan. Tsepo was speaking to Tsepo from Togoza. Joan, I'm going to talk about that gentleman, Tsepo Khadima, energy analysis. That man, that gentleman, he was supposed to be at ESCOM advisory board. But they will never do it because he's not one of them. He's not a comrade. And he's not corrupt. They will never do it. That man, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, Tsepo, I felt similarly. I felt the way he drilled down to the issues and the level of detail he gave suggested that he knows the information back and forth. He's done his homework in terms of the numbers and so on. And you really wish, when an expert is giving advice of this nature, that the people who are running the country would actually listen to that. I mean, that's not to say the minister doesn't have his other advisors who've perhaps advised him on the current policy, but it does raise the question, what about the gaps that have occurred? If an economist, an energy analyst like Tsepo Khadima can actually pinpoint where the problem areas are, have the minister's current advisors not foreseen the same problems? Have they not made an effort to troubleshoot those problems? And has the minister not taken that advice into account? I'm just curious to know what the minister's motivations are behind that, and I'd love to have a conversation with him, and hopefully we will be able to have that conversation at some point when he is available to speak to us. All right, we are heading for 11 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse, and that means Ondela Mbana is standing by with your latest news bulletin.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, consumer price inflation lowered in July and CPUT students vacate residences following protests. For SAfm News, I'm Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. We'll start with the good news. Consumers can breathe a sigh of relief as data from Statistics South Africa points to a fall in prices. The latest data shows that inflation has cooled from 5% in June to 4.3% in July. Contributions to inflation in the period came from housing, transport, and insurance. Parliament's Impeachment Committee has confirmed receiving a letter from President Cyril Ramaphosa in which he's raised objections with its recommended evidence leader. The committee is busy with administrative work, including appointing an evidence leader and finalizing its terms of reference. This after the Western Cape High Court ruled that the committee's hearings must be put on ice. At its last meeting, the committee recommended in its correspondence to the Speaker, Toko Didiza, that Advocate Thandazani Madonsela would be its evidence leader. Ramaphosa has cited two instances of conflict of interest. Parliament's senior legal advisor, Sue Ann Isaacs.
The Speaker has signed up on the political authorization for us to appoint an evidence leader, but subsequently late yesterday evening, we received a letter from the President, Mr. Ramaphosa, indicating that he has an objection to the person recommended by the committee to be appointed as evidence leader. As we received that letter quite late yesterday evening, we have not had time to apply our minds and discuss this further, but that is the development.
The National Coloured Congress Member of Parliament, Fadil Adams, has started to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. He's facing questions about his alleged role in the investigation of 7 senior crime intelligence officials, including the head, Dumisani Kumalo. Adams submitted an affidavit accusing the officials' corruption and misuse of Secret Services funds. The affidavit triggered the IDEC investigations, which the Commission has been scrutinizing. Adams was at pains to explain why he did not respond to the Commission's emails.
What I said was I observed an email asking 3 questions. However, I expected more questions, therefore I did not respond to it. But I've had, and I put places on record, and you can summons the IT guys from Parliament here if you want to, that I have had numerous issues with my laptop. And though this is not an excuse, yes, I'm just trying to explain to you the situation I was in. I'm still in with this laptop.
The case of alleged mastermind in the murder of Warwick DJ Wara Stark is expected to resume in the High Court in Johannesburg today. Victor Majola will appear for the finalization of his pre-trial conference. The conference refers to a formal meeting between a judge and the opposing legal counsel or self-represented parties. The aim is to organize the case, narrow down legal issues, explore settlement options, and set strict scheduling deadlines. The state's case against Majola has been strengthened, this after the killer Amindo Pakula reached a plea deal with the state. The 25-year-old Mozambican national confessed to pulling the trigger outside a building in the Johannesburg in December last year. He said he was paid 25,000 rand for the hit. Pakula was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Many Cape Peninsula University of Technology students are heeding the call to vacate the institution's residences. This follows days of students' protests linked to dissatisfaction over CPUT's financial recovery plan and concerns around student funding. Academic activities have been suspended and all the university campuses closed until further notice. Students who live in residences have been ordered to leave by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Recapping the top story, consumers can breathe a sigh of relief as data from Statistics South Africa points to a fall in prices. The latest data shows that inflation has cooled down from 5% in June to 4.3% in July. I'm Ondela Mana for SAfm News headlines at 11:30.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Running a small business means every rand counts. Thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month for my bakkies and tools of trade. Now, I get to save some extra cash for my business and focus on giving my clients world-class service.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your bakkies and tools of trade. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 for a quote today. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
From yesterday's headlines to tomorrow's questions, 90 years of conversation.
My name is Neville Mikey, the Chief Executive of Brand South Africa. Congratulations to SAFM on reaching this incredible milestone of 90 years of broadcasting. SAFM, you've been a trusted voice in South African journalism, you've kept us informed, and you continue to share South Africa's stories with credibility and pride. Thank you, SAFM, for having shaped important national conversations whilst inspiring and playing your part.
South Africa has changed. SAFM has evolved. The conversation continues. SAFM. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
6 minutes past 11, we are into the final hour of our show here on the Daily Discourse, and thank you for joining us if you've just tuned in. We are continuing to have the conversations here, leading the conversations that move us as always on SAFM. Our studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Send us your voice notes or your texts and I'll read out as many of those as possible. All right, it is Wednesday morning and I want to ask you, how often do you put together a budget, recording your monthly income and expenses? Sometimes we're not very consistent about doing that and we have no idea where the money actually goes, apart from our major expenses perhaps. But there are many advantages to sitting down and figuring out exactly how we spend. As always on a Wednesday, financial advisor Brian Hirsch joins us, and that's what we're speaking to him about today, the importance of drawing up a budget. Brian Hirsch, financial advisor, good morning to you. Lovely to have you on the program as always on a Wednesday. Why is it essential to draw up a budget?
Good morning. Are you talking to me?
Indeed, Brian.
Yes, I didn't realize I'm already on air. Good morning to you. Well, you're now 90 years in 1 month. Congratulations.
Oh, yes, thank you. And I'm not even feeling it. Not feeling the age,
sure
Brian.
I'm not sure. I never remembered listening to SAFM in my cot, so I'm also not 90 years old. Look, a budget is simply a plan for your money. It tells you where your income is coming from, which is the most important thing. It also lets you know where's this money going, how much can you spend, and most importantly, whether you're putting enough aside for the future. I've got a quote that I always refer to, which Charles Dickens from David Copperfield was contrasting poverty and wealth, and he said, annual income £20, annual expenditure 19 and sixpence results in happiness. Annual income £20, annual expenditure £20 and 6 results in misery. In other words, if you're spending more than you earn, you have enormous amounts in danger. So I wonder if our listeners maybe want to make a note and get a piece of paper and pen. But very simply, let me start with putting a budget there. You need to first establish your income. What is your income? Salary? Are there commissions? Are there bonuses? Do you get any investment income after expense? Now, if you've got a property and you're renting it out, then you've got expenses against that rental. So are you bringing anything? Do you have any pension income, particularly for those who are retired? And I'll deal with retirees separately. And then do you have any other regular income? You may be a divorced lady, you may be getting maintenance, whatever the case may be. So that's the first thing. The second thing, which is even more important, is identify your essential expenses and the things you have to pay. Mortgage or rent. We know that rates and taxes do vary, particularly during the winter and summer months. Then what about electricity and water? What about groceries? Then what about medical aid and insurance? People don't always bring that in. Then you've got school fees that you may only pay at the beginning of the year, or you may pay quarterly, but you should build that into your annual budget. What about transport? I mean, there's transport costs. Now we come to the most important. You've got debt repayments. Again, most working in South Africa have got a bond, because how many people can buy a house for cash? And they've got motor car debt. I hope they do not have an unsecured debt. Let me make this comment. If you've got debt, unsecured debt, you need to get rid of it. And if you've got credit card debt, you need to get rid of it. Even restructure. We can talk about restructure of your finances at another program. But you need to get rid of that debt. It is so high compared to the income you earn. I mean, debt today can cost 18%, 19, 25%, and you may be getting 6.5%, 7% in the bank account. So we need to talk about that. Then, have you got household help? I mean, what is your annual expenditure for you and the family for clothing and other things like that? And then you've got, this is where what kills budget. You've got what I call discretionary spending. Restaurants and takeaways, people don't budget for that. Holidays. What about entertainment, which can also vary? I've mentioned clothing. Are there any hobby costs? What about gifts? What about subscriptions? What about sporting activities and sometimes the additional school fees? And then what about weekend spending? And the budget, the reason for a budget is the important thing is not to guess. Look at your bank and credit card statements for the last 3 to 6 months. Your actual spending is much more useful than what you think you spend. So if you can go back to what I said to Charles Dickens, and I'll give an example. If you're earning 10,000 a month and you're spending 9.5, happiness. If you're earning 10 and you're spending 10.5, misery. And you're going to get yourself into big problems. And then very simply, there are other things, you need to talk about young family versus retirement. Maybe what I'm going to leave today is I'll talk about retirement at another time for retirees, how they go about budgeting, because their difficulty in budgeting is interest rates fluctuation. At the moment, interest rates are slightly higher. But what happens over the next 2 interest rates come down? You've got a fixed income and that type of thing. So I think we'll deal that separately. So that's why you need a budget. And you need to get a budget form. Again, I make the offer. I have a form that you can access from our website. It will prompt you to write down both your monthly and annual expenses and additional expenses. So if it's there, if you want to make use of it, I'm sure you can download it from any of these programs, a budget form. But the best advice I can give, do a budget. And then check your budget regularly. How are you going against that budget? Because, I can't tell you the number of people who come into my office at all levels of wealth, don't have a budget. Don't have a budget. I sit there and do the budget to them. And we pick up things they've forgotten. It just makes your life that much easier. Over to you.
Yes, so Brian, the next important question is, once you've drawn up that budget, how important is it to stick to it, or can one accommodate deviations from the norm?
Well, if you've got surplus funds, I just did a budget for someone this morning where I did their budget, and they have surplus funds of 65,000 Rand a year over and above their main spends. So I do this myself. I've been doing this since my early days of accounting, but I do this myself. I know what my surplus is going to be, and whenever I use more than what my budget is, I debit my surplus account for the year, so I know exactly how I'm going. I know it's ridiculous, I shouldn't, but I do it. I do it religiously every single month, and invariably, if I find that I'm running low, I then stop doing certain things. So it just gives you that feeling of extras, because we all know. I mean, my wife gives me how much she spends a month. That's a short page. And the back page, the second page, is what the extras were. Having to do the alarm and all different things like that. So it's so important, because I tell you that also helps you establish. It helps you establish how much can you save, because everyone needs to put money away. And I always say the first thing you can do when you start working is put something away. But so many of us are unable to put money away, so many people. So I'm saying, if you have that budget and you see you've got a surplus, then you need to be disciplined to put it away, because in the years to come, there's always going to be further needs. And when you get closer to retirement, you must have your home paid for, you must have no debt whatsoever, you must have a good healthcare program, and you need a budget, which we'll talk about on another program.
Right. I mean, you've mentioned something important there about taking note of where your, perhaps unexpected expenditure is. And people often give this example of, I buy a cup of coffee at work every day. For argument's sake, it costs me 30 Rand. I didn't realize I was spending 150 Rand a week on that, right? And that eventually ends up being about 600 Rand a month, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you do a budget, you face the difficult decision of, what do I do without? I'm not not meeting my expenses, or I'm overspending. What do I need to cut out? That probably is a very difficult thing for people to decide, Brian. So what goes first?
Okay, well, debt goes first. If you've got, everyone working's got debt. I mean, where can you buy? I've said before, where can you buy a house for cash? You take a bond. Where can you buy motor cars for cash? You take finance. So those fluctuate. Now, you need to understand that there are some places, if you've got other debts, credit card debt, unsecured debt, the rates are so high. I mean, you're getting 7% interest on your capital if you've got any. You're paying 16 to 18% on your credit card, so you're already 11% down. And if you've got unsecured debt, you may be 17% down. So where can you get? So maybe if you've got a little bit of surplus in your bonds, you can take a little bit out to pay off that debt. But bear in mind, don't take money from your bond for the full term of the bond. Take it for, say, 5 years, and you compare. If I can pay it off that amount that I've taken, the extra 50 or 100,000 out of my bond, if I can pay that within 5 years, I've saved an enormous amount of money from my credit card debt. So debt is the first place you need to consider. What is going with your debt? The second place you need to have a look at, for example, if you're a smoker and you've got life insurance, give up smoking. Mm-hmm. You can save 30% on your premiums.
Sure.
It's enormous. It's an actual giveaway. The insurance company, if you tell the insurance company, I go to gym every single day, they won't give you any discount. If you tell them you're not smoking, 30 to 40%. So that's one place. Then you need to also have a look at your entertainment. Where are you spending money on entertainment? Where are you spending money on your cell phone? And I didn't even mention my bond in my expenses. What about technology? Phones and technology. Think about that. Where can you do something better there? And then transport. What are you spending on transport? Are you driving to work every day on your own? Can you share some driving? Where you and what are you going online to buy? It's so easy. I mean, everything. When you think about it, it's so easy to buy online, and you can pay it on the on the buy today, pay tomorrow, and that type of thing. So you need to have a look at weekends. You need to look at each item. You need to analyze each item. But then, as you say, Joan, you made the point. You have to stick to the budget.
All right. This is great advice, Brian. And I think you've also given us some wonderful areas of saving that we should think about. Let's take a short break. Hopefully we'll have some questions and calls from our listeners in a moment.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
SAfm. Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life.
More than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations, and no paperwork. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Every nation leaves something behind. A song, a poem, a painting, a performance, a story. This is ours. Join us as we honor the creators shaping South Africa's future at the National Arts and Culture Awards 2026. Friday, 21 August, Sun City. Then watch the primetime broadcast on SABC 1, Saturday, 22 August at 8 p.m. NACA 2026. Celebrating our nation's creative excellence.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
22 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse, continuing our conversation with Brian Hirsch, financial advisor at Brian Hirsch, Colley and Associates, and we're talking about the issue of budgeting. Bongani in Kempton Park is on the line to us. Bongani, good morning. What is your comment or your question for Brian?
Yeah, my question actually is regarding investment, and savings. I think sometime actually I had to take my retirement annuity. Actually, I took all of it and invested in a property somewhere in Durban. So I just want to know if it was a good decision actually to take, because I was looking at what am I going to get out, when I retire with the retirement annuity versus, the property, because you see, in terms of growth, I thought, investing that money into a property than a rental property than actually keeping it with the bank. So I just need to know, was it a good decision to do that?
Question for you. How old are you?
I am 55.
Okay, so you do. So have you just cashed in your retirement annuity recently at 55?
No. I cashed it.
How did you manage to cash? Because for those listeners who aren't aware, you can only cash in a retirement annuity when you get to age 55. Under the two-pot system, you are entitled to some funds. So how did you cash in your retirement annuity under 55?
Using the terms in terms of pension fund and retirement.
Did you withdraw your money from a pension fund?
Yes, actually that's the correct term.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. 2 questions. One, property is all about position. And secondly, it's about long term. Property is not a short term investment. So I can't answer whether that was a good investment or not. However, understand that income from a property is taxable. So is income from a retirement fund when you retire. Subject to the amount that you can get tax-free. You obviously didn't get the advantage of the 550,000 tax-free. So it's very difficult for me to say one way or the other because everyone's circumstances are different. I don't encourage people to cash their retirement annuities and buy property. You're relying on capital appreciation. You're relying on tenants. You're relying on all the costs. But in your circumstances, I would have to see exactly what you've done, where you've done it, what rent you're coming in versus the money. And if you want to send me those details, I'll give my details out shortly towards the end of the program, and you can let me know. Okay, Joanne.
All right. Yes.
Thank you. One of my ladies was listening to this program, and she came through to my office to say, "Do you know?" And I never use Uber Eats, but I did yesterday. I was in so many meetings. She ordered Uber Eats for me. The the normal price was 120 rand,
Mm.
and it came to 166 rand using Uber Eats.
Yeah.
So let people, and I know that it's so easy to organ. Do you know how much extra you're paying for the privilege of getting your food through Uber Eats? Understand that. You need to look at that very carefully. Sometimes it pays you to get into your car, or if you're not far from a store, to go there yourself and get your food. Don't be lazy.
Okay, Brian, thank you for that. We've got
I
a question.
Believe it. I can't believe what you told me.
A question from KG in Pretoria. Good morning, KG.
Good morning, Joanne. Good morning, Brian. Brian,
KG.
just one insight from you. I'm 34 years old. I've been very fortunate to be hip-hopping around jobs, but getting more senior management and the salary increasing. So what I've been doing throughout, I've been catching my salary, and what I've done is I've put the money into a house. So the house cost about 2 million rand. I've paid almost 1 million rand. It gives me back about 17,000 rental monthly, and then I pay from the bank about 9,000, including insurance. So I really want to know, is this the right approach? Because my other issue that I have with myself is I'm not disciplined. That rental money, I spend it like I'm just bowling. So I need to know, am I on the right course, or what do I need to amend here and there?
Well, what you've done is the right thing. To buy investment property, you want to gear it, you want to take a bond, you want the bond costs to be covered by the rental. Any surplus rental, you need to invest, not to spend, because you're going to get the benefit, firstly, of that extra money, which is over and above the bond. So I like that idea. I mean, money has been made over the last 60 years in South Africa by what we call gearing property, taking a bond, but then it's not spending the money, it's investing the money. If you're investing the money together with any capital appreciation and the reduction of the bond. So I'll give you an example. You bought a 2 million rand property, you paid off 1 million. If you reinvest that money even into the bond, maybe in 5-6 years' time, the bond is worth only 500,000, and the property now is worth 2,500,000. You've made a phenomenal investment. Don't spend the money. Either put it back into the bond or make an investment. And the best investment you as a 34-year-old can make is into a retirement annuity. I know you can't touch it till you're 55, but the big advantage is you're getting the full tax deduction. If you're paying tax on the 9,000 that you've got surplus, you are going to be paying tax. You said you're more senior and you're earning more money. You could be paying tax of 30 to 35%. People don't. Sorry?
No, go on.
Yeah, so people don't always realize you've got tax to pay on an investment property. So most people do not declare that income. Let me tell you, when you come to sell the property one day and you have to pay capital gains tax on an investment property, revenue could say, hold on, you want to pay tax, you're going to pay tax. Where did the income go? Revenue has got unbelievable, so you've got to be, don't think you can get away with not paying rent. But if you're paying rent and you're paying tax, that's why I'm saying put the money into retirement annuity, because it's fully tax deductible from tax, and you've got the full investment of the 9,000. That's my advice to you.
Thanks for that, KG. And then one last quick comment, Brian, before we go.
Oh, Brian. Hi, Joanne. Errol here from Durban. You know, since a friend of mine stopped gambling, he's now able to save over 600 Rand a month, which he was wasting on gambling. So, yeah, that's another thing. That's my take, Errol, Durban.
Errol, thank you for that. Were you able to hear that, Brian?
I must tell you, these gambling sites on television, these gambling sites on our phone, I just cannot understand how we allow it. Because children, as you say, people are getting involved. It starts off a little bit, you know, even sports betting. It's a terrible scourge of people's savings money and people's earnings, gambling. Be very careful.
Yeah, indeed. And they're trying to legislate that even more. All right, Brian, before we go, one of our listeners asks if he can get your number. I think a number of our listeners would like this. Please share your contact details.
Okay, our phone number is 011 880 4888. Unfortunately, our line fills up very quickly, and sometimes you can't leave a message. But my website is www.bhca.co.za. And again, I'm saying if you want a budget sheet that you can do your own budget, please send us a note and we'll let you know. And to that caller who phoned about the property, if you can make contact and give us more details, I may be in a better position to give you a more informed answer than the general answer I gave you. Thanks, Joanne.
Brian, thank you so much for that. Let me just revise that number for those of you who want to call Brian, 011 880 4888, and you can go to his website, bhca.co.za. Brings us to just after 11:30 on the Daily Discourse. Here's Ondela Mbana with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, inflation has cooled to a 5-month low on the back of lower food and fuel prices. Statistics South Africa's newly released data shows that food and non-alcoholic beverages fell to their lowest levels since 2010. Parliament's Impeachment Committee has confirmed receiving a letter from President Cyril Ramaphosa in which he's raised objections with its recommended evidence leader. And suspender Police Sergeant Fani Nkosi's case has been postponed to the 15th of next month in the Pretoria North Regional Court. The aim of the postponement is to facilitate the disclosure of dockets. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAfm presents another episode of the book, The Invisible People, by Potuma Nhleko.
All right, that is a foretaste of what is to come here on SAfm. We're going to the book reading a little bit later on, and that it will be how we close our show. It's a very good book, by the way, so I do encourage you to read it. We are right now in the middle of this recording of The Invisible People by Potuma Nhleko, and that has proven to be really very popular amongst our listeners. Right now, I'm going to take some of your calls and your voice notes that came through during the course of the show. This is always the time of day when I play catch up because we don't always have a chance to speak to you as much as we would like to during the show, but one of you is talking about the trauma of how much SARS takes, which makes budgeting hard. I think we all feel that in the pocket. My daughter was saying to me yesterday, if only we were not taxed at the levels we are, and we'd all be so much better off financially. And yes, that's true, but of course we must give to Caesar what is due to Caesar, to get all biblical on you for a moment. And then one of you is watching Fadil Adams on the stand at the Madlanga Commission, I'm sure, and laughing, saying, "Hello, Joanne. Fadil Adams is such a disappointment. With 1,500 Rand, anybody can get a small PC if they are serious about their work in Parliament." I thought it was a bit of a lame excuse. And then one of you speaking about the issue of load reduction and load shedding.
And what the minister said about the load reduction being better than the load shedding doesn't make sense. At the end of the day, there's no electricity. This is the ANC at its best. They changed all the names after 1994. If you have stolen, they say you have misappropriated. You are no longer a teacher, you're an educator. They just change names. What we want is the electricity, not sweet names here.
I like that. And I think the word we're looking for there is euphemism, right? This is what makes it sound so, a little less harsh. I think when the term load shedding came out, right, we in news always talk about power cuts, right? I don't like using the word load shedding. I don't like using the term load reduction either, because these are just very kind ways of simply not presenting the picture as it actually is. And so it clouds, it obfuscates the reality of what is happening to people on the ground when you cut their power, right? And you're quite right, I think. I mean, load shedding, the only difference is they use the word load shedding. Government uses the word load shedding to refer to scheduled cuts, right? And load reduction to refer to unscheduled cuts. But essentially, load shedding is a power cut. It is a planned power cut, and load reduction is an unplanned power cut more often than not. So, yeah, we like to tell it like it is here. Siyabonga in Boksburg is on the line to us. You want to talk about Eskom, Siyabonga? Good morning.
How are you?
I'm so well, thanks.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, the problem with Eskom, I think Eskom doesn't want to work with people. Long time ago, we had this thing of what do they call it, flat rate. So the problem with flat rate, they were not maintaining the flat rate due to people were not paying, and I can't watch someone not paying. So now they've introduced these things of smart meters. Why they don't take those smart meters and put flat rate whereby a person can pay maybe 500 per month for his electricity? Because now you can't compare someone who's working and not working. I can stay at home while I'm working, then someone is using my the electricity that I buy. That creates a situation whereby people fight at home because they don't pay electricity, and that's why they end up whereby they breach for electricity, and then they don't pay once. You see, so if Eskom could just work with people, things will be fine, and put flat rate, people will pay all the time.
Yeah, I think that's what Tsepo Khadima was suggesting, Siyabonga, that they work on a flat rate of 87 cents per kilowatt hour for everyone.
That would be better, because now if people could pay 200 per house, everyone will get more money every month.
Yeah.
Than now they don't get anything. People do not pay electricity. Like now, where they have electricity due to the
we're losing
over a year
you.
now.
Yeah.
It's been over a year, and it happens that the last minute sub they've put in, it didn't last even a year. It exploded again. You see, now the problem is that they don't maintain the mini subs. That's why they will always explode.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, Siyabonga. And you've drawn attention to an important issue, which is, I mean, we spoke about leaks in electricity, right? The electricity that is lost during transmission. But you're quite right. There are illegal connections as well. And the electricity infrastructure needs to be maintained. Siyabonga, Nati in Durban is on the line to us. Nati, good morning. Hi.
Good morning, on SAfm and the listeners. It's Nat from Devon. I'd like to tap in on the issue of load reduction and load shedding. Listen to the presenter saying the load reduction is the power cut. It's not actually true. It's both planned, except that load shedding is when we have an issue with generating capacity compared to the demand, where the demand exceeds what we can actually generate. And the load reduction is actually when we actually have the capacity to generate, but we are reducing the load because on those particular networks, we have an issue of illegal connections. And part of saving, whilst Eskom or the municipality is attending to those people that can't pay electricity, and then they do the planned power cuts. So power cut is when we actually have network breakdowns, but on the reduction side, we are reducing the load so that we do not allow those people that are stealing electricity or tampering on electricity to continuously enjoy that, particularly around peak hours in the morning and in the afternoon. And that's where actually it happens. So
Okay,
there
so
is
Nati-
a difference in spot blend,
Yeah.
power cuts, load reduction, and load shedding.
So Nati, I actually want to. Do you work in the industry?
Yes, I'm an electrical engineer.
Oh, you're in. Okay, perfect.
I actually
So-
work for Eskom as well.
Oh, okay. So Nati, I just want to ask you, I was talking about really how it plays out in terms of the lives of people, right? Where if you're a person sitting in your house and Eskom is using the term load shedding, what they're talking about is a planned power cut. In terms of load reduction, is that also planned or is that an unplanned power cut?
It's absolutely planned. Customers know. I know a number of customers in KZN
Mhm.
where they know it's scheduled, and
Yes.
those areas are mostly affected as a result of illegal connections, people that are connecting themselves, people that are timbering
Yeah.
on those particular networks. So it's all planned. There's nothing wrong with it, and it encourages customers to come forward to either Eskom or the municipality and start addressing timbering.
Okay, so Nati, just explain something else to me, please. If it's planned in the same way that what you call load shedding is planned, how is it different to load shedding?
The difference with load shedding is that with the load shedding, we have an issue in a generation power plant where we can't meet the demand, where the demand is, where they probably have failures in the power stations or some units in the power stations can't generate because of the fault, and now the system can't meet the demand.
Okay.
Whereas with the load reduction, the generating capacity is there, but the power cuts are planned because we need to, control people that consume electricity for free as a result of timbering.
Okay, but Nati, you're not cutting off the people who are using illegal electricity only, right? You're cutting off all the people in that area.
Unfortunately.
So you know what? So you've got a reason from it from your point of view, but what I'm saying is how it plays out in people's lives is that it's a power cut regardless, right? I understand your reasoning for why Eskom does it and what the motivations are, but we're talking about the language around it and how it plays out in people's lives. Essentially, whether you are experiencing what Eskom calls load shedding, which is planned, or whether you're experiencing load reduction, you're still sitting in your home without power at a certain time. So it's a power cut.
It's
a power cut.
Correct. It's a power cut.
It's a power cut.
That's planned.
Yeah.
It's all planned.
It's all planned, and it's all power cuts. It's all power cuts to people.
It's all power cuts
Yes.
at the end of the day. But
Yes.
except that there are no faults in the system.
Yes. Okay. That's a technical difference. But I'm talking about the way people are experiencing
It's actually technical. These
Yes.
things are engineering terms.
Yes.
Load reduction and load shedding.
Yes.
It's all reduction. People can actually go on Google or on AI.
Yeah.
And then the definitions are there. It's all technical. And I understand why people get confused because it's technical jargon.
Yes, and quite frankly, it doesn't make a huge difference to their lives what the reasons are. The bottom line is they want to cook when they get home in the evening and they can't because there's the power's been turned off.
We understand around the issue of load shedding. Systems get faults from the power generation plants.
Yeah.
And then as a result, we ought to do load shedding because if we happen to have a case where now we are supplying something that can meet the demand, the entire power system can trip and we can be plunged into a blackout like it happened in Canada some years back in the 80s.
But Nati, you've got a massive reduction in power since people are moving to solar and other forms of renewable energy, and that's part of the reason. Nobody from Eskom actually wants to come out and say it, but the reason that there is greater electricity availability now is because a lot of people have switched to renewable energy, right?
That's not totally true. A lot of people are still dependent on.
No, a lot of people still are, but I'm saying you are supplying less. There's a surplus now because you're not supplying what you were before, because people have switched to other forms.
I'll agree with you, but the percentage is very small. But the issue that
it's making a difference.
The issue that we are talking about is around the issue of load reduction.
Yeah. No, we've had that discussion. We've had that discussion, Nati. But thank you for your input.
But what Eskom needs to do, however, is to actually be proactive. Don't do load reduction for 6 months, for a year. Do load reduction and attend to what needs to be attended to. Address the issue of people that are stealing electricity.
Yes.
And normal.
Quite right. Oh, I've lost you there. I'm sorry. But I think you're right. I mean, if we could get Eskom to actually do its job and get rid of illegal connections, that would leave us with a lot more revenue from people who are paying. I'll take a last couple of voice notes, perhaps, on the cost of exportable electricity.
JJ, I just wanted to ask whether Eskom does export power to our neighboring countries, and if so, how many watts, and what are the returns back to South Africa? Because I'm hearing there is now excess of power that is also produced by Eskom.
I mean, that's a great question. I seem to think in the back of my head that Eskom was actually exporting power to Southern Africa. And I believe that there are bilateral agreements. The South African power pool, comprises countries like Zambia, Eswatini, Lesotho, Mozambique, Botswana, Namibia, etc. And that it is sending electricity there. So, yeah, and there could be a greater surplus, by the way, if people who have already got that extra power are able to plug it into the grid. That indeed should even lower costs. But we'll continue having these conversations, and thank you for your wonderful contributions today. I'm going to wrap up the show there, and we'll do it all again tomorrow between 9 and 12. Let's get to that book reading now, and then hand over to the fabulous Sakina Kamwendo for update at noon at 12. Take care. Bye-bye.
SAfm presents another episode of the book, The Invisible People, by Phuthuma Nhleko, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
The Europeans ventured down the west coast of Africa, while the nearly 1,000-year-old trans-Saharan gold trade picked up speed. This triggered a proto-scramble for Africa in the 1400s. In many cases, African leaders such as the ruler of Congo Kingdom, Nzinga Mbemba, subsequently christened Alfonso I, initially opened their domains to Europeans as trading partners and equals, to the benefit of both sides, if only that had continued. Yet, despite their wealth, sophistication, connections across diverse regions, and influence on many other societies, we know relatively little of these pre-colonial African empires and their rulers, and they are largely absent from traditional historical narratives. In Born in Blackness, American journalist and author Howard French illuminates the sophistication of these African kingdoms and empires, including their organizational structures, capacities, and resources. This enabled them to initially engage the Europeans on an equal footing, until the shrewdness of the Europeans and the unbridled greed of the African aristocratic class allowed further and further foreign ingressions into the African interior. Zainab Badawi, the award-winning Sudanese-British journalist and president of London University's School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS, crisscrossed the continent interviewing historians, archaeologists, anthropologists, and storytellers to give airtime to the rich and long history of the continent before Europeans ever set foot on it. Starting at the dawn of humanity, an African history of Africa sheds light on centuries of Africa's great kingdoms and rulers. Moreover, scant attention has been paid to how pre-colonial empires valiantly and, for a while, successfully fought colonial expansion. These empires resisted European forces' repeated incursions into African territories over long periods, starting with the Portuguese in the 15th century. In the early 19th century, for example, the Asante, who had conquered a vast territory closely matching present-day Ghana, fought multiple wars against the British, who were attempting to extend their stake on the African continent. The Asante were finally vanquished only in 1900, after more than a century of resistance. It is often forgotten that what put Europe ahead was its long practice of warfare. To quote historian Peter Frankopan, discussions about Europe in this period emphasize that the Enlightenment and the Age of Reason saw a coming of age where ideas of absolutism were replaced by notions of freedom, rights, and liberty. But it was Europe's entrenched relationship with violence and militarism that allowed it to place itself at the center of the world after the great expeditions of the 1490s. Africa lacked neither the desire to resist foreign domination nor the sophistication. Indeed, African history is replete with individual stories of ingenuity and resistance, such as King Jaja of Opobo, Born in 1821 in present-day Nigeria, Jaja, who was Igbo and had been enslaved by the local people as a child, later gained influence within the Boni city-state in the Niger Delta, eventually becoming the founder and the king of a new sovereign settlement known as Opobo. Jaja was an industrious businessman. Shortly after the establishment of Opobo, he steered palm oil trade away from Boni and succeeded in effectively monopolizing trade with European companies. He eventually began exporting his own palm oil to England, becoming the first Nigerian exporter of the product. Jaja of Opobo maneuvered global trade tides in his favor, accumulating wealth for himself and his territory until he was arrested and exiled by the British. These are the stories that should fill our history books. Africa's history is long. Slavery and colonization were horrific periods in our history, but as consequential as they were, we do not need to let them define us. To put timelines into perspective, 600 years of slavery and colonialism account for only about 10% of known African history. In addition, Africa's history is rich. The influence of ancient African civilization, from Egypt to pre-colonial empires such as Kush, Aksum, Asante, Mali, Songhai, and Great Zimbabwe, radiated far beyond their borders and shaped Western civilization. The modern dichotomies between Africa and Europe, black and white, break down in the ancient world. With them crumbles the hierarchical views of civilizations on which they are built. Why is this significant? First, it reminds us that history belongs to the victors. In addition, examining history through an African lens is a critical element of reclaiming a common African identity, which is essential if Africa is to successfully reposition itself by mid-century. Part of that identity, besides Africa's historical contributions to the modern civilization, is also tied to religion. Chapter 3. Religion. My paternal grandfather was a cobbler, but also a lay preacher and founder of a small church in the satellite township of Edumbe, then Paul Petersburg in KwaZulu-Natal. I remember how he walked with an upright regal gait and wore his white dog collar every Sunday. He was a loyal adherent of the religious doctrine of John Wesley, and in later years, I came to understand that the influence of missionaries had led him to this particular schism of the Church of England, colloquially known as Wesley in South Africa. Religion played a central role in my childhood. Most schools where black South Africans could aspire to receive a decent education had been denominational and run by missionaries, and the schools I later attended in Swaziland were no different. I remember the dreariness of having to listen to droning Sunday morning sermons, sitting on wooden benches without a back. My parents were Methodist, and we went to church every Sunday. During our holidays back in South Africa, we went to my grandfather's church and listened to his passionate preaching. Sunday morning church services and general worship to God is when racial integration was at its lowest in South Africa, just like in the United States. Undoubtedly, there was another passionate preacher addressing a whites-only congregation on the other side of town. Religion was a cornerstone of apartheid system, which drew its spiritual justification from the Dutch Reformed Church, itself a product of the Reformation and Protestant movement in Europe, transplanted in South Africa. Paul Petersburg, established in 1888, was named after two of the founding fathers of the Afrikaner nation, Paul Kruger and Piet Joubert. During apartheid, black people in Port Petersburg were barred from entering certain small stores downtown and were only permitted to purchase goods through the window. On many occasions when we were there, my father would purchase the Sunday papers through the window. In Paul Petersburg, his master's degree and his many other achievements, which made him a giant in my eyes, counted for zilch. Petty apartheid could instantly crush and belittle your gravitas if you were a member of the downtrodden caste. Religion still plays a large role in Africa today, with two of the three Abrahamic religions, Christianity and Islam, being especially prominent. Combined, these two religions account for over 80% of the institutionalized belief system in Africa, with Christians slightly outnumbering Muslims. Yet Africans often experience and continue to practice these religions as foreign imports. They tend to see Christianity, for instance, as a completely foreign religion and belief system that originated in Palestine, moved into Europe and then the Americas, and came into Africa through the European-led slave trade, colonialization, and missionary expeditions. This chapter takes Christianity, especially that of Western Europe, as its case study. Nevertheless, much of what I write about Christianity's origins also applies to Islam. Being an Abrahamic religion too, it shares much of its early history with Christianity and Judaism. When dealing with ancient history, it is difficult to completely differentiate facts from myth, speculation from truth. Nevertheless, thinking through these theories is fruitful work, particularly when attempting to build a collective African worldview. A study of Egyptology and the origins of the Abrahamic religions suggests that, to some extent, these religions were influenced by earlier Egyptian beliefs. Some of the fundamental philosophies and mythologies of Christianity were in fact founded in Egypt by an African or Afro-Asiatic civilization, and the Christianity Africa inherited from Western colonization contains the cultural heritage of civilization that emerged in the Nile Valley thousands of years before the birth of the historical Jesus. Thousands of books have already been written on the origins of various religions. Being neither an academic nor a clergyman, I will not try to explain them in detail here. My objective is more modest: to demonstrate that the current conception of religion and identity has been so spectacularly muddled that some of its African aspects and origins are almost entirely obfuscated. So we need to better understand and appreciate that ancient African and Afro-Asiatic cultures to some extent formed the foundation of the Judeo-Christian and Abrahamic faiths. Egyptian theology, the mythology of Osiris' birth, death and rebirth, and the trinity of Ra, Osiris and Horus, who was also created through Immaculate Conception, offer particularly striking parallels, among many others. These concepts have permeated many subsequent religious belief systems. Ancient Egypt has often been seen as a footnote in the Bible, instead of the Bible partly arising out of the 5,000 years of Egyptian history. Centuries later, Ethiopian Christianity had a significant influence on Europe's Christian tradition, and the rise of Pentecostalism in the United States in the 19th century was heavily influenced by religious traditions that can be traced back to enslaved Africans.
There was another episode of the book The Invisible People by Phuthuma Nhleko, read by Simpiwe Gwana. The book is available online and in all leading stores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAfm at 11:45 Monday to Thursdays on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, technical production Wiseman Mangele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuru.